Ona gari wahi ga joko so da musi is nyari ga zi dan zuri yu jits ka hawe no je on da jits ko in sta rona ta roni de tinura do gurun ga gari agas yeti sota as tanka gara ko dana yeti ne sta je hun sagi dana goi guskat ne ganungwe de tinura do a goi zini ganya der gerdo dana goi go o quadzere onoko so de tinura do yeti sota gunhan ne rona da hetsto ne gonna go here da di hawa with Ayonkiat again had Damdawe out on Hetsen was at Stasser and Neganungwe. Damdawe out on Hetsen and Asat Nigat Dardige, Ne Kanyaga Haga, Radinyato, Ronata Roni, Riskerewage. Dano Damdawe, Aguego, out on Hetsen, Aguego, Onagoro, Guyana Rasada go on Escana. Damdawe out on Hetsen, Ori Wheel, Gori Wagori Shinsura, does it Stasser. So, as always, whenever we get together for meeting, council, ceremony, anything of importance, we always have to carry out a Hondagari Wadekwa first. This is where we identify and give thanks to the things in creation that have created us and the things that we need to continue to sustain us. So we always begin by giving our thanks to the great spiral of creation. When you look into the nighttime sky, you're not looking into cold, dark, empty, lifeless space the way that non-native science would lead you to believe. No, instead you are looking into the living, vibrant body of our great mother. And so we give thanks to her, to Sky Woman, as it is she who has given us spirit. From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth. It is she who, to our grandmother Moon, it is she who regulates the flow of the lifeblood in all things. And so we give thanks to her, to Grandma Moon, as it is she who has given us blood. From there, we give our thanks to our Mother Earth, regardless of what color you are, what language you speak, where you have grown out from our Mother Earth, or most importantly, whatever you imagine divides us. Regardless of these things, we have all grown from the same mother, making us all one family, making us all related, sisters, brothers, cousins, all relations together. And so we give thanks to her, to our Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us body.
Como siempre empezamos agradeciendo la espiral de la creación, que es la mujer cielo. Cuando vemos la noche, el cielo lleno de estrellas, se trata de su cuerpo y le damos gracias por el espíritu que nos da. Después a abuelita luna, quien es el corazón latiente de nuestra madre tierra, quien nos da nuestras aguas, nuestra sangre, y por eso le agradecemos. Y también a nuestra madre tierra, que nos da nuestro cuerpo y el cuerpo de todas las cosas, haciéndonos familia.
From there, we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We give thanks to all the life givers in all strains of life, not just humans, the life givers of worms, of ducks, of deers, of every living thing. And so we give thanks to the life givers, for in this world they give us purpose and direction.
Y le damos las gracias a todas las dadoras de vida, desde la más pequeñita recién nacida hasta la más abuelita, porque son ellas las madres de nuestras naciones, quienes nos dan nuestro objetivo y nuestra dirección, y no son nada más las humanas, sino de todas las especies de la vida.
We give our thanks to all the medicines, to all the medicines and all the shapes and forms they come in, to all the waters in all the shapes and forms they come in. And this is to remind ourselves that we are made of 100% water. So everything, every living thing that is a manifestation of Sky Woman through her amniotic fluid. And so we give thanks to these things, to the waters and medicines in all the shapes and forms they come in, and not to forget that you are a manifestation of the waters of Sky Woman, so you are her medicines.
Y después damos las gracias a todas las aguas y a todas las medicinas, sabiendo que todo se constituye a partir de agua, que somos todos medicinas y que las medicinas somos los unos para los otros.
We give our thanks to our ancestors who carried the good mind, and we ask them to help us to return our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all our nations, so they can manage all our people properly once again.
Y le damos las gracias al buen espíritu de nuestros ancestros y les pedimos que nos ayuden a que nuestras madres puedan volver a su sitio de autoridad que les corresponde para que podamos volver a ser manejados de la forma en la que se debe.
We ask our ancestors to help us to return the knowledge of the great law of peace to the hearts and minds of the people.
Y les pedimos que nos ayuden a traer la gran ley de la paz al corazón y a las mentes de la gente.
To return peace, power, and righteousness to the people.
Y hacer que la paz, el poder y el camino correcto vuelva hacia la gente.
And just to expand on that a little bit, those words, that term, peace, power, and righteousness,
Y esos términos juntos, la paz, el poder y el camino correcto,
it might not be understood, or it might be misunderstood, given the I don't know, the words that are used and the understanding of that word today of righteousness.
puede que no se entienda tal vez en la palabra el significado verdadero de lo que significaría el camino correcto, es decir, lo que sería derecho, lo que sería lo correcto.
So people might not know today, what does that mean, peace, power, righteousness?
Entonces, cuando se dice la paz, el poder y el camino correcto, bueno, ¿y qué significa eso?
Basically, all it means is to be free of corruptions.
Es estar libre de corrupciones.
So it's easy for us to look around us. What would peace, power, and righteousness look like?
Entonces es fácil el que voltemos alrededor. ¿A qué se parece la paz, el poder y el camino correcto?
Well, peace would mean no war.
La paz significaría la ausencia de guerra.
So if you're living by no war, this would make you righteous.
Y si vives sin la guerra, eso te hace estar en el camino correcto.
But to live by no war would mean that all the practices, economic practices and otherwise of manufacturing, trading, selling firearms, military equipment, that all of this is corruption, that it is the opposite of righteous.
Entonces todas estas prácticas que están implicadas en la guerra, el entrenamiento, la compra de armas, todo el proceso de fabricación de armas, todo lo que sostiene la guerra, pues eso está en contra de la paz. Esas son las corrupciones.
So the people today, or the people of today around the world, engaged in war, engaged in not trying to stop war, but actually propagating war.
Y la gente de hoy no nada más dice hay que parar la guerra, porque ni siquiera dicen eso, sino que por el contrario, sus comportamientos van a promover la guerra.
When you consider what has been going on in Ukraine,
Cuando se considera lo que ocurre en Ucrania,
you look at countries around the world, sort of like so-called Canada.
se ven a países alrededor del mundo como el así llamado Canadá.
Well, here you see a supposed superpower, supposedly, at least the narrative is the superpower is invading Ukraine.
En donde la narrativa es que este gran superpotencia está invadiendo Ucrania.
And countries like so-called United States, Canada, France, others, instead of them taking a stand within their so-called United Nations to squeeze Russia to stop their military aggression,
Y países como los Estados Unidos, Francia, por ejemplo, en lugar de actuar dentro de las Naciones Unidas para hacer que Rusia pare su acto de agresión,
instead what these countries do, like so-called Canada, they send military aid, they send weapons, they send soldiers to train people to kill.
lo que estos países hacen es enviar entrenamiento, enviar armas, enviar cómo hacer soldados para matar.
So this shows clearly that on the United Nations level, that a country like so-called Canada is actually doesn't even qualify to be identified as a country through these actions.
Y eso indica que un país así llamado Estados Unidos o quien haga eso, ni siquiera con sus acciones podría llamársele país.
Because here's, it's the equivalent of, let's say I'm Russia and Edith is the Ukraine.
Entonces, digamos, es el equivalente de que yo sea Rusia y Edith es Ucrania.
I come in with aggression upon her.
Vengo, la agredo,
And let's say you, her friends,
y ustedes, sus amigos,
sending her weapons to fight me.
le envían armas para luchar contra mí.
Instead of you, her friends, coming to stand in between her and I, to stand with her in peace against the military aggressor.
En lugar de que ustedes como amigos vengan a ponerse entre nosotros para impedir que el agresor militar vaya a atacar.
So if I'm coming in at Edith with a gun and you give her a gun, what do you think is going to happen to Edith?
Entonces, si yo vengo con una pistola para atacar a Edith y ustedes le dan una pistola a ella, ¿qué piensan que le va a pasar a ella?
Well, in the comparisons to Russia and the Ukraine, Russia as a superpower up against Ukraine, even if they had all the weapons in the world, Ukraine is too small compared to their opponent.
Entonces, en comparación a todas las armas que Rusia podría tener, las que Ucrania tiene van a ser siempre muy pequeñas.
So this just shows the lunacy of the so-called United Nations.
Y eso es lo que demuestra entonces la locura de las así llamadas Naciones Unidas,
Where I lost my train of thought now.
ya se me fue la
The
idea.
Ukraine is too small.
We got a distraction in here. I don't know what we were saying now.
Yeah,
Giving
the arsenal of Russia is so big compared to the one that Ukraine has, that what will happen to Ukraine?
Yeah, that for the so-called United Nations or member countries of the United Nations to give the Ukraine weapons of war is basically to condemn the Ukraine in this skirmish with Russia.
Entonces, el hecho de que sea la OTAN que le va a ayudar supuestamente a Ucrania dándole armas, pues obliga a poner a Ucrania en la posición de perder completamente en esta guerra.
It reveals the true agenda of countries, so-called countries like so-called Canada.
Y revela completamente la agenda de los así llamados supuestamente países como el Canadá.
So their agenda for the United Nations, so-called Canada, clearly, it's not peace. It's never been peace.
Y la agenda para las Naciones Unidas o el así llamado Estados Unidos es claramente no la paz.
When was the United Nations formed?
¿Cuándo fue formada las Naciones Unidas?
You know, this was formed out of World War II.
De la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
And they claim it was for nations to come together to avoid war again.
Y dicen que era para que las naciones se unieran para impedir que la guerra ocurriera de nuevo.
When has the United Nations ever stepped in between two countries, like an aggressor, like in this case, the narrative is Russia is the aggressor and the Ukraine is the victim? When has the United Nations ever stepped in between a situation like that, ever?
Cuando las Naciones Unidas se han puesto entre unos países que se refiere al agresor en contra de al que quiere agredir, cuando las Naciones Unidas se han puesto entre ellos para evitar la agresión.
Does anybody remember back in, I think it was 1982, maybe, or 80, somewhere in that era anyways, the early 80s, when Britain in the Falkland Islands was bombing the Falkland Islands, sent their British warships there to bomb, actually bombing the civilian population there.
No sé si ustedes recuerdan, habrá sido en los años 80, tal vez en el 82, que la corona británica envió a las islas de las Malvinas bombarderos para literalmente bombardear a la población civil de las islas de las Malvinas.
Did the United Nations do anything?
¿Y las Naciones Unidas hicieron algo?
Of course not.
Claro que no,
They're full of crap.
porque están llenos de puras mentiras.
The United Nations is not, never was what it claims to be.
Las Naciones Unidas nunca fueron lo que dijeron que serían.
And so you can see then that as so-called Canada is a main, like a main partner in the United Nations, then you can see the corruption of Canada, the corruption of the United Nations, what it's all about. It's all about countries engaged together in a continuous non-stop war for their economic gain.
Y está Estados Unidos y todos los países que hacen parte de la ONU, y cuando estos países quisieron ponerse entre dos partes para evitar que la agresora agreda, o cuando para hablar de la paz, esto demuestra que están comprometidos en un esfuerzo constante de guerra. Esa es su agenda.
So when we think of the term peace, power, and righteousness,
Entonces, cuando pensamos en el término de la paz, el poder y el camino correcto,
then from what we just identified, the realities of the world, you can see then that all parties connected to the so-called UN are not parties of peace, and therefore they have no power other than war. And to have just war as their agenda makes them the exact opposite of righteous.
y todos estos países que crearon las Naciones Unidas con la intención de la que ya hablamos, pues no tienen nada que ver con el buen camino, porque todo lo que hacen es la guerra. Entonces, hablar de paz, de poder, de rectitud, imposible.
And this is what we are up against, the original people of Turtle Island.
Y nosotros, los pueblos originarios de la isla de la Tortuga, no podemos permitir eso.
There is a lot of people in this spectrum of let's say the people who came here to colonize and the victims, the peaceful people of Turtle Island.
Y hay un gran espectro entre la gente que vino a colonizar del otro lado de las aguas y la gente de aquí, de la isla de la Tortuga.
There is those two opposite ends of the spectrum.
Están estos ambos lados opuestos del espectro,
And our two peoples are within that spectrum.
y nuestros pueblos, ambos, se encuentran dentro de este espectro.
There are the colonizers who are at the extreme end of the spectrum, who are the kidnappers, rapists, murderers, the thieves, pirates.
Ahí están los colonizadores que se encuentran en el extremo del extremo, que son los violadores, rateros, asesinos, son los peores del extremo.
And then on the extreme other end, with the original people, you have basically just peaceful, righteous people.
Y en el lado extremo de los pueblos originarios de la isla de la Tortuga se tiene la gente fundamentalmente pacífica.
But in between, you have a mix of both sides.
Pero entre ambos extremos tienen una mezcla de ambos lados.
As you know, you have a lot of native people who have joined the non-native side, who have basically relinquished their identity to pick up the identity of the pirates.
Como saben, hay muchos pueblos originarios que han abandonado su propia identidad y han adoptado las formas de hacer de los colonialistas.
As on the other side, coming from the pirate ship, you have a lot of non-native people who are jumping ship, who come to realize what they are a part of and don't want to be a part of that, who are actually making positive physical efforts to separate from what they have been for thousands of years.
Y del lado no originario hay gente que está saltando del barco pirata por completo y que no quieren nada que ver con estas corrupciones y que están haciendo las acciones necesarias para poder separarse de eso.
And so what we see is in between the two extremes, the two realities of who and what we are, we see that there is a merging, meshing together of the two sides, which puts different degrees of status for all people there coming from either side.
Y mientras estos ambos lados se fusionan cada vez más, significa que va a haber estos gran diversidad de espectro y entonces hay varios distintos, digamos, tipos de estatuto.
This is the thing that we have to keep in mind today,
Y eso es lo que hay que considerar y guardar en mente el día de hoy.
that we will, maybe sometimes we might just think off the top of our head, okay, it's to heal our Mother Earth. It could be looked at like it's us against them.
Se puede pensar que para curar a nuestra madre tierra se trata de nosotros en contra de ellos.
But the us can be confusing as to who us is, and so same thing with them.
Pero el nosotros puede ser confuso identificar quiénes son nosotros, de la misma forma quiénes son ellos.
If a native person says, take for instance the hemp unity agenda that was put forward now, I think about 2 months ago.
Si ponemos, por ejemplo, la agenda de la unión del cáñamo, que la sacamos hace como 2 meses, 2 lunas.
Okay, now the hemp unity agenda identifies clearly what the native people should be doing and what non-native people should be doing to assist healing the earth.
Que identifica claramente lo que los originarios y no originarios deberían de estar haciendo para afectar positivamente la salud de nuestra madre tierra.
So you might just think right off the top of your head that, well, okay, you can work with native people.
Entonces puede que piensen, bueno, pues hay que trabajar con los pueblos originarios.
When the reality is the majority of native people are participating in the non-native system.
Cuando en realidad la mayoría de los pueblos originarios están trabajando con el sistema genocida.
So you, as if you're a non-native person, you might think that just because the person is native or is on a native reserve, you might believe that you're working with a native person.
Y ustedes como no originarios, bueno, pueden que vean a alguien que vive o trabaja en una reserva y van a pensar que se trata de una persona originaria.
But actually, they're just another business person.
Pero de hecho son como otra persona de negocios.
They just wear a different kind of business suit.
Que nada más van a portar un traje distinto de negocios.
And the business suit that they wear is a native look.
Y el traje de negocios que portan es una apariencia originaria.
So non-native people are fooled 100% of the time by natives who just look native, but who are, for all intents and purposes, more white than the pirates that came here on the pirate ship.
Y los no originarios siempre van a caer en las trampas de los que parecen de los pueblos originarios, pero que en realidad son más blancos que los que vinieron en estos barcos piratas.
Anyways, what is being identified here? What is clearly happening
Y lo que se identifica aquí, lo que está ocurriendo en realidad,
is it's like a flipping of identities,
es como un intercambio de identidades,
where the native is giving up being native. They're screaming for economics.
en donde el originario está dejando su identidad porque están gritando por la economía.
And the majority of non-native people, 99.9% of the non-native people have in their heads, no matter what you do, they got in their heads economics. Like economics is a part of the equation of reality here on earth.
Y la mayoría de los no originarios, yo diría inclusive un 80%, su forma de percibir las cosas siempre va a ser en la economía. Es como si no pudiesen concebir que eso no tiene cabida en la realidad.
So no matter what issue you're looking at, the non-native people always ridiculously factor in something that does not exist in creation. They always factor in economics.
Y entonces el no originario, por alguna razón, siempre va a tomar en consideración para sus decisiones algo que no existe en la creación, que es la economía.
So What this means is that on the non-native side, economics is basically, just think, wrap this covering around it. Economics is piracy.
Entonces, hay que quedar claro que la economía es el equivalente de la piratería.
So, let's see, I just got distracted again.
Economics is part of
Vuelve a
that.
distraer.
Somebody just walked in here, I got sidetracked.
Alguien entró aquí y me distrajo.
Oh, okay, from the non-native side, piracy, being economics, the non-native always factors into absolutely everything. The piracy, the economics, how many, well, not how many, basically since 2008, every world leader has, on any given issue, talks about we have to strengthen the economy. We have to recover the economy.
Desde 2008, cada líder político va a hablar de cómo hay que salvar la economía.
So, like we said, remove that word economy with piracy. We have to continue piracy.
Si se quita la palabra economía y se reemplaza por la piratería, hay que continuar con la piratería.
That's what happens on the non-native side.
Eso es lo que ocurre en el lado no originario.
On the native side, it's the complete lack of piracy.
Y en el lado originario es la ausencia completa de la piratería.
It's where you have to live natural within creation and you have to work for your own food, for your own shelter, for your own clothing. You have to work for your own love. It's not things that can be bought and sold.
Es en donde ustedes mismos tienen que trabajar por su propia comida, por su propia ropa, por su propio refugio. Es en donde ustedes trabajan por obtener todo eso. No es como que lo van a ir a comprar y ya.
So what we see happening in this spectrum of this collision between the two polarities,
Y lo que vemos en esta coalición de ambas polaridades
it's a collision like two galaxies colliding.
es una coalición como de dos galaxias.
And you may see two galaxies colliding and it may not look like anything happening because, as science says, that a galaxy can pass right through another galaxy without even ever touching anything.
Y puede que uno esperara una coalición como un choque, pero en realidad hay veces que galaxias van a pasar y van a atravesarse la una a la otra como si nada pasara.
But here on Earth, there's physical realities that we have to live by.
Pero aquí en tierra hay cosas de realidades físicas con las que tenemos que vivir.
I can't pass my arm right through Edith.
Yo no puedo pasar mi brazo a través de Edith.
So that means that these two opposites, where they come together, there is a clash, a physical clash.
Esto significa que estos objetos en donde se juntan crea un choque.
And what the clash looks like is today, it's best perfectly represented by Justin Trudeau.
Y el choque hoy es representado perfectamente por Justin Trudeau.
He is the perfect, what do you call that? Quintessential pirate.
Quien es como la cúspide de los piratas.
So how you see these two powers clashing is through Justin Trudeau's actions.
Y cómo se ve que estos dos poderes entran en coalición es mediante las acciones de Justin Trudeau.
So we see the pirate ship coming. All the women go out and stand there to protect the land.
Entonces vemos al pirata que se acerca y todas las mujeres van a salir para proteger a la tierra.
The captain of the pirate ship, Justin Trudeau, sees this and he sends out his RCMP.
Y el capitán de los piratas ve esto y envía a toda su policía,
Who are rapists, criminals, murderers, and pedophiles.
quienes son violadores, criminales, pedófilos y asesinos.
That's the official police of so-called Canada.
Esa es la policía oficial del así llamado Canadá.
This is what they have been historically and what they still are up until this day.
Es lo que han sido históricamente y que siguen siendo hasta ahora.
It's what only the native people can tell you.
Es solamente lo que los pueblos originarios les pueden decir.
So this is the clash oh, look, we're coming to destroy your land. Women stand out there and say, no, we're going to protect it.
Y esa es la coalición. Los piratas se acercan para destruir la tierra. Las mujeres dicen, no, no la puedes destruir.
Justin Trudeau sends his armed thugs, the RCMP.
Justin Trudeau envía a sus criminales mercenarios, su policía,
To do the exact same thing that was done with the British Nazi residential school concentration camps.
para hacer exactamente lo mismo que ocurrió con los campos de concentración nazi, que son las escuelas residenciales para los originarios,
Which is when they came to kidnap our children.
que es cuando vinieron a secuestrar a nuestros niños.
That's the pirate ship coming to us, and the women see that and they go and stand in between the children and the pirate ship.
Ese es el barco pirata que se acerca y las mujeres ven eso y vienen a ponerse entre nuestros niños y esos barcos piratas.
And what the RCMP did is they killed a lot of women, they killed a lot of fathers of the children that they kidnapped.
Y lo que hizo la policía real es que mataron a muchos de las mujeres, de los hombres y de los niños que se resistieron a esto.
The RCMP, the so-called top police of so-called Canada, these are nothing more than a bunch of kidnapping, thieving, raping criminals.
La así llamada Gendarmería Real, que es la policía del Canadá, no son nada más que una bola de criminales que violaron a nuestros niños, que los asesinaron.
The same way that in whatever so-called country you may be in throughout so-called North and South America,
Y en cualquier país en el que ustedes digan llamarse o encontrarse de la así llamada América del Sur y del Norte,
there is the duplicate of Justin Trudeau in every country, doing the exact same thing to all the original people.
el duplicado en cada país, el duplicado de Justin Trudeau se encuentra en cada país haciendo exactamente lo mismo.
So, fact is we are still in a continued genocide that has been going on for 500 years. The original piracy of, say, the Spanish coming in and chopping off people's hands, the French coming in and murdering people, the British coming in and murdering people, the Dutch coming in and murdering people, all of them, all did the same thing ever since day one, since they came here. They are still doing the same thing.
Y el hecho es que seguimos teniendo genocidios después de 500 años, que podemos hablar de los españoles que vinieron a cortar manos, o de los franceses que vinieron a invadir, o de los británicos que vinieron a asesinar después, o de los holandeses, pero todos hicieron exactamente lo mismo, traer su genocidio a estas tierras y seguir ejecutándolo hasta hoy en día.
Is it a surprise to you?
¿Esto les sorprende?
Are you shocked?
¿O están como sin creerlo?
Well, the only ones who should be shocked are the native people who are watching their sisters and brothers who are stupid enough to join the white man in his piracy of our Mother Earth.
Si ustedes están sorprendidos, sería porque son originarios y están viendo a sus hermanas y hermanos ir a seguir el camino del hombre blanco.
And so, what we see then in this spectrum again of the pirates and the good people of Turtle Island
Y de nuevo, entonces, lo que vemos en el espectro de los piratas y de la gente originaria de la isla de la Tortuga
is that no truth is known from the non-native side.
es que del lado no originario la verdad no es conocida.
So as far as they have permeated into our nations, into the hearts and minds of the people, that's as far as non-truth goes. It goes almost to the opposite end of the spectrum.
Y es que han permeado a mi gente originaria hasta un grado de llegar totalmente casi a la identidad original.
So this means that in the in-between,
Y esto significa que en el entre dos,
all the people who are not the identity of the two ends of the spectrum,
toda la gente que no es la identidad de los lados opuestos del espectro,
they are at a complete loss of knowing reality.
están completamente en la imposibilidad de conocer la realidad.
There is only two peoples. that know reality.
Solamente hay dos personas, dos gentes, pueblos que conocen la realidad.
And here in so-called Canada, that's Justin Trudeau. He is the only one who knows the reality of the oppression, the agenda of oppression that is being fed down the pipe to him from his master in Britain.
Y es solamente él el que conoce el grado de opresión en la agenda que le está siendo entregada de la parte de su cabeza en la corona británica.
And for the native people, the only ones who know the truth on our side are the ones who are standing 100% within our identity.
Y del lado originario, los que conocen la verdad de este lado, somos los que estamos completamente de pie a 100% en nuestra identidad originaria.
Which means on the native side, that's almost nobody.
Lo que significa que en el lado originario es casi nadie.
No, I ain't claiming that I am standing 100% in my identity.
Y yo no estoy diciendo que yo estoy de pie a 100% en mi identidad.
And when I identify that person or that person isn't,
Y cuando identifico que esa persona o esta otra no lo está,
then you hear me making a judgment call about other people.
entonces me están escuchando hacer un juicio sobre las otras personas.
And you may say or wonder, well, who am I to make that judgment call?
Y pueden preguntarse, pues, ¿quién soy yo para hacer ese juicio?
The same equal right that I have is the same right that you have to make that judgment call.
El mismo derecho que yo tengo a hacer ese juicio es el mismo que ustedes tienen.
So this is what the native people have to do.
Entonces, lo que los pueblos originarios tienen que hacer,
Have to make a judgment call,
hacer un juicio,
because clearly we can see for 500 years, the act of piracy that originally came here is still what is the agenda.
porque claramente el acto de piratería desde hace 500 años es lo que sigue como agenda.
Why would any of our people be so stupid as to join the pirates in any capacity of anything that what they are?
¿Por qué alguien de nuestra gente sería tan estúpido como para acabar en los rangos de alguien que no es su identidad?
Why are native people stupid enough to participate in democracy?
¿Por qué los pueblos originarios son tan estúpidos como para participar en la democracia?
Never mind the forced democracy that is forced upon us within our own communities.
Ni siquiera hablar de la democracia impuesta que es así metida en nuestras comunidades.
But why are native people so stupid to participate in voting in the non-natives governmental systems?
Pero ¿por qué que los originarios serían tan estúpidos como para participar en las elecciones de los que ni siquiera son su propio sistema?
Why are native people so stupid to take our complaints about them to their courts?
¿Por qué que nuestros pueblos originarios son tan estúpidos que van a tomar nuestros asuntos a sus cortes de ellos?
What do you think? You're going to get justice from the white man?
¿Piensan que van a poder obtener justicia del hombre blanco,
From his courts?
de sus cortes?
This reveals an utter stupidity
Es-
in any original people who pursue such things.
Eso revela una gran estupidez en cualquiera de los pueblos originarios que participara en eso.
Why would any of our people, when defending the land or trying to stand for our rights in any way, why would we claim any of their laws to protect us or defend us in our rights?
¿Por qué utilizaríamos cualquiera de sus leyes para tratar de proteger nuestros derechos?
This is something that we have seen throughout the South in every country, wherever there is native people who are standing for anything.
Y eso es algo que hemos visto constantemente en los países del sur. Si hay alguien que está levantándose para proteger algo, para defender algo,
They cite labor laws, labor agreements.
van a citar acuerdos de la Organización Internacional de Trabajo, de empleo.
I don't have any labor agreements with the non-native people that's gonna guarantee me or be a part of my rights here as title holder to these lands.
Yo no tengo ningún pacto laboral con ninguna entidad a nivel del que sea de los no originarios. Aquí mi relación no se trata de una relación laboral, sino que esta es mi casa y ellos se encuentran en mi casa.
If and when I apply to their laws, then their labor laws or whatever, then I am applying to their law. And once I apply to their law, my law is superseded then by their law.
Porque si aplico a cualquier tipo de pacto laboral o algo así, esta es una ley que ellos crearon. Y si yo voy a aplicar a ellos, significa que estoy dejando mi propia ley originaria atrás y estoy sometiéndome a las leyes que ellos me trajeron para imponerme, para empezar.
So this is the reality. You see this everywhere from north to south, from east to west.
Y esta es la realidad y se ve de norte a sur, de este a oeste.
You see Native people out west, say like from what's been happening with the Wet'suwet'en people.
Se ve a gente originaria en el oeste, por ejemplo, si han seguido lo que ha ocurrido con el pueblo Wet'suwet'en.
You see them taking court action,
Los,
them going to court and trying to put an injunction upon the government or a company or something.
los ven tratando de hacer una acción legal dentro de las cortes del sistema impuesto genocida. Entonces van y llevan el caso a la corte, ya sea provincial o federal.
This is the same thing that happened here with the Anishinaabe just within the past 7-8 years.
Y es exactamente lo mismo que ocurrió aquí con los Anishinaabe, tal vez hace unos 7 u 8 años.
They wanted to protect the land in La Vérendrye Park.
Querían proteger la tierra en el parque de la Vérendrye.
And they took the government or the company to court, trying to put an injunction on them.
Y se llevaron a la corte o al gobierno, perdón, a la compañía o al gobierno a la corte para tratar de poner como una especie de moratoria o algo así.
And they lost.
Y perdieron.
Even in this case with the Wet'suwet'en people, they just got out of their court and to them there's a victory because while they weren't, they didn't have to do jail time or anything like that. But overall, they lost because now they cannot go back to protest at that site or to continue their action.
Y fue lo mismo que le pasó aquí a los Anishinaabe, es decir, no fueron metidos en la cárcel o dados cargos, pero para poder salir les condicionaron a que nunca pudieran volver a su territorio para hacer cualquier tipo de manifestación.
And like we said, we see this all throughout the South whenever there is any issue affecting the Native people, they even conglomerate with the non-natives and cite non-native laws. They cite like we said, labor laws and stuff like that in their defense.
Y eso es lo que hemos visto por todos lados en el sur, que la gente va a conglomerarse con los no originarios y van a citar leyes de ellos para defender lo que están tratando de defender, ya sea la Organización Internacional del Trabajo, es decir, sus leyes.
Think of this. When the pirates first came here and our ancestors stood against them, defended us against them, do you think they utilized any of the white man's policies to try to protect themselves?
¿Ustedes creen que cuando el no originario vino a poner su pie aquí, que nuestros ancestros se defendieron con las políticas que esos piratas estaban trayendo?
No, they protected themselves, they protected us from within our identity, from within our way.
No, se protegieron y nos protegieron a nosotros mismos dentro de nuestra identidad, dentro de nuestra forma.
So that's where this whole mess started out 500 years ago in this corruption of dealing with the European.
Y es ahí en donde esta corrupción empezó hace 500 años, nosotros tratando de hacer frente al blanco europeo.
Has it ever changed?
¿Y esto ha cambiado?
No, it's still the same.
No, sigue siendo lo mismo.
So then this is what our people need to remember.
Entonces, eso es lo que nuestra gente necesita recordar.
Our ancestors defended us from within our identity.
Nuestros ancestros nos defendieron dentro de nuestra identidad.
And so where we are here 500 years later, this is where we still have to be within our identity.
Y en donde estamos hoy, 500 años después, es en donde tenemos que seguir en nuestra identidad.
Or else you're not fighting them, you are joining them.
O si no, no están luchando en contra de ellos, sino uniéndose a ellos.
So all the people from north to south
Y toda la gente de norte a sur
need to all stand behind the same thing
necesitan estar detrás de la misma cosa,
with the same intent, the same purpose,
con la misma intención, el mismo propósito,
the exact same way that our ancestors started fighting this European monster.
de la misma forma en que nuestros ancestros tuvieron que empezar a luchar contra ese monstruo europeo.
Just because it's 500 years later is no excuse to allow you or to permit you to go off of course from what our ancestors have set for us.
Solo porque son 500 años después, eso no les da el derecho de pensar que puede salirse del curso que nuestros ancestros pusieron para nosotros.
Okay, so this is to say that in the mix that's going on now today of the natives that are becoming white and the whites that are becoming native,
Y todo esto para decir que en este cambio de los originarios que se están volviendo blancos y de los blancos que se están volviendo originarios,
the natives that are going that way, who are becoming white,
los originarios que se van del otro lado, que se están volviendo blancos,
and by this I mean in their thinking, in their way that they live now.
y de eso me refiero en su pensamiento, en la forma en la que viven.
Well, those people don't mean anything. To creation, they are now redundant. They have crossed the line to the negative side.
Esta gente ya no significa nada, son redundantes porque en la línea de la creación ya cruzaron hacia el otro lado.
But for the white people, the non-native people who are coming this way to native identity,
Pero para los blancos que vienen de este lado hacia la identidad originaria,
you are now becoming the important ones.
ahora se están volviendo los importantes.
If you stay where you are in that white identity, there is no importance to you whatsoever.
Y si se quedan en donde están, en esta identidad blanca, no hay forma de oportunidad para ustedes.
They will be just as redundant as all 7 billion non-native people.
Van a ser así tan redundantes como el resto de los otros 7,000 millones de no originarios.
But if they continue your journey away from the European corruption to the truth of the original peoples,
Pero si continúan en ese viaje de salir de la corrupción y venir hacia los pueblos originarios,
then it is they who it is important for them to know of the identity of the natives who are in the process of joining corruption.
entonces son ellos los que van a estar en el lugar de los originarios que se están uniendo a la corrupción.
Because as the non-natives start walking this way towards truth,
Porque como los originarios, los no indígenas empiezan a caminar hacia la verdad,
they're going to run into these people, the sellout natives, who are joining the pirates.
van a encontrarse a los nativos piratas, nativos originarios que se están uniendo al barco pirata
And they're going to see a native.
y van a ver a un indígena.
And since they are on this specific journey and they see a native that's crossing their path, they're going to automatically think this is a native that they might be able to work with, or maybe this native has knowledge, or they're smart, or they might be able to help them. No, they won't be able to because they are joining the pirates.
Y quienes vean a este que tiene cara de originario y que van a pensar que ustedes pueden trabajar con él o que podrían hacer algo, pero no, porque él se está uniendo al barco pirata.
So everywhere right now, in every country here in throughout Turtle Island, so-called North and South America,
Y en todos lados, en este hemisferio, en la isla de la Tortuga, la así llamado América del Sur y del Norte,
there are non-native people who are attempting to switch from corruption over to peace.
Hay gente no originaria que está tratando de cambiar de la corrupción hacia la paz.
Now, these would be the most important people on the planet
Y ellos serían la gente más importante del planeta.
because you coming from the corruption over to peace
Porque como vienen de la corrupción y vienen hacia la paz,
can identify the truths of where you are coming from
pueden identificar las verdades de donde vienen
and what it is that you want.
y lo que es que ustedes quieren.
And so the non-native people who are making this journey are crucial to the health of our Mother Earth right now.
Y los no originarios que están haciendo este viaje en este momento son cruciales para la salud de nuestra madre tierra.
The fact is, the majority of native people have crossed over to the white man's side of corruption.
El hecho es que la mayoría de nuestros pueblos originarios han cruzado hacia el lado blanco de la corrupción
Nothing you can do with them.
y no hay nada que se pueda hacer con ellos.
If you're a non-native person and you get caught up in working with them, guaranteed you are going to have a bad experience.
Y si ustedes son no originarios y son como puestos en el camino de trabajar con ellos, se van a dar cuenta que no van a tener una buena experiencia.
It will end with you being disillusioned
Y va a ser tal vez que inclusive se desilusionen.
because you will find again that the natives that you encounter, that you expect to work with them in a native identity, you will find that they're more white than the pirates.
Porque a los pueblos originarios que se van a encontrar y que van a pensar que pueden trabajar con ellos porque tienen esa identidad, pues van a darse cuenta en el camino que son más blancos que los que trajeron los blancos piratas.
Okay, so this being said, and the fact that we're looking at that nobody is actually with us from the south. The only person that we have today with us that's within this vein of Eagle and the Condor is Susan, right?
Ujú.
Okay, so with this being said, we'll go to Susan. Whatever you got to say, the floor is yours, and looks like we'll probably be able to end soon today.
Y habiendo dicho esto, hoy no hay nadie que se encuentre del sur con nosotros. La única que está aquí, que está en esta vena de la Reconstitución, es Susan. Entonces, pareciera que no vamos a tener una larga reconstitución el día de hoy. Entonces, le damos la palabra a Susan.
Ani, my name is Susan Reese Mashike. I'm the daughter of Lillian, who carries the family name Mashike and the clan Mashike. Today, I would like to speak to what's already been said. Interestingly enough, it correlates almost exactly as to what has already been expressed. As most of you know, I've been a trustee at DQ University, famed tribal college, who has a tradition and was a fruition of the Alcatraz occupation to establish an all-Indian university. They couldn't do that on the island, but they did it at DQ. We're located between Davis and Winters, California. And we have just come into some very important information. I have stepped down from the board, but I'm still working on behalf of DQ, for the spirit of DQ, to reunite the Eagle and the Condor. And in that effort, we come to find out that there are 3 people who ended up in a secret meeting with one.
Okay, Susan,
one.
can you give me just a little bit of time to translate all of that? Because
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Um,
I get on a roll, you know.
Susan dice que, para quienes no saben, ella ha estado implicada en el Consejo de Administración de la Universidad de DQ, que significa de Ganahuida Quetzalcoatl. Esta es una universidad que querían poner en la isla de Alcatraz, que no funcionó ponerla ahí, entonces lo acabaron haciendo en California. Y Susan lleva años implicada ahí y se salió de este consejo de administración ya hace un tiempo y desde entonces ha habido muchos eventos que han ocurrido y dentro de esos hubo este encuentro con 3 personas que va a contar. Yeah, you can continue, Susan.
I and some other people have come into some information that a secret meeting where the Board of Trustees was not made aware of, with only one trustee and a volunteer administrator, welcomed 3 people at GQ who represents a company who claims that they can make billions of dollars for GQ, setting up a sludge company where they take thousands of pounds of sludge and turn it into a fertilizer. The effects of that, of course, will be the destruction of the land itself, the water table that we have, and they didn't. The people that were in the meeting didn't invite the rest of the board. Yesterday we had our 52nd anniversary.
Okay, can you just give me another time there to translate? Y
Sure.
hubo este encuentro con 3 personas que la gente supo la información que se estaban encontrando en secreto en la universidad, y es para que toda esta como especie de desecho de caño sea utilizado para las tierras agrícolas, lo cual obviamente destruiría, contaminaría las tierras, el agua, y parece que el Consejo está aprobando ese tipo de proyectos. Go ahead, Susan.
For those who may not know, sludge is biological toxic waste.
Y para quienes no saben, se trata de un desecho tóxico.
The board was very angry at me because I had made the discovery, along with some other people, that this meeting had taken place a few days before.
Y yo descubrí que este encuentro iba a ocurrir unos par de días antes.
The only people that are standing up are the women.
La única gente que se está levantando son las mujeres.
We are now literally standing at the gate of GQ.
Y estamos literalmente en la puerta de la universidad,
Doing everything we can to stop it.
haciendo todo lo que podemos para pararlo.
This is my first announcement of what is happening. It's a message for the entire Turtle Island.
Y este es el primer mensaje de lo que está pasando, y es para toda la isla de la Tortuga por completo.
I have spoken.
He hablado.
Mhm. Okay, okay, the details of this, a lot of people will not comprehend because we're dealing in depths of law of nationhood status.
Hay detalles que puede que la gente no comprenda porque estamos hablando de detalles del estatuto de nación.
Okay, so for a lot of reasons, it was doomed from the start.
Por muchas razones era un proyecto para que fracasara desde el inicio.
Just some of those things is a clue of what we spoke of last week.
Y son como pequeñas pistas de lo que hablamos la semana pasada,
What some of the people who have had their hand involved in it.
con la gente que metió su mano en esto.
Okay, so how it was doomed in the first place was not necessarily by people having to conspire or espionage.
Y como que era un fracaso desde el inicio, no era porque necesitaba gente para espiar o hacer una conspiración,
But it was, we defeated ourselves.
sino que nos vencimos a nosotros mismos.
It's native people who were educated by the white man's education system.
Es la gente del sistema, no, es la gente originaria que fue educada en el sistema no indígena,
Who said, let's do it this way because that's the way the white man says to do it.
y quien dice, vamos a hacerlo de esta forma porque es el hombre blanco el que dice que hay que hacerlo así.
And so obviously, I don't know the details of this, but obviously something similar to this had to have happened. You'll let me know if this is wrong, what I'm gonna say.
Y no conozco los detalles, pero tú me dices si es incorrecto lo que voy a decir.
So there had to have been an incorporation, like to make a nonprofit organization type of thing.
Tuvo que haber habido una especie de registro de incorporación para poder ser una organización no gubernamental.
And this obviously, the board and all of that, the people who applied for it consists of Native people.
Y obviamente el consejo y toda la gente que va a estar en lo que se llamaría el cuerpo de gobernancia o algo así son gente originaria.
That's how you were doomed in the first place.
Es así como desde el inicio estaba destinado al fracaso.
For some reason, our people think, do what the white man says.
Por alguna razón nuestra gente dice hay que hacer lo que dice el hombre blanco.
If we want to start a school, well, the white man says there's a lot of rules and laws that we have to have in place to do it. We have to comply with what the white man says.
Si queremos abrir una escuela, vamos a decir hay un montón de cosas que el hombre blanco pide, entonces nos vamos a doblar a lo que él dice.
And so this is what prompted people to look at, well, this is the rules and regulations. And so people went and formed a nonprofit organization.
Y eso es lo que la gente hizo. Pues estas son las reglas, estos son los procedimientos y fueron a aplicar para crear una organización no gubernamental.
Now, unless I'm wrong, I'm pointing out here that the nonprofit organization was created by Native people.
Y a menos de que me equivoque, estoy diciendo que la organización no gubernamental fue creada por gente de los pueblos originarios,
Meaning they had to apply to state and or federal law.
lo que significa que ellos tuvieron que aplicar a leyes, ya sea estatales o federales.
Now, I am pretty certain this is the way that it happened. Am I correct or am I incorrect in that?
Estoy casi seguro de que fue así como esto ocurrió. ¿Estoy en lo cierto o no?
You couldn't be any more correct.
Okay,
No
so
podrías estar en lo más certero.
so this is where the corruption started. It's just that it was so small that you could not see the trajectory. You intended to end up over there in your target, but at the get-go, you were only off by a half of a degree. But by the time you reach 30 years later, that half of a degree is a world away from where you intended to go.
Y eso fue la pequeña corrupción del inicio, pero fue esa la que cambió de un grado la distancia de cuando se empezaba la trayectoria, y eso en 30 años te lleva muy lejos de donde querías ir al inicio.
So the proper way to have done it, now it's really too late to talk about what should have been done, but just for comparisons here.
Y ahora ya es un poco tarde para hablar de lo que debió de haber ocurrido, pero para hablar de comparaciones,
I will never apply or comply with white man's law.
yo no puedo ni aplicar y mucho menos obedecer a la ley del hombre blanco.
Even right now, most people know that the white man has put an arrest warrant out for me to comply with his demand that I go into his court to comply or else whatever. And I refuse. I send in a document with a statement refusing. I am not complying.
Hasta el día de hoy hay gente que sabe que tengo una solicitud de aprehensión de la parte de la policía porque quieren que me pliegue, que me doble a sus demandas de sus leyes, pero eso no va a ocurrir en mi caso.
Now, if I can do that on a personal level, where it's just me, I am confronted with white man's law, and if something happens, it's going to be me that's going to have to answer to the position that I have taken.
Y si eso es lo que estoy haciendo en frente de la ley del hombre blanco, si un día me llevan o me traen o como sea, pues voy a tener que sustanciar mi posición que di para defenderme de sus leyes que no me aplican.
Now, I would challenge anybody in this world to say that this position that I have taken is wrong.
Y yo pondría desafío a todo mundo de que me digan que esta posición que tomé está incorrecta.
I got a thieving, raping, murdering pirate that comes from across the great waters, comes here to my land and tells me, comply with what I say.
Tengo a un pirata que vino a violarme, a robar todo, a asesinarme y que ahora quiere decirme, oye, ¿le haces como yo te digo ya?
I am not stupid.
No soy estúpido.
And I am not a little suck-ass, kiss-ass like all these sellouts within the the British imposed genocidal elective system.
Y tampoco soy un lameculos como todos los que trabajan aquí en el sistema electivo impuesto de banda.
I am not going to comply, as no native person should comply.
No voy a doblegarme, así como ninguno de los pueblos originarios debería hacerlo tampoco.
So this would mean that if you're not going to comply, you don't apply to their law in the first place, much less when they demand of you to come into their courts, you don't comply. You don't comply in the get-go, in the first instance.
Eso significa que ustedes no van a ir a preguntar para aplicar a sus leyes, porque inclusive si ellos les dijeran que apliquen o que las obedezcan, no tienen por qué hacerlo todavía ahí.
So what should have been done, and this is something to look at, a possibility of how maybe corrections, if there is anything possible, but what should be done is not the native people making the nonprofit thing.
Y lo que debería de pasar es que no sean los pueblos originarios los que crean la organización no gubernamental,
It should be the non-native people who do that.
sino que debería de ser los no originarios que hicieron eso,
Well, identifying 100% clear that what their purpose is, their agenda is to support the traditional council of this group or that nation in their endeavors of, in particular, say, a university.
y que identifiquen claramente que su misión es la de apoyar a los consejos tradicionales de esta nación o esta otra nación, sobre todo en sus esfuerzos de traer de vuelta su identidad originaria.
But what it looks like is that they're out to close you down.
Pero lo que parecería es que ya tienen como mandato el cerrarles,
Because of the critical thought that is beginning to happen, at least on a small degree in the non-native world,
debido al grado de despertar que está ocurriendo a un nivel en el mundo no originario,
who are seeking out truths that they would think that could only be found or discovered or shared in a place such as the DQ.
de quienes están buscando la verdad, lugares en los que se esperaría que esa verdad se encontrara, como esta universidad.
But it's just like somebody from here in Montreal, in the city, wanting to come and work with Mohawks in Ganawagi, and they get directed to the genocidal elective system, and they find out it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Pero es un poco como cuando aquí le ocurre a la gente que vive en Montreal, que quieren trabajar con personas originarias, van a una universidad y ellos los van a traer al sistema genocida impuesto. Entonces toda la porquería continúa.
And so the reality is that, yes, they'll find a bunch of bullshit, but it still is the only place to access the truth, because they can discover the lie there and uncover it, and then find out where the truth lies beyond that.
Y la realidad es que necesitan ese lugar al menos para poder descubrir que hay una mentira y para que a partir de ahí puedan llegar hasta la verdad.
This is the reason why the government wants you shut down.
Es por eso que el gobierno quiere que ya no existan.
It's not even like something that they have to do, or something that on the inside that you even have to do, like to file for dissolvement, I mean. It's something that was in the design from the get-go for you.
Y no es algo que hayan tenido ustedes que pelear o tratar de hacer, sino que desde el inicio esa era la intención.
Like I said to you last week, just knowing the one person, just that one person that was involved, to even the degree that they were, Jake Swamp from Akwesasne, that's corruption that you were doomed from the start.
Y como dije la sesión pasada, solamente con esa persona que dijiste que ustedes tenían, que era Jake Swamp de Akwesasne, pues les pusieron en la trampa. Esa era corrupción desde el inicio.
The problem with our people, again, is they're consumed by the white man's belief of democracy.
El problema con nuestra gente es que están consumidos por la creencia del hombre blanco de la democracia.
Which means our people, being just as dumb as them, go with numbers. They don't go with truth. They go with numbers.
Lo que significa que nuestra gente que es tan tonta como ellos van a creer en la cantidad.
The whole world. Keep going with democracy. Keep going with your numbers and see where everybody's going to end up. You're ending up in a shithole.
Todo el mundo continúen con sus números, sigan creyendo en la democracia, todo el mundo va a ver que va a acabar en un hoyo negro.
When we hear Donald Trump talk about shithole countries,
Cuando escuchamos que Donald Trump habla de esos países que son un hoyo de caca,
you know the country that he's talking about.
¿saben de qué país habla?
It's not other countries of the world. It's the so-called United States that he's talking about.
No son otros países del mundo, sino del así llamado Estados Unidos del que habla.
And so any of our people who, knowing this, we can tell we are the original peoples from here. Why would any of us be so stupid to join the white man, to follow his path, to do what he tells us to do?
Y si nosotros somos de los pueblos originarios, ¿cómo seríamos tan estúpidos como para ir a hacer las cosas como el hombre blanco nos dice que le hagamos?
But I'll guarantee you that in particular, I'll talk about Jake Swamp,
Pero te garantizo, y sobre todo estoy hablando de Jake Swamp,
that when he was there, and to whatever degree, I don't know, whatever degree he was involved, but I'll guarantee you that he did not tell you the truth and dissuade you from entering in and creating a nonprofit.
que cuando estuvo ahí, y no sé a qué grado haya estado ahí, pero que no les dijo nada con respecto a no embarcar en un camino de crear una organización no gubernamental.
Because people such as that, there's something you got to know about the so-called Mohawk Nation.
Porque gente como él, hay algo que tendrías que saber con lo que refiere a la nación Mohawk,
That for the first time, going back as early as 1974, that they had incorporated, that they had applied and became nonprofit entities in the eyes of the so-called United States and so-called Canada.
fue en 1974 que ellos tuvieron que incorporarse para hacer al mismo grado que el así llamado Estados Unidos o Canadá.
They've done it to the point of where they've even claimed land, but claiming it like as if, oh, the sovereign Mohawk Nation claimed this land back, when it's really held in trust under the Harry Belafonte Trust.
Y hasta un grado en que gente de las naciones empezó a reivindicar tierra diciendo, ay, queremos esta tierra de vuelta, pero no basado en los derechos ancestrales, sino en lo que, what's the name?
Harry Belafonte.
De lo que Harry Belafonte decía.
And to go on to make other trusts, like in so-called, what they call Danyange, Altona. They claim that they claim the land back, but it's in trust under Harry Belafonte and Turtle Island Trust.
Entonces se abren fideicomisos y la gente dice, ay, estamos recuperando la tierra, pero este terreno está bajo un fideicomiso a nombre de una persona que es Harry Belafonte.
Okay, anyways, so these so-called Mohawks have a history of doing this. They lie to their own kids, tell them that they're claiming this land back, but it's actually held in trust by non-native people.
Entonces estos Mohawks tienen una historia de ese tipo de cosas. Están diciendo a sus niños mentiras que están recuperando la tierra, siendo que están bajo un fideicomiso de un hombre blanco.
Actually, you can't even say non-native people.
De hecho, ni siquiera se puede decir hombre blanco,
It's held in trust by non-native government,
sino de hecho por el gobierno.
because it doesn't matter whose name is on it, that person has to apply to and comply with either state, provincial, or federal regulations.
Porque no importa quién sea la persona, está aplicando a las leyes del gobierno, ya sea provincial o federal.
Okay, so anyways, this is the reason why, like I said, right from the start, the people that were involved in creating this, they put everybody on the wrong path by incorporating, by them, native people, creating a non-profit organization. So native people who are claiming, hey, let's be sovereign, let's make our own university, are applying to federal or state policies.
Y eso fue la trampa desde el inicio, de que gente originaria para poder crear su universidad tenga que crear una organización no gubernamental que va a aplicar bajo las leyes de los gobiernos impuestos genocidas.
So therefore, it was doomed.
Entonces ese era el proyecto que fallara desde el inicio.
Which also means now you have to step back and re-examine the things that you have been involved in.
Lo que significa que en este momento tendrías que hacer un paso hacia atrás para examinar las actividades en las que has estado implicada.
Was it actually something that you would do? Or was it something that you could not detect at the time that you were coerced into?
¿Era algo que hubieses hecho por ti misma, de hecho, o más bien fue algo en lo que fuiste como coercionada?
You see, at the time, when we are unaware of something, it's easy to influence us into the direction that whoever would want us to go in.
Porque cuando no sabemos qué es lo que está ocurriendo, es fácil que alguien nos pueda influenciar para ir hacia la dirección que ellos quieren que vayamos.
So it's in this sense how we say that right from the start, it was doomed. It was designed into it, even to have you respond to certain things along the way.
Y es en ese sentido que inclusive hicieron que tú respondieses, por ejemplo, de ciertas formas.
What I would suggest from here, I don't know if this is within your power now or whatever, I would suggest that you make space for us there to come and to give a moon teachings.
Y lo que yo sugeriría es que hicieras un espacio allá para nosotros, para que viniésemos a hacer unas enseñanzas de la luna.
This will change the whole dynamics of what's happening there and what has been designed to happen there.
Lo que va a cambiar la dinámica total de lo que está pasando y de lo que va a pasar allá.
All you would have to do is just quite simply have us invited in there, scheduled to be in there, and things in there are going to change.
Y nada más tendrías que lograr que estuviésemos programados para ir a hablar allá y por ese mismo hecho las cosas van a cambiar allá.
They can't afford to have us go in there and to share something like the moon teachings.
No pueden permitirse que vayamos y compartamos algo como las enseñanzas de la luna.
So it would prompt something else internally.
Entonces ocasionaría algo más al interior.
It'd be sort of like this scenario.
Sería un poco como,
Okay, you're a company and another company is coming in to do a hostile takeover of you.
si tú eres una compañía y viene otra compañía a hacerte casi como una toma de tu compañía.
Now, you know that they're 100% focused. They've done all their homework, so they know exactly precisely what their game plan is and they will not stray from it.
Y están entrenados como una corporación, ya saben cuál es su plan de match, entonces no van a disuadirse de ahí.
So this is when you need a third-party disruptor,
Y es ahí que se necesita una tercera parte que moleste,
something that they are not counting on,
algo en lo que no están contando,
something that they will have to respond to that will take their focus off of their advanced aggression.
algo de lo que tendrían que desconcentrarse para poder frenar su agresión que avanza.
Okay, that's what I suggest that you do from here. Try to get us in there. If that's not possible, then all you can do is sit back and watch the thing implode.
Y eso es lo que sugiero que hicieras, y si no se puede, pues te sugiero nada más que te reclines para ver cómo todo va a explotar.
And it's at that time where you're gonna see, what do they call them? An angel? Yeah. An angel come forward and put a shit ton of money there to whitewash things, to put the DQ on an entirely non-native academic agenda.
Y es ahí en donde entra lo que se llamaría como un ángel que lavaría los cerebros de la gente por completo hasta hacerlos blancos para poner un único programa que sería con la agenda no originaria por completo.
When this happens,
Y cuando esto ocurra,
you will have failed the people that you had intended to protect.
vas a haberle fallado a la gente que tú tenías como intención proteger.
You intended through the DQ to present a proper academic experience for Native people.
Mediante la universidad, tú pretendías darle una experiencia de enseñanza originaria a la gente.
When it plays out this way,
Y cuando resultan las cosas así,
it will have been you and other Native people who have done all the groundwork, established the school, established the criteria, agenda, all of that, just being there, the history. You would have done all the groundwork for now the white man's corruption to influence into the minds of Native children, because then it will become institutionalized as to that this is a Native school, and they will go there to receive white man's education.
y todo ese trabajo que ustedes hicieron con tantos años de querer cambiar las cosas, va a llegar el hombre blanco, todo se lo va a apoderar para seguir programando a los niños con su agenda blanca.
So you don't have to believe this, but if you see it the same way,
Y no tienes que creer esto, pero si lo ves de la misma forma,
you can sit back and just watch it all happen.
puedes de nuevo sentarte y nada más ver cómo todo va a pasar así.
Or you can take the only action available to you.
O puedes tomar la única acción disponible,
And just because I'm saying it does not make it true.
y porque sea yo quien lo diga no significa que sea verdad.
But I'll say the only action available to you to try to stop this from happening
Pero yo diría la única posibilidad para pararlo
is to get us in that school to do a moon teachings.
es que vayamos a esa escuela a hacer una enseñanza de la luna.
Because this is the only thing from the native world that scientifically can undo the non-native science.
Porque es lo único a partir del mundo originario que puede frenar la ciencia no originaria.
Everybody else, once they get to the levels of academia, they become brainwashed. They become enticed by everything that it offers to them.
Todo mundo que llega al mundo universitario es como si son completamente lavados del cerebro porque todo les va a ser ofrecido.
So you have very short time. I would guess that since, let's see, fiscal year, I would say that you got until the end of the actual school year this year, the semester, you know.
Entonces yo diría que tienes hasta el fin de este año escolar.
I would say after that, the DQ is a lost cause.
Yo diría después de eso, la universidad ya es una causa perdida.
I don't know if you have anything you want to say about all of that.
No sé si hay algo que quieras decir.
Yes. I believe that your analysis of myself in this situation, I was influenced. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And then I was in there and I maintained what little identity I had because I had not made contact with my family. And so I did the best that I could.
Creo que este análisis que haces de mí misma es cierto, sí fui influenciada y a pesar de eso pude mantener el poco de identidad que tenía, pero sí es cierto lo que dices.
I will move forward with your suggestion. If you can send me something written on what these moon teachings will talk about. Right now, I'm hated at the board.
Okay.
Yo iría tu sugerencia, entonces te pediría de favor si me puedes enviar algo escrito para poder presentar las enseñanzas de la luna, porque sí puedo tener acceso al consejo.
Okay, good luck to you today then. Watch your back.
Entonces, buena suerte para hoy, cuida tu espalda.
And keep in mind that we are still within the power of the new moon.
Y para que tengas en mente que estamos todavía en el poder de la luna nueva.
This is your power. It is the life giver's moon.
Y ese es tu poder, es la luna de las dadoras de vida.
It is the time of rejuvenation.
Es el tiempo de la renovación.
So that also is in the realm of repatriation. Matriation, yeah.
Y eso también está en el dominio de la rematriación.
The ability to take back what is yours is at your fingertips today.
La capacidad de poder retomar lo que te pertenece está en tus dedos de las manos.
Okay, so good luck to you today then. Let us know, keep us informed.
Buena suerte entonces y manténnos informados.
If I'm understanding correctly that you have to go now, right?
Si entendí correcto que te tienes que ir.
No, I don't have to go now.
Oh, okay, that's the way I understood you then.
Oh, okay, no. No, all I would request from you is something that's written. So when I do approach the board with this, they'll have a clearer understanding of it. Although I did want to let you know that right now I'm hated. I was actually assaulted before I left the board meeting yesterday. And okay, go ahead.
No, no me tengo que ir a ningún lado, simplemente reiterar que sí, me gustaría recibir algo escrito y también decir que ayer, antes de irme de la junta del consejo, fui asaltada.
Because I've always been known to tell the truth.
Porque se me ha conocido por decir la verdad.
And they hate me for it.
Y me pegaron por eso.
So it's going to be real convincing to get them to listen to me right now, but I will make the attempt and I'll do everything I can to make it happen.
Entonces va a ser tal vez un poco difícil hacer que me escuchen en estos momentos, pero voy a hacer todo lo que pueda.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll send you along with the moon information. We'll send you the documentation about hemp unity.
Lo que vamos a hacer es, junto con el documento de la luna, te vamos a enviar la información de la unión del cáñamo.
The hemp unity document, when anybody reads it, it's impossible for them to disagree with it.
Y cuando alguien lo lee, pues la gente no puede estar en desacuerdo.
So it will be like the thing that gets the door open, to hold the door open.
Entonces va a ser un poco como lo que hace que la puerta se mantenga abierta.
And yeah, okay, so we could probably have that sent to you this week sometime, because on Friday we're doing a moon teachings with the people of the South.
Te lo podríamos enviar esta semana porque el viernes tenemos unas enseñanzas de la luna con la gente del sur.
And of course, everybody is invited to that.
Y todo el mundo está invitado, por supuesto.
Yeah, so there, if we don't have like all the documentation together before that, maybe Friday's teaching is gonna help us, assist us to put a proper, complete document for you to present.
Y tal vez si no completamos el documento antes, el viernes ya va a estar listo.
Okay, is there anything else that you wanna address about this?
¿Había algo más que querías decir, Susan?
I will try my best.
Voy a hacer lo mejor posible.
Okay.
Miigwech.
Yeah,
Igual.
yeah, miigwech, yeah, this is very timely, this thing that's happening there.
Eso que está ocurriendo ahí tiene mucho, es decir, es todo que ver con el tiempo. Ujú.
We see anger, aggression, hate, violence, war expanding worldwide.
Vemos como la agresión, el estado de estar enojado, todo esto se está expandiendo ampliamente en el mundo.
There is nothing expanding on the side of peace.
Y del lado de la paz no hay nada que se está expandiendo,
It's just contracting.
sino por el contrario, contrayéndose.
And so at a time like this is where you know that any efforts of peace, any efforts of truth are going to be squashed by the powers that be.
Y en un tiempo así, cualquier esfuerzo por la paz van a ser aplastados por los poderes que están ahí.
So this is where a time that we are in collectively, it doesn't matter if you're white, black, yellow, brown, purple, green, doesn't matter.
Y es un tiempo en el que estamos colectivamente, sin importar de qué color son.
There is something happening to all of us.
Hay algo que nos ocurre a todas.
And in a time like this, it's where we have to stand wherever we see truth being pushed down, being oppressed.
Y en un estado así tenemos que levantarnos en donde vemos que la verdad se está aplastando.
And the fact is let's look for where truth exists right now in the world.
Y veamos dónde existe la verdad en el mundo ahora.
Let's consider just so-called Canada.
Consideramos el así llamado Canadá.
Where does truth exist in so-called Canada?
¿En dónde existe ahí la verdad?
Does it exist with the non-native people?
¿Con los no originarios?
No way in hell.
No.
Does it exist with the native people?
Con los originarios.
When we're looking at the spectrum, again, of native, all the way to the pirate,
Cuando vemos de nuevo el espectro del originario hacia el pirata,
then the truth does exist with the native people, but not with the whole spectrum of native people.
la verdad existe con los originarios, pero no en todo el espectro.
It only exists in all of so-called Canada, only within a handful of native people.
Y en el así llamado Canadá nada más existen un puñado de gente.
And that handful, you'd be lucky if it's two handfuls. It's mostly what you can count in one hand.
Y tienen suerte si puede ser más de 2 puñados.
So at this time, when we're looking at that we have to fight for truth, and there's no truth in the non-native world,
Y cuando vemos que tenemos que pelear por la verdad y no hay verdad en el mundo no originario,
and in the native world, out of say 100%, there's only 0.1% holding on to truth.
y en el mundo originario de 100% hay solamente 0.1% agarrándose a la verdad.
This will tell you that your fight, if you are a non-native person, your fight as a non-native person, it's not out there protesting against your government or whatever. It's here helping the native people keep truth alive. That's your only chance.
Eso les va a decir que como pueblos no originarios no están para ponerse a manifestar y protestar contra su gobierno, sino para venir a ayudar a que los que están de pueblos originarios todavía agarrándose a la verdad lo puedan seguir haciendo.
And if you're native, it doesn't matter, any nation throughout Turtle Island,
Y si son originarios, sin importar la nación,
we are all receiving the same espionage equally.
estamos recibiendo el mismo espionaje a nivel igual.
So we must choose, it must be selected to step away from the corruptions that the pirates have brought here and to return back to original instruction.
Se tiene que elegir el abandonar a todas estas corrupciones que los genocidas trajeron y volver a la instrucción original.
So this makes it very clear to us, anybody who wants truth in the world, like we said, non-native or native, it doesn't matter.
Y esto lo hace muy claro, quien quiera la verdad en el mundo, ya sea pueblos originarios o no,
Where you have to go to try to keep truth alive is where it exists with just the 1% of native people.
a donde tienen que ir es a donde todavía se mantiene la verdad viva, que es menos de 1%.
Okay, so anyways, was there anybody else then that joined us from, within? Okay, since there's nobody else that joined us and there's only, what, a few people with us? Okay, as far as the Reconstitution goes then for today, the discussion between the people of the South and the people of the North, this, for all intents and purposes, is not going to happen today. We can wrap it up and come to an end.
Por esta parte de la reconstitución entre los pueblos originarios del Cóndor y del Águila, no hay nadie que haya venido hoy del sur, entonces no vamos a poder hacer ese intercambio, entonces podemos cerrar esa parte.
But just to say that there is some action, some movement in the area of communications between the north to the south.
Y para decir que hay movimientos en las comunicaciones entre el sur y el norte.
Approximately 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, we had our first, what would we call it? A sharing circle, education sharing circle with Ayun and different people that she had arranged this from the south, arranged it to happen.
Hace como una luna tuvimos nuestro primer círculo de enseñanzas con Ayun, con la gente del sur, para poder tener un círculo virtual, digamos, de enseñanzas con los niños y sus papás.
Now, for us, we said it doesn't matter. We're not people about democracy. We're about truth. So it doesn't matter if there's 100 people there or if there's one person.
Y para nosotros no somos gente de democracia, entonces no cuenta la cantidad, no importa si hay un montón de participantes.
So this is culminated into a second teaching sharing circle this Friday. Anybody happen to know what the date might be? This Friday?
Yeah.
The 8th,
This Friday, the 8th, at what time? 4 p.m. our time.
Entonces, este viernes a 8 de abril a las 4 de la hora del este,
Now, everyone is invited to come and observe,
todo mundo es bienvenido para venir a observar.
but to know and understand that first, if you are not of the native people, then first and foremost, the interaction is for us, but you would be within the available, I mean, it would be possible for anybody to ask questions, but primarily we're there to have the interaction with the native people.
Y para ustedes, si quieren venir a participar en el sentido de saber que es para los pueblos originarios, entonces si alguien gusta venir, es bienvenido al título de observador.
And it is primarily also for young people.
Y es también principalmente para los más jóvenes.
But like we said, given the time, first we will accommodate those people, and then if there is time, then we will accommodate questions or participation from whoever is able to join us.
Y primero acomodaríamos a los pueblos originarios y después, si hay tiempo, responderíamos a preguntas de quien se encuentra observando.
Okay, as far as that goes, that's pretty much the only activity in that area, right? What else do we have going on this week? Was there another thing in that area?
We have what are you talking about, news, like the blogs that follow up on Thursday?
No. Okay, well, everybody knows anyways, whenever something is happening, we post it, we inform everybody.
Y bueno, se sabe que cuando vamos a hacer algo, lo vamos a postear para que todo el mundo lo sepa.
Okay, so now that we're out of that,
Y
now
ahora que salimos de eso,
we'll take just a little bit of time, and we're not going to spend much time on this because now we got a free day. I'm going to take advantage of a free day.
no vamos a tomar mucho tiempo en esto porque ahora tenemos un día libre y vamos a tomar ese día libre con mucho gusto.
But we have opportunity right now to address something that is of a current nature, current thing.
Pero tenemos tiempo en este momento de abordar algo que es actual.
Those of you who have been with us in the ongoing conversation,
Quienes han estado con nosotros en esta conversación constante.
you know that this week we were talking about it, or we were asking everyone to observe the things that are happening due to the fact that we were in the midst of a solar storm, solar flares, all of that.
Le pedimos a la gente que observara lo que ocurría porque estábamos en medio de estas ráfagas solares.
And we even had a email thread going right in between a bunch of us, like where people could share what their experience was.
E inclusive tuvimos este mail común para que la gente pudiera compartir sus experiencias.
Okay, so right now, this is what we're gonna do. If there's anybody who wants to share of this experience,
Y ahora es lo que vamos a hacer. Si alguien quisiera compartir con respecto a esta experiencia,
what is it that you did experience in the last week, you know, that kind of stuff.
¿qué es lo que vivieron esta última semana o algo por el estilo?
So to start off, just to let you know then, for myself, I have sensed that we are in like a transitional time. I mean, big deal, you could say that of any time.
Y yo experimenté como que estaba en un estado de transición y bueno, uno puede decir eso en cualquier momento.
But where it was a, I don't know, maybe just more evident, more predominant than ever that we are in a change of something.
Pero era como más obvio que estábamos en un cambio.
There was this unsettledness that I expressed myself.
Y había esta incomodidad que yo mismo expresé,
Not in a negative way,
y no en una forma negativa,
but just sort of like we're all on hold, waiting for change to happen, and then as soon as it happens, we can all go back to work.
pero como es decir, estamos esperando un cambio y en cuanto veamos el cambio podemos volver a trabajar.
So I even identified it as like kind of a limbo
Entonces lo identifiqué inclusive como un limbo
this past week, but again, not in a negative way.
esta última semana y de nuevo no en una forma negativa.
And also, obviously, it's not in a positive way either. So it's just sort of like a neutral type of thing.
Y bueno, tampoco es una forma positiva, entonces es como neutro.
It's almost like I'll look at it, I'll compare it to the stomp dance, where in the stomp dance, halfway through at the break, you back up.
Un poco como la danza del stomp, que se avanza y un poco en la tercer verso se tiene que ir hacia atrás.
We're in motion,
Estamos avanzando,
but at a certain point, you're still in motion, but the motion of forwardness stops.
pero en cierto momento el avance se para.
That's sort of like where the best that I can identify what the feeling or the sentiment has been in the last week and a half to 2 weeks.
Y esa es la mejor manera que tengo para explicar este sentimiento en el último par de semanas.
But since Wednesday, Thursday in particular, Wednesday over into Thursday, Friday, really good, very good, happy feeling. Maybe not overly happy for, say, that you know there's a reason, like somebody gave you a present or something, but just a happy feeling for, you could almost say like almost for no reason type of thing.
Pero el miércoles, el jueves, ya fue como una especie de sentimiento de felicidad, casi como sin ninguna razón.
It's been a very good time for me over the last few days.
Y ha sido un muy buen tiempo para mí en los últimos días.
A lot of things coming to me.
Muchas cosas que vienen hacia mí.
And not that it's the cause, but at the same time, there's like a settledness. Where, like I said, there was an unsettledness. It's like in the last few days, settledness, but almost like not official. It wasn't officially unsettled, and now it's not officially settled.
Entonces es un poco como antes estaba medio incómodo, ahora me estoy acomodando, pero antes la incomodidad no era oficial, así como mi comodidad no lo es tampoco.
Again, I'll just give the example of what I gave before of that old dog. When he comes, you see him, he comes up to you and he's gonna lay right there. He knows he's gonna lay right there, but he looks around and he goes like this, spins around 3 or 4 times, only to lay exactly right there where he was initially.
Es como este ejemplo que me encanta dar del perro viejo que está ahí pues sentadito y se va a levantar y va a dar 5 vueltas para volverse a poner en la misma posición.
So I liken this to the alignment within ourselves.
Y esto me gusta atribuírselo a nuestra alineación. ¿Cómo nos alineamos internamente?
You know, when we ask that question, who here wants to kill Mother Earth? Raise your hand. Nobody raises their hand. But then when we ask who here is killing Mother Earth, raise your hand, and everybody raises their hand.
Cuando preguntamos quién aquí está matando a nuestra madre tierra, nadie la quiere levantar, pero todo mundo la está matando.
This shows us that our mind thinks the highest thing of us. Yeah, we don't want to kill Mother Earth. But then our body is killing Mother Earth.
Indica que nosotros queremos pensar que nadie quiere matar a nuestra madre tierra, pero luego nuestro cuerpo lo está haciendo.
It just shows that we are not aligning.
Eso muestra que no estamos alineados.
Our spirit, our mind is not in control of our body.
Nuestro espíritu no está en control de nuestro cuerpo.
So this is what I liken that unsettled, unofficial unsettled feeling to the unofficial settled feeling. I liken it to these things coming, realigning back together.
Y este sentimiento no oficial de estar desalineado o alineado, lo quiero hacer similar a este ejemplo que acabo de dar.
Okay, so now just not that we even have to discuss it because some of this might not even be understood.
Y no tenemos que discutir porque puede que haya cosas que no sean comprendidas.
But just for the sole purpose of sharing, so that we'll have information about what happened to you over there, what happened to you over there, what happened to us over here, to see if there's any correlation.
Pero para poder compartir, a ver qué fue lo que les pasó a cada quien y podamos hacer correlaciones.
Okay, so yeah, I think there was a few other things that I had mentioned over the last couple of days, but right now I can't really remember. As we go on, we'll see what rises.
Y creo que mencioné otras cosas que ya ahorita no me acuerdo, pero conforme avancemos eso va a estar.
Okay, so we'll start in here, and then we'll go one in the Zoom, one in here.
Entonces vamos a empezar a partir de aquí y luego vamos a ir a alguien en el Zoom.
So usually what happens here is that we talk to everybody, and at the end of the whatever we're done, and we say goodbye, and then we say, eat it, you didn't say nothing. So we're gonna go to eat it first this time.
Wow. I didn't expect that at all. Normalmente todo el mundo habla y al final le decimos a Edith, Edith, no hablaste, entonces vamos a empezar con Edith el día de hoy. Edith Yuyut, Sista Soko, Haxota Endajes Kwe Panchita, de Ganaxota Neda Endajes Kwe Celsa, Zapotec ni Huntagi, Mexican Wanerista, Hinata Juni, Yokina Sadista, Antoharae Ganosesne, Yangaha Ganawagi, Newisni Huntagi, Manowarake Kawanogi. In the thread, we said it, and it's just like maybe to reiterate it, and it was a very healing energy, and I was actually floating on that energy for a while, and I have been in a real like introspection of a lot of stuff, and that has made me like a little bit much more sensible in a different kind of awareness that I used to have towards other people. But I'm staying pretty neutral, I would say. Like sometimes I have the tendency to go towards the emotion of the person, or if the emotion is too similar, I tend to block it. But now I have realized that I am perceiving all of those emotions in a much more like neutral way. Like I won't like not reject them or not like take them as if they were mine, but in a much more neutral. That's the only way that I can think again of being. So I'm really in this like introspective mode of like the healing that I received that I was really, really happy for. And it was a shared experience. So it was really like another setting of comprehensions, maybe. Yeah. Tuvimos un momentito de una gran energía curadora, lo compartimos en el correo y esa energía fue tan linda que me hizo como volar en los últimos días. Y últimamente lo que me he dado cuenta es que me hizo estar como en una mayor introspección, porque normalmente voy a tener la tendencia de sentir las emociones de las personas y ya sea que las quiero tomar como mías o cuando las siento muy cercanas las voy a tener la tendencia a rechazar, pero por ahora estoy como observándolas de una forma mucho más neutra, como más sensible, como más consciente y estoy realmente en ese ejercicio de introspección. Entonces es un muy buen sentimiento y sé que va a traer como buenos cambios positivos. Yeah.
You just said like a neutral, right?
Yeah. And I actually looked for another word, but I said it 3 times.
Okay, while you're talking, the obvious popped into my head.
Y mencioné la palabra neutral tratando de escoger otra, pero me salió 3 veces y Stuart piensa en algo.
We all knew and we all identified about intense solar activity this week.
Todos sabíamos que había una actividad solar intensa esta semana.
To the point of where during Wednesday Zoom, we were able to tell everybody to say consciously, be cognizant of what's going to happen, your emotions, what you're feeling because of the solar storm, solar flare that was supposed to take place on Thursday, but which was an ongoing thing anyways over the last few days.
Y siempre, bueno, hablamos de que todo el mundo pusiera mucha atención a lo que pasaba porque empezaba como estallido solar el martes, se iba a continuar el resto de la semana.
So let's think about a scale here. This is a scale.
Entonces, si pensamos en una balanza.
So to tip the scale, you know, you'd have to put more weight on one side or the other.
Para hacer que la balanza se rompa o se vaya de un lado, pues se tiene que poner más peso de un lado que del otro.
So just imagine that this is perfectly balanced.
Y si imaginamos que esto está perfectamente equilibrado.
Okay, well, if you put one little an ounce of anything on this side, it could tip the scale.
Si se pone una onza de peso más acá, puede hacer que la balanza se caiga.
But if you put an ounce of something else on this side, it would tip the scale back and bring it into balance.
Pero si se pone otra onza del otro lado, va a hacer que se pueda reequilibrar.
Put another little bit more on this side, it'll tip it that way.
Pero si le pones mucho más, pues va a hacer que se vaya del otro lado.
Put a little bit more on this side,
Un poco más acá,
back to balance.
se vuelve a reequilibrar.
Now, if you are intending to knock it off of balance,
Y si están tratando de sacarlo del equilibrio,
then the process of what we just identified will basically, you can identify it as keeping it neutral.
el proceso que acabamos de identificar es guardarlo en neutro
Or like a limbo.
o como un limbo.
Of course, this week it's obvious because we're in a solar storm, solar flare. Here is the male power right in the middle of the new moon, the female power. So we can then see a neutrality or a limbo resulting of us being bombarded with both powers at the same time.
Entonces, he aquí la energía masculina en el momento de la energía más cúspide de la femenina. Entonces, tenemos este bombardamiento de ambas energías en su máximo poder.
Okay, anyways, just an observance. So let's zoom through this quickly.
Entonces, nada más una observación acerca de eso. Kelly had already raised her hand before, so there's Kelly, then there's, well, we'll go back here, and then there's Elsa. Go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's something I observed about the male and female energy. Like, I have a bit of a strong male side.
Estoy de acuerdo con esto porque yo he estado muy consciente de las energías femeninas y masculinas. La mía es un poco más masculina
I'm a very chilled person.
y soy una persona muy relajada.
But if things weren't quite working, like trying to get something out of a box, for example,
Pero si hay algo que no está trabajando, digamos, quiero sacar algo de una caja,
I was just like, "Arr, I want to break it."
estaba como, ay, nada más quiero sacarla ya.
And then I noticed that all the responses by women that I would see by seeing your faces,
Y noté que las respuestas que obtenía de parte de las mujeres observando sus rostros
and who still have their moon time,
y quienes todavía tienen su luna,
were quite emotional.
eran bien
In their
emocionales.
physical or heartfelt connection.
En el cuerpo físico o en la conexión a nivel del corazón.
So I was curious because I've obviously gone through my moon time like 12 years ago. I mean, you've done.
Entonces tenía curiosidad porque yo ya terminé mi luna hace como 12 años.
How other women who've completed their moon times in this life, how they responded.
Como otras mujeres que también ya terminaron sus ciclos lunares, cómo respondieron ellas.
And then for the lower mainland here in Vancouver area,
Y después en esta parte de la isla de Vancouver, en la parte baja,
masses aurora borealis came through.
hubo un montón de auroras boreales que ocurrieron.
Then, sorry, this is off topic, but if Edith and Stuart, if you could read the email where I've sent a draft, I'm actually going to send you a final draft because I'm going to get my packages for the schools on Monday. I'm going to go and photocopy everything up to be able to present when I'm doing storytelling to the schools.
Y la otra cosa que no tiene nada que ver con el tema, pero es que si pudiesen leer esta carta que envié, que va a ser el paquete informacional para enviárselo a las escuelas, porque voy este lunes a las escuelas para promocionar las enseñanzas de Abuela Luna.
I'll be adding for sure your moon poster.
Y voy a agregar tu póster de la luna.
And then I'll talk to my friend about the hemp poster.
Y también voy a hablar con mi amiga acerca del póster del cáñamo.
And because I mentioned you in the in my introduction letter as connecting links I'm making,
Y porque les mencioné en la carta que estoy haciendo como parte de con quién estoy haciendo vinculaciones,
I just need you to tell me that it's okay what I wrote.
necesito que me digan que está bien lo que escribí.
That's it. Thank you.
Eso es todo.
It's okay.
Está bien.
You just brought something to light here. And I think we've been kind of beating around the bush on this thing for a while now.
Acabas de traer algo a la luz y parece que nada más le hemos estado como dando vueltas por un rato.
Now, you tell me if this sounds like kind of like what we've been trying to corral, trying to get to.
Y ustedes me dicen si es así un poco como lo que hemos estado tratando de hacer.
And it's in that process of like where we identify it, feeling in the dark.
Y es en este proceso como lo identificamos, de sentir en la oscuridad.
What we need to have is a constant place where any woman can go to share her moonly experience.
Lo que necesitamos es un lugar en el que podamos ir para que las mujeres puedan compartir su experiencia cotidiana con respecto a la luna, a su propia luna.
Yeah, I'll just say that. I mean, from there, you could imagine whatever.
Nada más se voy a limitar a decir eso y de ahí ustedes pueden imaginar.
So, am I wrong, or is this the direction that we have been heading? Something that we've been trying to connect to?
¿Me equivoco o es hacia esa dirección que hemos estado tratando de llegar?
I know I can go back and Edith, you might remember this. Let's see, my niece Cheryl was still here in the house.
Yo me acuerdo, a lo mejor Edith, ¿tú te acuerdas? En la época en que mi sobrina Cheryl todavía estaba aquí en la casa larga.
And I remember standing up in the longhouse and saying that the women don't talk about the real things.
Y recuerdo estar de pie en la casa larga diciendo que las mujeres no hablaban de las cosas verdaderamente importantes.
That I can remember when I was a kid and the role that my mother played as the Wolf Clan mother.
Y que podía recordar cuando era niño el papel que mi mamá jugaba como madre de clan del lobo.
And the things that I used to see under her, you could say under her tenure, under her watch.
Y las cosas que yo solía observar bajo su cuidado.
I know that with her anyways, I can't say, now my memory's not that good to say if it was like public or whatever, but I know that with her, women were free. It was promoted to speak and to share of their moons.
Y con ella recuerdo que era promovido que las mujeres hablaran, compartieran, dijeran acerca de sus lunas.
And then from 1974, watching the split in the longhouse and watching it spread right across the entire 5 nations.
Y desde 1974, viendo la división, cómo se esparció por todos lados en las 5 naciones.
We watched the male dominance of the warrior society arise.
Vimos cómo se levantó la dominación de la sociedad guerrera.
And at the same time, the sissies within the Christian Handsome Lakers were arising on the other side of that scale.
Y al mismo tiempo, los cristianos se estaban levantando del otro lado de la escala.
So the Christian Handsome Lakers just let anything happen to them because they can repent for their sins.
Y los cristianos Handsome Lakers dejan que todo les ocurra porque después nada más se pueden arrepentir de sus pecados.
So this means that the female side is basically canceled out within the native people, and therefore the warrior society mentality of male dominance is what overpowered all the people, including the women.
Y esto significa que esta mentalidad corrupta de la sociedad guerrera, porque todo el mundo cae en esa mentalidad, va a tragarse a toda la gente, incluyendo a las mujeres.
To the point that something changed, not just within the Ganyangahaga, it changed right across the country in every nation.
A un punto en que todo cambió, no solamente con nosotros los Ganyangahaga, sino en todas las naciones, en todo lugar.
Since 1973, male dominance has permeated within all of our nations, that we're completely matrilineal to the degree of where now today men are swearing on their mother's grave that they were always paternal.
Desde 1973 algo terrible le ocurrió a nuestras naciones a un punto en el que su memoria matrilineal fue borrada y hoy la gente va a jurar que son patrilineales.
This changed to the degree of where here in Ganawagi, it started here first, where they had women, young girls, little boys participating in a war dance.
Y esto llegó a tal grado y empezó aquí en Canahuague que hicieron que pequeños niños participaran en una danza de guerra.
You look at Edith. She looks very feminine. She doesn't look male at all.
Si ven a Edith, bueno, y se parece a una mujer, o sea, no se parece más a un hombre.
Put her in a war dance.
Ponla en una danza de guerra.
She'll still look like that.
Se va a seguir viendo así,
But now she's going to be very male.
pero ahora va a ser muy masculina
She'll be very male in thought.
en el pensamiento.
And this spread right across all the nations to the point of where women were participating in sun dances.
Y eso se expandió por todos lados a un grado en el que las mujeres participaban en las danzas del sol.
And today, everybody thinks it's okay.
Y hasta hoy todo el mundo sigue creyendo que está bien.
But sun dances, that is a male power.
Pero las danzas del sol, ese es un poder masculino.
There's no women around that.
No hay mujeres alrededor de eso.
This is a male power that women, that was brought up. It wasn't a natural ceremonial thing for the people.
Es un poder masculino que fue extraído porque no es un poder natural de la gente.
It was brought out of nothing as a result of the genocide that was taking place in the 1800s, culminating into Wounded Knee.
Sino que fue jalado de la gente como resultado de todas estas opresiones, colonicidios, genocidios que fueron aplicados a la gente,
And
hasta
it was,
lo que resultó en Wounded Knee.
it was out of that physical genocide upon our people that the warrior men had called upon the ghost shirt.
Y fue a partir de ese genocidio impuesto hacia nuestra gente que el guerrero, el hombre, fue el que llamó a esta camisa del fantasma.
And they utilized that ghost shirt in ceremony of the sun dance.
Y utilizaron esa camisa del fantasma en ceremonia en la danza del sol
To prepare them for a confrontation, a war that was unimaginable, that they have never been confronted with ever.
para prepararles a una guerra que era inimaginable, que nunca hubiesen imaginado que tenían que confrontarse a eso.
That's why the ghost shirt was called up by the people. That's why the medicine men brought forward the ghost dance. And that's why the sun dance had come about, to give the men the power to confront this monster.
Y es así que fue convocada esa camisa de fantasma y fue así como fue traída la danza del sol para hacer que los hombres pudiesen inclusive atreverse a ir a la guerra.
That is never the role of the women.
Y ese no es el papel de la mujer jamás.
They got no place in that whatsoever. They have no place in Wazaze.
No tienen ningún lugar ni cabida ahí en Wazaze.
But when they have done this, this is warrior society mentality that came about in conjunction with AIM out of 1973.
Pero eso fue lo que trajo la sociedad guerrera en conjunción con el movimiento indoamericano.
They turned all our women who would stand, instead of standing as women, they turned them into men.
Y eso es lo que hicieron, que para todas las mujeres que se estaban levantando, en lugar de hacerlo como mujeres, las volvieron hombres.
Now, the women who were a part of these things, they sure as hell would not like to hear this.
Y las mujeres que hicieron parte de esas cosas, pues por seguro que no quisieran escuchar esto.
But the women who stood within their identity, within their nations, and know that they do not cross the fire into the male realm, know that these things are wrong.
Pero las mujeres que se mantuvieron en su identidad y que sabían que no se podía cruzar la línea hacia el dominio masculino, sabían que esas cosas eran incorrectas.
So the end result, or where we are today, is an end result of an action that took place in 73.
Y el resultado final de donde nos encontramos es una acción que empezó en 1973.
And that action is a direct end result of the pressure that was created, that the witchcraft of 1946.
Y esa acción era directa de esta brujería que se aplicó en 1946.
To which the entire Five Nations Confederacy responded. They took an action in 1946, and other nations, anybody could find out within each nation, there is still somebody old enough who knows of an action they took in 1946.
a la cual las 5 naciones respondieron con toda su fuerza y que hoy ya muy poca gente lo sabe, pero si ustedes conocen a algún anciano de las 5 naciones, pregúntenle qué fue lo que ocurrió en 1946.
But the ultimate thing that was going on overall is the human experiment.
Pero lo que estaba ocurriendo en realidad era un experimento humano.
All of these things to enable an outcome.
Todas estas cosas para permitir un resultado.
It's basically to put a wire from my head to her head,
Es como poner un cable de mi cabeza a la de ella
to change me into her and her into me.
para cambiarme en ella y a ella en mí.
This is the ultimate corruption
Y
that
esta
we
es
are facing here.
la corrupción más grande que estamos viendo.
And these different things, these different points that I identify, these are the things, the evil corruptions that have consumed our people, that were the stepping stones to where we are now.
Y estos diferentes puntos son los que fueron consumiendo nuestra gente para llegar hasta el punto en el que nos encontramos.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. If there's anything you want to say on that.
Me voy a parar ahí si tienes algo más que decir.
Well, just that I just got the DVD of John Trudell,
Solo que acabo de obtener el DVD de John Trudell
and I was surprised to see that he chose to go into the American Navy.
y estuve sorprendida de que eligió ir hacia la Marina Americana.
And my heart felt that that was, I think, where his path got misdirected to some degree.
Y mi corazón sintió que ahí fue donde su camino se fue por el mal lado.
So I have to look at everything around AIM once again with that lens.
Y ahora con esos anteojos tengo que volver a considerar el movimiento indoamericano.
And here on the West Coast, like there's so many women being involved in the Sundance.
Y aquí en la costa oeste hay tantas mujeres que están metidas en la danza del sol.
And one of the men that is a Sundance chief,
Y uno de estos hombres que son los jefes de la danza del sol
is very disrespectful to me.
me falta mucho el respeto, se me hace como alguien que falta el respeto.
And I honor all our Native people, you know, how they may look at my surface of who I am.
Y si ya de por sí pienso en cómo me van a ver los pueblos originarios,
Because I feel that is part of my role as to help heal.
pero siento que es parte de mi papel para ayudar a curar.
But I always thought the Sundance was male.
Pero siempre pensé que la danza del sol era masculina.
And I know that our women, when they're in moon time, they're not to be part of ceremonies.
Y yo sé que cuando nuestras mujeres están en su tiempo de luna, no hay que participar en las ceremonias.
But it's my understanding that in the traditional times, there was always the moon lodge.
Pero en mi entendimiento, en el tiempo tradicional, siempre había la tienda de la luna,
Where all women gathered in their moon time
en la cual todas las mujeres se juntaban cuando estaban en su tiempo de su luna,
to go into their creative power.
para ir hacia su poder creativo.
And the men and the rest of everybody was they're the ones responsible to look after the children.
Y los hombres y el resto de la gente van a responsabilizarse de cuidar a los niños,
So that the women could have their time to themselves.
para que las mujeres pudiesen tener su tiempo para ellas mismas.
And then what I see in the present time, there's really no place for women to do that anymore.
Y lo que veo en el tiempo actual es que no hay ningún lugar para que las mujeres puedan hacer eso ahora.
And I think that's sort of it.
Y creo que es parte del asunto.
I hear echoes in what you're saying in past conducts that have created this mentality that accepts the male dominance controlling our ceremonies.
Escucho ecos de lo que dices en cuanto a comportamientos que van a permitir que sea una entidad masculina la que va a controlar nuestras ceremonias.
Within the 5 nations, when I was a kid, go to Grand Council, no women in the Grand Council.
Dentro de las 5 naciones era yo un niño y ¿dónde estaban las mujeres en el Gran Consejo?
My mother of the Ganyangahaga Nation was of the only woman in the Grand Council.
Mi madre de la nación Ganyangahaga de las 5 naciones era de las únicas pocas mujeres que iba a estar en el Gran Consejo.
Because again, tell everybody this so the world knows the truth. It's only the Ganyangahaga of Ganawagi just here that are not consumed by the Christian Handsome Lake religion.
Porque se lo digo al mundo entero para que lo sepa, solamente son los Ganyangahaga de aquí, de Kanawague, que están aún resistiendo y que están no contaminados por la cristiandad de los Handsome Lakers.
So back in the 60s, there were still a bunch of Christian Handsome Lakers, the whole so-called Confederacy.
Y en los años 60 ya había un montón de cristianos Handsome Lakers.
Where were the women?
¿Y en dónde estaban las mujeres?
Does anybody know? Can anybody here answer or even take a guess? Where were the women? Where were they relegated to?
¿Alguien puede contestar en dónde estaban las mujeres? ¿Hacia dónde fueron relegadas?
The back house.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah.
La puerta de atrás.
For us, what's called where the women belonged, what the men of the Christian Handsome Lakers always said and enforced, the women belong in the mud house.
¿Y qué referencia utilizan los Handsome Lakers para decir en dónde pertenecen las mujeres? Es el término en inglés mud house, que es literalmente como la casa de lodo, la casa sucia.
That's a cookhouse.
Eso es una cocina.
So the women belong in the kitchen.
Entonces las mujeres tienen que estar en la cocina.
That's every time you went to a grand council, that is the mentality.
Y cada vez que se iba a un gran consejo, esa era la mentalidad.
It's still their mentality.
Que sigue siendo su mentalidad.
They're trying to put on a show, allow the women back in the longhouse. It ain't gonna work for them.
Están tratando de crear un espectáculo poniendo a mujeres en la casa larga, pero no les va a funcionar.
But this is the kind of little corruptions that influence lies upon the people where the ceremony is corrupted.
Pero ese es el tipo de circunstancias que van a crear la corrupción para que las ceremonias sean completamente manipuladas.
To the point of where you can say, hear and believe what you are saying.
Al punto en creer lo que ustedes están diciendo y creerlo.
You said that the women, when they're on their moon, they don't belong in ceremony. They have no place in ceremony. This is not true. This is a corruption.
Tú dijiste que las mujeres cuando están en ceremonia y están en su luna no pertenecen ahí y eso es una corrupción.
This is a male dominant lie.
Esta es una mentira de dominación masculina.
Let's think about this.
Pensamos en esto que sigue.
If when the women on their moon, when they're on their moon, if they can't be in ceremony,
Las mujeres cuando están en la luna y no pueden estar en ceremonia.
let's imagine then that we got a whole nation there before the non-native got here.
Imagínense, tenemos una nación entera antes de que los no originarios llegaran aquí.
There's women who are life givers who are having their moon every day within a nation.
En una nación hay dadoras de vida que van a tener sus lunas a diario dentro de una nación.
So there's a constant moon flow within the nation.
Entonces hay un flujo constante de luna en la nación.
It's not just that at this time, everybody, okay, all the women who's going to have their moon, you got to have your moon now. That doesn't happen.
No es nada más como que hay un periodo de tiempo en el que aquí todas las mujeres tienen que tener su luna, si no, ni modo, eso no ocurre.
So in the 28-day cycle of the moon, there's women having their moon every day, 28 days, the moon is flowing.
Entonces, en los 28 días, hay mujeres que van a tener su luna cada día. La luna va a fluir durante toda la luna.
If we can't have, if there can't be women in the ceremony, then which day are we going to have ceremony in those 28 days?
Si no puede haber mujeres en la ceremonia, ¿qué día vamos a tener ceremonia de esos 28?
Because the women belong in the ceremony.
Porque las mujeres, su lugar es en la ceremonia.
So this tells you that certain women are going to be relegated out of the ceremony.
Esto les dice que va a haber mujeres que van a ser relegadas, sacadas de la ceremonia.
This is an outright lie. Anybody who tells you that women are not to be in the ceremony when they're on their moon, they are full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. They are male dominants.
Y si entonces hubo alguien que te dijo que las mujeres no pueden estar en las ceremonias porque están en su luna, entonces te dieron un paquete de mentiras. Son gente que no saben de lo que están hablando o que quieren manipular.
The only thing a woman can't do by law, join her moon,
Lo único que una mujer no puede hacer por ley mientras se encuentra en su luna
is cook in ceremony.
es cocinar en ceremonia.
She can cook for her family.
Puede cocinarle a su familia.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No hay nada malo con ello.
And there's really nothing wrong with cooking in ceremony except for the perception.
Y no hay nada malo con cocinar aparte de la percepción.
And so if there is a perception of corruption, then that means there is corruption.
Y si hay una percepción de corrupción, entonces quiere decir que hay corrupción.
And so you remove the possibility of perception.
Entonces quitas la posibilidad de percepción.
And this is why the only limitation that a woman has when she's on her moon is that she cannot cook officially the food of the ceremony for all the people.
Y es por eso que la única, digamos, restricción que es puesta sobre la mujer mientras se encuentra en su luna es de cocinar, pero para la gente cuando está en ceremonia.
Nobody has the right to say, oh, you're on your moon? You can't come into the ceremony.
Nadie tiene el derecho de decir, ay, ¿estás en tu luna? No, no puedes venir a la ceremonia.
Now that is for the regularly scheduled ceremonies.
Eso es para las ceremonias regularmente programadas.
Now, if we're dealing with a, say, like a specific special ceremony for whatever, then of course, each thing has to, each person, each issue has to be judged on its own merits there to see if a woman on her moon could be involved in whatever that specific ceremony is.
Y si hablamos de una ceremonia específica, entonces se tendría que hacer consejo para ver cuál podría ser el papel de esa mujer específicamente hablando.
So, yeah, some nations will continue that male dominant corruption and say that a woman has no place in the ceremony when she's on her moon.
Entonces va a haber naciones que van a seguir con esta corrupción de dominación masculina diciendo que las mujeres que están en su luna no tienen cabida en las ceremonias.
Those people do not know what they are talking about. They are filtered the white man's thinking and they apply his thinking upon our women to exclude the real power.
Pero esa gente está utilizando las mentiras del hombre blanco para excluir a nuestras propias mujeres para que no puedan volver a su poder.
Imagine a guy saying why a woman is not allowed in the ceremony.
Imagínense un tipo que va a decir por qué las mujeres no deben de entrar a una ceremonia.
All the women who can should get together and kick the living shit out of that guy.
Todas las mujeres que pudiesen deberían de unirse para darle una paliza a ese tonto.
That's why they made the red whip. They gave the women the medicine of the red whip to keep their men in order.
Es por eso que nos dieron la planta de, no sé cómo se traduce en español, la red whip, sería como el látigo rojo, en el sentido es una planta que se puede usar como medicina para corregir al hombre y volverlo a traer en su lugar.
Okay, so you yourself should never repeat that again.
Entonces, tú misma no debieses de repetir eso nunca jamás.
And if you got to deal with some male dominant idiot that's going to persist and insist that that is the way,
Y si vas a tener que hacerle frente a un hombre idiota que va a insistir en que esa es la forma de funcionar,
then you're in the wrong place.
estás en el lugar equivocado.
You have made the wrong choice.
has hecho la decisión incorrecta.
Okay, so you want to have any final say on this? Then we're going to move on.
¿Tienes algo final que decir? Y después vamos a continuar.
Just that I recognize that and that I was in the wrong place to receive knowledge and blessings, healings, or whatever for myself. And that, again, that was told to me. And when my internal voice, when it talked to me, it just was like this creator. The moon time is part of the creation. How can it not be male and female? How can it not be honored in every single moment and in every single time? My whole journey is about, it's boys and girls. They all, it has to be equal. It really is about bringing the balance back to the feminine and masculine.
Entonces estoy reconociendo que sí, eso es cierto, pero cuando escuché semejante declaración pensé, pero ¿cómo es la creación, la parte de la mujer cuando está en la luna? Entonces sí, tiene que ser todo un equilibrio entre la mujer y el hombre.
Which are our little boys and our little girls.
Son nuestras niñas, nuestros niños.
It has to be equal in love and respect, nurturing, food, everything.
Tiene que ser igual en el amor, en el nutrir, la comida, todo.
So with this person who I won't name, he received his 3 strikes, he's out with me.
Y con esta persona que no voy a nombrar, ya tuvo sus 3 strikes y ya conmigo ya no funciona.
I went through a lot with my mama growing up.
Pasé por muchas cosas con mi mamá mientras crecía,
To know that I had to help her heal.
para saber que tenía que ayudarle a curar.
But one thing she taught me
Pero algo que me enseñó
is to respect everyone,
es respetar a todo mundo,
especially when I'm in their house.
especialmente cuando estoy en su casa.
Even if I don't like it that it's messy.
Inclusive si no me gusta que estuviese en desorden.
And let me tell you, it was like, you take your plate and you bring it to that kitchen counter now.
Y era como, bueno, tienes tu plato y llévalo ahora a la cocina.
And that's my greatest gift my mama gave me.
Y ese es el regalo más grande que mi mamá me dio.
So I respect the person whose house I'm in.
Entonces respeto a la persona de quien estoy en su casa,
But I know that to be disrespected on the feminine level that I feel,
pero sé que para que me falten al respeto a nivel femenino que yo siento,
that I no longer can be sort of in that person's presence, even if I'm in the same room.
ya no puedo estar en la presencia de esa persona a pesar de que nos encontremos en el mismo cuarto.
But I still honor and respect all people because that's my nature.
Pero aún así honro a todas las personas porque es mi naturaleza.
So I won't go to those sweats at all.
Entonces ya no voy a ir a esos temazcales,
Because I am, since I'm little, as even Joseph and everyone I believe who's here, our hearts are seeking the truth to unravel the nightmare on this planet.
porque como Joseph y tal vez otros aquí, nuestro corazón necesita deshacerse de esta pesadilla que está aquí.
And that's it, because I'm a good talker.
Y eso es todo porque puedo hablar más.
Your turn.
Okay, here is something very simple in this equation of male dominance revealed to us.
En esta ecuación de dominación masculina hay algo bien simple que se nos presenta.
Clearly, it's not the woman, not the life giver who says, when we're on our moon, we can't be in a ceremony.
Es claramente no la mujer la que va a decir, ay, cuando estemos en nuestra luna no podemos ir a las ceremonias.
Clearly, it's the male that says this.
Es claramente el hombre el que va a decir eso.
Why? Why would he say that?
¿Por qué diría eso?
What is he afraid of?
¿De qué tiene miedo?
Is there something tangible, some tangible, legitimate reason to say when you're on your moon that you cannot be in the ceremony?
¿Hay algo tangible para que diga que cuando estás en tu luna no puedes estar en la ceremonia?
The simple thing that is hidden here, what it reveals to you about male dominance, is how much of a scared little sissy he is.
Lo que es simple aquí, que se puede presentar fácilmente, es qué tan asustado se encuentra el hombre blanco.
Because he knows that when he says you can't come into the ceremony because you're on your moon,
Porque sabe que cuando dicen no puedes venir a la ceremonia porque estás en tu luna,
he knows it's because of the power.
sabe que es debido al poder.
So here, right there, identifies to you that male dominance is a weakness.
Entonces aquí te identifica claramente que la dominación masculina es una debilidad.
They're little sissy boys scared of a woman, a true woman's power.
Son niñitos asustados del verdadero poder de una mujer.
Something there to be comprehended.
Algo para que sea entendido.
You know, every little incremental thing that's done to us to adjust us to accept being politically correct, meaning accept the world to be upside down.
Cada cosa que se nos hace para ajustarnos, para que aceptemos el mundo políticamente correcto, es decir, que aceptemos que el mundo está al revés y no hay nada que hacer.
It's important for us to be cognizant, to be aware of these things so we can identify them so that we can say, these are the things that are the corruptions. This is what's wrong. This is how to fix it. This is what's right.
Es importante identificar cuáles son las corrupciones y decir qué es lo que está incorrecto y lo que no funciona y decir, y aquí está cómo funcionaría.
So we've always known that, women have always known that the most brutal, thug, male dominant is the most delicate one, the most fearful, the one who will fall apart the easiest. He is so full of fear of the true power of the women. In his actions reveals himself as being the inadequate one.
Y las mujeres siempre lo han sabido, que el que va a ser más bully, intimidador, va a ser el que va a ser más roto dentro, el que va a tener más miedo, el que va a necesitar más cuidado, el que se va a romper con el primer obstáculo.
He is insufficient to be in this world to fill the role of men that have to be complementary to women. He's insufficient for women in this world.
Y es insuficiente para las mujeres con respecto a su papel de completarla
On every level.
a cualquier nivel.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
Vamos a continuar. Thank you, Kelly.
Very good, good cognizance here, though. Good consciousness.
Muy buena conciencia aquí.
Okay, so it's in here now. Well, do you want to come over here?
I can do it from Mary Todd's computer.
Okay, all right.
On my end.
Can barely see you there, though.
Okay. There you go. I got some sunshine in my head.
I still can't see you. It's the light
I
behind
got some
her.
sunshine in my head. I'm Anne, daughter of Myrna, granddaughter of Helen, mother of Chelsea, grandmother of Miles, Life Givers Nation, and Bear Clan. I agree with what you're saying, Kelly, and I experienced the very same thing when I first came connected to the nations, and indirectly through the first person that ever came into my life was a Lakota man who was a sun dancer. So the first things that I learned as well was that women on their time were not to go into ceremonies. Women on their time couldn't cook for their families, couldn't sleep with their husbands, couldn't wash their clothes with their husbands. Their discharge from their cycle had to be put back onto the earth. And of course, participated a lot of my life for probably many years that way until it just didn't make sense when my husband and I talking about it.
Como de forma matrilineal, diciendo su nombre y que hace parte del clan del oso, la nación de dadores de vida, Y está de acuerdo con Kelly en que a ella también le ocurrió algo parecido, encontró un hombre Lakota en su vida que participaba en las danzas del sol y se le dijo lo mismo, no puedes participar en la ceremonia cuando estás en tu luna, etcétera, etcétera.
You know, and I know it always left me feeling like, why? It didn't make a lot of sense because your cycle, on one hand, you would be talked to about how your cycle was a ceremony and it was the most powerful and original ceremony and da. And then on the other hand, you'd be banished. So it was just it just didn't make any balance.
Y nunca entendí por qué eso era así. Siempre me hizo preguntarme cómo es posible, porque si estamos hablando de uno de los ciclos ceremoniales más importantes que de hecho hacen la creación, ¿cómo es posible que se te reverencie por eso, pero al mismo tiempo se te diga, pero no puedes participar en todo esto?
I was fortunate to have some women in my life from Ganasatagi who disagreed with that and also had said that, yeah, that is a Lakota thing. It's a man thing, they would say. And they would say that it was because of power. Those men are afraid of us. That's what it is. And, you know, so was able to get that straightened out.
Tuve la suerte de haber tenido a mujeres de Ganasatagi junto conmigo que también estaban en desacuerdo con eso y fue la forma en decir que ellas decían, bueno, es que eso es Lakota o es que es más bien de la dominación, que son los hombres los que tienen miedo del poder femenino.
As far as talking about some of the things that we've detected during this time of the solar flares happening, for myself, I was coming to the Longhouse to do the closing of the maples. So coming here this week, I've done some cooking and I do a fair amount of baking.
Y en este tiempo de las tempestades solares, yo sabía que venía para la Casa Larga para el cierre de los maples, entonces me puse a hacer varios pasteles. Me encanta cocinar a mí, sobre todo hacer pasteles.
So one of the things that I detected is that I had a lot of failed baking this week, and that I made 4 different loaves of bread that 2 of them failed. I made 3 different loaves that all didn't rise properly. I made a couple trays of cannabis treats that didn't firm up properly.
Y algo de lo que me di cuenta es que todo lo que tenía que ver con hacer pastel esta semana no me sirvió. Hice 3 pasteles de limón que ninguno levantó, hice otras especies de botanitas de cannabis que tampoco salieron como esperaba.
So the thing that was in my mind about this was that, it almost seemed like, because I know like when you're baking, depending on where you're sitting on the earth and what your atmosphere, what your height is from the, from sea level and that type of thing, you change different things in your baking, like you add more baking soda or baking powder and do that to compensate for that, for rising and different stuff. So it made me feel like, or it brought the thought into my head that around my positioning, that something has changed, or for all of us maybe on the earth, and where we are positioned in the earth.
Y lo que me hizo pensar es que a veces cuando estamos a diferentes altitudes va a haber distintas cosas que se tienen que agregar en los pasteles, por ejemplo. Entonces me hizo pensar algo con respecto a mi posición, en donde estaban mis espaldas, y sentí como que algo había cambiado en la posición.
Because relating those things in a very, like baking is a very scientific type of thing that way. So relating those things in kind of a scientific type of way, that there must be something different with the pressure or the atmosphere or something in our environment right now. I also kind of felt that throughout the whole week, and I wrote this in the stream that we were being about, is I kind of felt inside myself, I kind of felt like I was outside of myself, like I was standing outside of my body almost. There was some separation, but it wasn't a negative thing. It was just kind of standing outside of it as things were happening. So
Y para
Um,
mí, hacer pasteles es algo muy científico porque todo tiene un resultado esperado. Y por el otro lado, también me sentí un poco fuera de mí misma. Es como si pudiese sentir casi que estaba al lado de mí. Entonces, no sé si ya les ha pasado eso.
so those are just, you know, some of the things that I've noted this past week or so.
Y estas son cosas que noté.
Okay, everybody, just keep in mind also, like what Ann is saying, you might not have entertained things on that level as something that you could detect as being affected by the solar flares.
Y decir como lo que Ana acaba de compartir, a lo mejor ustedes pasaron algo que no lo asociaron al hecho de estas tempestades solares.
But remember what Kelly said, that this week, it basically the aurora borealis, that's coming from the sun.
Pero lo que Kelly dijo de las auroras boreales, eso viene del sol.
That's the, I think, electrons from the sun bouncing off of the whatever makes those lights.
Y son los electrones que rebotan del sol, que hacen estas luces.
So that is an electromagnetic interference, or what causes that is an electromagnetic interaction.
Y esa es como una interferencia o una interacción magnética
So that originates from the solar flare.
que empieza por estas tempestades solares.
It's not electromagnetic so much at the sun or as it's traveling through the space to get to us. It's electromagnetic when it interacts then with the elements of the earth.
Y no va a ser electromagnética cuando está en el sol o viajando, sino cuando interactúa con los elementos de la Tierra.
And so just think of that, electromagnetic.
Hay que pensar en eso, electromagnético.
So if you're thinking of things that you may have been able to detect this week, and you're just thinking of what did I feel, what did I experience, it's also in the field of electronics. Maybe you've seen and detected something, a blip or a glitch in your computer or in the lights flashing or something like that.
Y si están pensando en términos de qué sentí o qué viví, pues a lo mejor fue con los electrónicos que vieron un parpadeo o algo por el estilo.
Okay, so let's keep going.
Ok, vamos a continuar. Elsa, it's your turn.
No, excuse me.
Hi, sorry. Hi, adorably so granddaughter of Leah and granddaughter of Adelina. Sorry,
Se presenta de forma matrilineal.
I'm from Wabanaki Nation and in the Life Givers Nation. I'm Deborah Berkeley member.
Es la nación Wabanaki y también miembro del clan del oso en la nación de dadoras de vida.
Sorry. So, two things. First, the solar flare I want to address.
Para empezar, quiero hablar de la tempestad solar.
So, since last Wednesday during the day, I got sick. I took a virus. I think it's a gastrovirus.
Y desde el miércoles me enfermé. Yo creo que tengo un virus gastrointestinal.
And this is for me, it's pretty bad situation because I'm a handicapped person. So I'm always sitting.
Y para mí es algo bien feo porque soy una persona de movilidad reducida y siempre estoy sentada.
So it means that it's terrible because I'm going to do be sitting even if I don't want to.
Y significa que me tengo que sentar a pesar de que no quiera.
And Wednesday night, I had the visit of Grandma Moon, so my moon started Wednesday night.
Y también mi luna empezó el miércoles en la noche.
So all of that was very, very tiring, but also in a weird way, I was feeling really emotional, but really thankful, and I felt all the love I had for Grandma.
Y entonces me sentí muy cansada, pero al mismo tiempo también experimentaba un gran amor por abuela Luna.
Because I don't want to go in details, but because Grandma was active and I was having my moons, it protected me because I'm sitting. So even if my stomach goes bad, I had Grandma to protect my sides.
Y a pesar de que algo estuviera pasando en mi vientre, fue abuela Luna la que protegió todo mi interior.
So I hope you understand.
Espero que comprendan lo que digo.
Later on, yeah, I don't know how to describe this, but
Y no sé exactamente cómo describir
Ah.
esto, pero
but I had I felt a lot of love.
sentí mucho amor.
So since yesterday, I feel more and more better every time, every hour. And today I feel better. Actually, it's the first, the first 24 hours that I'm able to keep the food.
Y desde ayer me empecé a sentir un poco mejor y son las primeras 24 horas en que he sido capaz de conservar comida en el estómago.
And so I feel much better. But slowly, surely, it's gonna be back to a normal situation for me.
Y entonces tranquilamente se va a volver una situación normal de nuevo.
And second thing I wanted to address is because Kelly was talking about that. And also because Stuart mentioned it last night. So that's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. But last night Stuart spoke about how the relationship between men and women in native worlds and native nations because the genocide was interrupted and was not working good no more because let's say the men because the kids were stolen, and the women argued that the guilt was on the men because they were supposed to be protecting. So
Lo otro que quería comentar es acerca de cómo ayer Stuart mencionó que el equilibrio que existía entre las mujeres y los hombres fue roto debido al genocidio. Las mujeres culparían a los hombres de lo que ocurrió y los hombres no querrían nada que ver con las mujeres por lo mismo.
and today, well, just before with Kelly, the discussion was saying, you know, like how the women are being men now because of male dominance.
Y con Kelly la dirección de la conversación era la misma, cómo las mujeres son condicionadas por la dominación masculina.
So, and when, you know, when Kelly said that one, I would say one guy, not even a man, not Native man, but a guy said you cannot be in ceremony because of your moon.
Cuando se le decía a las mujeres que no pueden estar en ceremonia por estar en su luna.
Well, it made me think about religion because because I think it's maybe I'm mistaken, but I think it's Jewish religion or maybe in the Muslim religion. But I remember that when the women have their moon in this Jewish or Muslim religion,
Y me hizo
the men not
Y me hizo pensar en las religiones, en cómo para las religiones musulmanas o cristianas la mujer va a estar totalmente oprimida.
so men cannot even in those religion when a woman is on her moon, men cannot even touch her.
Y en esas religiones, como si una mujer está en su luna y los hombres ni siquiera pueden tocarla.
But also in the other, on another note, I feel it's all this is, yeah, trying to bring the women to take the role of a man to become men because of male dominance, but also
Y también se trata entonces de cómo las mujeres van a querer ser hombres por la misma dominación masculina.
but also because yeah, like Stuart said before, because it makes them, it would point them out if strong women are they're not male dominated women, but natural women, life givers. If life giver is showing up to a ceremony, the male dominant guys would be pointed out to be responsible of their own guilt.
Y si una mujer se presenta en su luna a una ceremonia, pues los hombres de dominación masculina van a ser inmediatamente a presentar su culpa.
So, yeah, that's, I would say that's long-term trauma is the result of the natives being, some nation being male dominant and white.
Y ese es el resultado del genocidio, que ahora las naciones originarias también son, y bueno, y todas las naciones de dominación masculina.
So that's what I wanted to share.
Que quería compartir.
Yeah, the way that things are today, of course, this is the corruption.
La forma en que las cosas son hoy, esa es la corrupción.
But the way that things were when they were not corrupt,
Pero la forma en que las cosas eran cuando no eran corruptas,
in accordance to law,
de acuerdo a la ley,
the society is in concentric circles,
la sociedad está en círculos concéntricos.
where at the center you have the women, the
Al,
life givers.
al centro están las mujeres, las dadoras de vida,
Now, you have concentric circles around them of men,
y tienen círculos concéntricos alrededor de ellas de hombres,
men who are first conducive to a balanced relationship with women, not meaning boyfriend and girlfriend, talking about just the interaction.
los hombres que son conducivos a una interacción femenina y masculina, y no hablo de ser esposos o novios, sino nada más de estar ahí para la mujer.
As the mothers are in control and managing the nation,
Y como son las mujeres las que controlan y manejan a las naciones,
they place those male dominant men in accordance to those concentric circles in relation to the women as to where they are qualified or eligible to be.
ellas van a poner a los hombres en estos diferentes círculos concéntricos dependiendo de dónde están elegibles y calificados para estar.
So prior to the coming of the non-native people, a woman, a life giver, would never in her life be confronted by a male dominance, because that male dominance would be on the outer edge, the outer concentric circle of the people.
Entonces, antes de venir a que una mujer encontrara una dominación masculina, esto habría sido hecho frente en el primer círculo concéntrico al exterior.
He would be the one that is basically like the beast that you would need out at the as the sentinel to protect and defend from any external corruptions coming in.
Él sería como esa bestia que estaría lista para defender ante cualquier corrupción externa que llegase.
But it's not just that he was a male dominant beast.
Pero no era nada más como una bestia de dominación masculina.
He was a beast that belonged to that nation because of his bloodline connected to those women, and this is how he was kept under control.
Sino que era una bestia que estaba, que era parte de las líneas de sangre de esa nación y por lo tanto se encontraba bajo el control de las madres, de las mujeres.
So maybe he was a beast,
Entonces puede que fuese una bestia,
but he was your beast,
pero era la de ustedes,
controlled by you, the women,
controlada por ustedes, las mujeres,
and not allowed around your daughters.
y no se le permitiría estar cerca de sus hijas.
So the way that the people lived within this reality of law created these concentric circles as to who was allowed into the heart of the nation.
Y entonces era básicamente esto que creó los diferentes círculos concéntricos, el manejo de las mujeres, y así se determinaba quién tenía acceso a la nación o no.
So as you know, as you hear and learn more and more about law,
Y conforme escuchan más y se aprende más acerca de la ley,
as more and more people are enforcing law,
entre más gente va a aplicar la ley,
then you have a buffer zone, a safety zone around you of keeping out corruption.
entonces se obtiene una zona de protección que guarda la corrupción fuera de ustedes.
Now, as you know, we do not work on democracy because we don't go with the majority if they agree that rape is legal. We don't go along with that. We go only with truth and law.
Y como saben, nosotros no funcionamos en la democracia. Es decir, si la gente quiere decir que la violación es ilegal, nosotros no vamos a ir con eso. Nosotros trabajamos con la ley de la tierra, lo que es verdadero.
And so, as you know, it takes people to uphold truth and law.
Y como se sabe, se necesita la gente para poder aplicar la verdad y la ley.
So it doesn't work on democracy in order for it to stay alive.
Entonces no trabaja en la democracia para que pueda estar vivo.
But if you want a safety zone, which no woman on earth has right now,
Pero si quisieran una zona de seguridad que ninguna mujer en la tierra tiene por hoy,
but if you want a safety zone in which you don't have to worry about your safety or the safety of your daughters,
para que no tengan que preocuparse ni por su seguridad ni por la seguridad de sus hijas,
then you have to teach your sons this law in order to create the first concentric circle to protect you within.
entonces tienen que enseñarle esto a sus hijos para que, hombres, para que ellos puedan ser el primer círculo concéntrico.
And the more that law is spoken of, is known, applied, those concentric circles will grow and your safety zone will grow.
Y entre más la ley se aplique, más van a crecer esos círculos concéntricos y la ley va a crecer.
So that obviously means that you have to do a lot of work.
Y eso significa, obviamente, que hay mucho trabajo que hacer.
And when we got to do this work, when the male dominance is working against us, well, the male dominance is not going to overpower. It's just going to take a very long time to attain that safety zone.
Y cuando tenemos todo ese trabajo que hacer, no es que la dominación masculina vaya a tomar el control, sino que le va a tomar mucho tiempo para llegar a ese círculo concéntrico.
And when you consider the little time we have left, well, you don't have time to work on building those safety zones.
Y cuando se considera el tiempo que queda, pues no queda el tiempo para construir esas zonas de seguridad.
The only thing you got time now for is to focus on the healing of our Mother Earth.
Para lo único que queda tiempo por el momento es en concentrarse en la curación de nuestra Madre Tierra.
So because of all of our lack of vigilance,
Y debido a nuestra falta de atención,
the circumstances are created where it's not the perfect circumstances. It's the perfect bad circumstances which we are in.
las circunstancias son creadas y no son las ideales, sino las malas en las que nos encontramos.
And so this means that we have a very short time in which to do absolutely everything.
Eso significa que tenemos un muy corto tiempo en el que tenemos que hacer todo.
Which means this is where we go back to that phrase or that term of pulling a rabbit out of a hat.
Y es ahí a donde volvemos a esa frase de sacar un conejo del sombrero.
Now, given the circumstances of the reality of male dominance and how the two powers of the life giver and the life protector are separated, that they're not working together,
Y dadas las circunstancias de la creación en las cuales los poderes femeninos y masculinos son separados y no tienen que trabajar juntos,
ask yourself, life givers, who's going to do the healing of the earth?
pregúntense, dadoras de vida, ¿quiénes son quienes van a hacer la curación de la tierra?
Are the life protectors going to do anything?
¿Los protectores de vida van a hacer algo?
They're not lifting a finger.
No están levantando ni un dedito.
All the responsibility, like always, of all things lies solely on the shoulders of the life givers.
Toda la responsabilidad, como siempre, cae en los hombros de las dadoras de vida.
Is that unfair?
¿Eso es injusto?
I don't think so.
No lo creo.
You know what's unfair?
¿Saben qué es lo que es injusto?
Putting somebody in the playoffs of a hockey game who doesn't know how to play hockey.
Poner a alguien en las finales de un partido de soccer, por ejemplo, si no sabe cómo jugar.
Putting a male in control of life, which is love, when he doesn't know anything about it, all he knows is war. That's what is unfair.
Poner a un hombre en control de la vida cuando no sabe cómo hacer ese amor y solamente es guerra, eso es lo injusto.
So what is also unfair is the failure of the life givers to come to this realization.
Y lo que también es injusto es la falla de las dadoras de vida en llegar a esta conclusión.
Yes, I will say to you that you have failed.
Y sí les voy a decir que ustedes han fallado.
You could have easily come to the realization of what the reality was, but you didn't. You persisted in the corruption.
Hubiesen podido muy fácilmente darse cuenta de la realidad, pero persistieron en la corrupción.
Now, maybe a corruption that was initiated by the male,
Tal vez era una corrupción iniciada por el hombre,
but people initiate corruptions upon me also, and I do not comply with it. I do not follow their suit.
pero las personas van a iniciar corrupciones sobre mí y yo no les voy a seguir por eso.
So we find ourselves in, this was said earlier anyways, we are like basically a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Y eso ya lo dijimos hace más temprano, somos básicamente como una autoprofecía que se cumple.
Now, if it's not true, what was just said, then we got nothing to worry about.
Y si no es cierto lo que fue dicho, pues no tenemos de qué preocuparnos.
If it is true, then you have to reorganize your way of doing things, your whole life. You got to reorganize now.
Y si es cierto, entonces tienen que reorganizar su vida, la forma en la que hacen las cosas ahora.
Okay, anyways, let's move on. Okay, there, how many, what time is it? And how many people?
It is 4:11, there's Janet and there's friends.
Okay, that's it. We're not going any further after that.
Entonces, son 4:12. Give me a second, as I just to translate that. Son las 4:12 y quedan dos personas, Janet y Franz.
You lowered my hand, but I also wanted to speak.
I didn't know where.
Oh, okay, well, the hand was lowered. I also wanted to speak.
Oh, I just wanted to add one thing. When Kelly was talking before, I thought about that. The word equality in Wabanaki in the Wabanaki culture. In the language, we don't even have the concept superiority, inferiority, or equality doesn't exist.
Y quería decir también que en la lengua wabanaki de mi nación no existe el término como superioridad o inferioridad o igualdad.
So I'm thinking that we should change the way we use this word and use balance instead.
Y estoy pensando en cómo deberíamos de utilizar este término, esta palabra, y más bien hablar de equilibrio.
Because life givers, life protectors, they're never equal.
Porque las dadoras de vida y los protectores de vida no son nunca iguales.
So that's it for real.
All right.
Y eso es todo.
Okay, let's think of this. In the first place, who says all people are created equal?
Pensemos en quién va a decir que todas las personas son creadas iguales.
That's the men.
Yeah.
Los hombres.
Bible.
And they don't actually say all people are created equal.
Y de hecho no dicen que toda la gente ha sido creada igual.
The actual statement is all men are created equal.
Lo que dicen es todos los hombres son creados iguales.
So in that terminology of equality,
Y en esa terminología de igualdad,
they're not even giving reference to female.
ni siquiera hacen referencia a la mujer.
So it's not even implying that women are equal to men.
Entonces ni siquiera implica que las mujeres son iguales a los hombres.
All men are created equal. You women are not equal to those men.
Sino que los hombres son iguales y las mujeres no son iguales a los hombres.
So yeah, just keep that in mind as to that terminology of equal. Why, who uses it and why do they use it? and in which manipulated fashion?
Nada más para considerar por qué utilizar la palabra igualdad y a qué fines manipuladores.
Okay, let's move on. Oh, we're coming back in here then, right?
Ujú, so looking at the-
So it'd be me, yeah?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marie-Claude. I'm the great-granddaughter of Marie-Louise, the granddaughter of Yvette, and the daughter of Francine. And I act as temporary Bear Clan representative in the Life Givers Nation.
Marito se presenta de forma matrilineal diciendo que es la representante temporal del clan del oso de la Nación de Adoras de Vida.
I wanted to add a little bit on what Kelly, Ann, and Elsie shared in relation to our moon. I wasn't raised in the native way. I was raised with my dad that had a lot of issues. I'm not going to go into that, but very male dominant. And I could, it was my dad, it was my brother, my grandfather, my uncle, all the same side, of course, of the very religified family.
Y quiero profundizar en lo que dijo Kelly, Elsa, Ann. Yo me crié con mi papá, que era de muchos abusos, también con mi hermano, con mi abuelo, que era realmente de mucha dominación masculina.
And I really felt that attack, being the only life giver in that household, all throughout my childhood up until 13 years old, I felt like there was the putting down of the life giver, making fun of them, making them look like they're crazy and they are like up and down and things like that.
Y siempre vivía así, con esa opresión encima de mí, como si la dadora de vida no significara nada y como que ella siempre está loca, siempre queriéndola poner menos.
So I make the link between the religion there again, because the native that applied this in Sweat Lodge and all that, they are probably the ones that adopted religion and therefore reject the life-giving sacred role, the sacred function that the life givers had. So I just wanted to make that observation.
Y lo ligo a la religión porque si hay indígenas que van a aplicar este tipo de protocolos en sus ceremonias, pues es gente que ha sido religiosificada, que ya evacuó la comprensión de lo que las dadoras de vida aportan realmente en el mundo.
And sharing my observation, what I experimented through the solar flare, it was very intense for me. I'm approaching menopause, so there seemed to be like really heavy symptoms, like really intense, like as far as like the sweat, we hear about the sweat. Well, I woke up like I've never been in a state like this before.
Y con respecto a la tempestad solar, puedo decir que fue un periodo muy emocional y aparte me estoy acercando a la menopausia, entonces experimenté esos calores tan fuertes como no había experimentado antes.
I never had such pain in my belly. It was pulling so hard and it lasted the entire day of Wednesday and Tuesday.
Y nunca había tenido un dolor tan fuerte en mi vientre y dolor todo el día de el martes.
I had like a burning sensation right here in the, like around the the plexus solaire, solar plexus. And that was also confirmed with other life givers reporting that.
Y también tenía una sensación en el plexo solar y también se confirmó que otras dadoras de vida experimentaron lo mismo.
It was like a pulling sensation, never really felt like that. The whole belly, my whole like lower part here was like completely pulled and like in all kinds of state.
Y era un poco como si algo me estuviese jalando la panza.
And the other thing I observed, like combined to that, even though I was in real pain, I had this unbelievable wave of love for my own mother. Like it was, I couldn't control myself, and I'm still in that emotion.
Y aparte, a pesar del dolor, tenía como una gran ola de amor hacia mi mamá y todavía sigo en esa misma emoción.
Just really observing every single thing, and just it brought me back to my mom. And it still brings me back to my mom, how much love she gives me, how much support and everything. I was looking around in my house and I was just overwhelmed with this love for my own mother.
Y estaba viendo para todos lados en mi casa y nada más estaba como completamente sobrellenada de este amor por mi mamá.
And then I was so grateful for meeting the longhouse. I was then overwhelmed with love from meeting this beautiful longhouse that made me realize how important my own mother is for me.
Y luego estaba tan agradecido de haberme encontrado con la casa larga que me permitió ver a mi mamá y amarla tanto como lo hago.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to share.
Y eso es lo que quería decir.
Okay, I can also collaborate that love feeling,
También puedo corroborar ese sentimiento de amor,
but I'll identify it a little differently from a male perspective
pero lo voy a identificar distinto de la perspectiva masculina
as an appreciation, a happiness for being alive, for being in the experience.
como apreciar el amor y estar en la experiencia.
I felt this myself, especially yesterday during the ceremony for my two sons.
Y lo sentí ayer por mis dos hijos, por Ronajahawe y Roropaeso,
And the connection to my father.
y la conexión con mi papá.
Now, my relationship with my father wasn't the picture perfect relationship,
Y mi relación con mi papá no era como perfecta,
but at the same time, I'm not a big baby either.
pero al mismo tiempo no soy un gran bebé tampoco.
But I look at, like anybody should, take any experience, and if there's good stuff from it, well, then you extrapolate that into your next experience.
Y todo mundo debería hacer eso. Si ven bueno en una experiencia, la deberían de jalar hacia la próxima experiencia.
So over the last few days, I've seen the evolution from my father, which is from a different time, even before him, up until the time of my sons, which is into a different time after them.
Y entonces he estado muy ligado a la experiencia de mi papá y lo que era antes de él, y a mis hijos y lo que está después de ellos.
And I just felt an overwhelming like energy or power or love, happiness for being in this continuous thread.
Y sentí como una gran felicidad y amor de estar en este hilo continuo
No, that's always there anyways.
que siempre está ahí,
But over the last few days, this was a predominant feeling.
pero en los últimos días ha sido un sentimiento predominante.
Lots of love felt for my sons, for my father, my mother, the line.
Mucho amor sentido por mi papá, por mi mamá, por la línea.
So it's really more, like I said, of a happiness. I am solid in where I am. I am extremely happy in the experience.
Y es más como de felicidad de en donde me encuentro y de poder vivir esta experiencia.
Okay, let's move on.
Vamos a continuar. Janet, it's your turn.
Diego Sewa Cuego, it's gonna go Janet Jungiats. Wa squale wage ni wa gi adaro da. Ganyan kahaga ni wa kung wenjoda. Aksota ka jichuenta dano ista Agenista Teresa Akusasni.
Janet se presenta de forma matrilineal, menciona el nombre de su mami, de su abuelita, que tienen orígenes en Akwesasne y Kanawague de la nación Kayangajaga, y es miembro del clan del oso.
Kayunkwahaga Genagare. Basically, I just introduced myself. Said my mom is, I'm their clan. My mom and grandma from Okusasni and Ganawake. And I'm basically currently living amongst the territory of the Cayuga.
Y en estos momentos vive en el territorio de los Cayuga.
Just want to say a couple of things. I'll try to not get too in depth. And at the same time, try to keep my scrambled brain a little bit together. Anyway, go ahead.
Solo para decir dos cosas.
I wanted to reiterate on something or respond to what Stuart was talking about with Lakota AIM situation.
Quería profundizar en lo que Stuart mencionó acerca del movimiento indoamericano de la nación Lakota.
And I can honestly say that through my own experiences, that, yeah, a lot of that is true.
Y puedo decir honestamente que mucho de eso es verdad.
And I've been through hell and back, I kid you not.
Y he ido al infierno y he vuelto.
Very hard to be born through a Native woman and put into a home where everything's foreign, and then to deal with all the brainwashing and then be thrown out into the wolves, not knowing anything about how anything works, etc. And go
Es muy
ahead.
duro haber sido dada a luz por una mujer originaria y después haber sido sacada de sus manos y haber sido aventada a un mundo no originario y después de haber crecido completamente desaculturada, haber sido aventada a un mundo de lobos en lo que uno nunca sabe cómo funcionan las cosas.
And I'm not afraid to speak my truth.
Y no tengo miedo de hablar mi verdad,
Anymore.
ya no.
I never thought I would be talking about things like this on a public platform.
Y nunca pensé que estaría yo hablando de ese tipo de cosas en estas plataformas.
But I know the only person that's gonna heal me is me. And I
Y sé-
grab onto any way possible to do that.
Y sé que la única persona que va a ser capaz de curarme soy yo misma y me voy a agarrar a todo lo que sea posible para lograrlo.
We live in a day where no matter what anyone says, somebody's gonna argue or counter or fight you on it, you know.
Y vivimos en un día en el que poco importa lo que uno quiera presentar, siempre va a haber alguien que va a venir a contradecirlo, a decir que no es cierto, a pelear básicamente.
Well, with that being said, I'm still gonna give my opinion on a couple of things, and I wanted to talk briefly about the solar sun.
Habiendo
Flare-ups.
dicho esto, quería hablar acerca de las tempestades solares.
In regards to Tuesday, Wednesday, like Kelly said, I realized too that it seemed like the women that are experiencing their moons are the ones who had the most difficult time.
Si volvemos a martes, miércoles, podríamos decir que parece que las mujeres que estaban en su luna son quienes tuvieron el tiempo más difícil.
But for me, I was really surprised. I felt energized.
Pero yo estaba sorprendida porque me sentí con mucha energía.
And of course, I don't experience moon time anymore.
Y ya no tengo mis lunas.
But it's really strange what happened to me. I went out that afternoon and it was
Extraño lo que me ocurrió, salí en aquella tarde y
later on, throughout the morning and half the afternoon, it was really hot and humid.
en la mañana y en la tarde estaba húmedo y caluroso.
And then all of a sudden, I was sitting waiting for the bus to go home, and it started to rain.
Y de repente estaba sentada esperando el autobús y empezó a llover.
And it wasn't a heavy downpour, but it wasn't just a light brushing of rain either.
Y no era como bien fuerte, pero igual si te mojabas.
And I really felt like, for lack of a better word or terminology, I felt like creation was, it was a gift to the people, not just to me, but the people of this whole area where I'm living. because it cooled everything off. It made the air clean.
Y sentí que era como dar esperanza no solamente a mí, sino a la gente alrededor, porque calmó el calor, refrescó, dio humedad.
And I was just so happy. And I just, I looked up and I said, thank you,
Y yo estaba tan contenta, miré hacia afuera y dije, gracias.
How lucky I was, how blessed, for lack of a better word. I don't speak the language, so I have to rely on these English words. And I don't mean to offend anybody.
Qué tan afortunada me sentí, qué tan bendecida para utilizar esa palabra, porque no conozco mi lengua y no quiero ofender a nadie con esa palabra.
And so the other thing I was thinking of, maybe she's trying to tell us women, like we need to, but then, slow down. Maybe we need to start taking care of children that nobody doesn't want, instead of keeping producing more people. Not that I'm against producing people, which is a bad way of saying it, but.
Y tal vez es abuela Luna quien nos está diciendo a las mujeres de calmar la velocidad, de tal vez tomarse el tiempo de cuidar a los niños que nadie quiere en lugar de estar produciendo más hijos. Y bueno, no es que esté en contra de producir hijos, que bueno, ni siquiera es la palabra correcta tampoco.
And that's just a thought. It's really neither here nor there. I mean, I can't really say what is or what isn't true about, difficulties with women's time.
Y esto es más bien ideas, ¿no? Que me vienen con respecto a las dificultades de las lunas de las mujeres.
And as far as the controversy on women in ceremony, my perception would be, let me put it this way, when I was a little kid growing up in a non-native home.
Y con respecto a la controversia de las mujeres en la ceremonia, lo que me puede venir como ejemplo es que cuando yo era niña y estaba creciendo en esta casa de gente de pueblos originarios.
Once I came into my moon cycles, I started to realize that every time I went around plants and I would touch them, they would seem to die or start to wilt,
Cuando llegué a la época en que mis lunas comenzaron, me empecé a dar cuenta que cuando estaba en ellas y llegaba a plantas o las tocaba, las plantas serían como un poco más débiles o inclusive morirían.
And I really wondered about that because when I noticed it, then I started testing the waters every month and the same results would come up.
Y cuando me di cuenta de eso, empecé a hacer exámenes del agua a cada mes, pero los mismos resultados seguían.
Now, I wasn't told much about moon time, especially that I was in a non-native home.
Y no se me habló mucho de las lunas, especialmente que estaba en una casa de pueblos no originarios.
And I would say, one of the only things that really I remember was being told that, you can't go swimming during this time.
De hecho, recuerdo que una de las cosas que se me dijo es que no podía ir a nadar durante este tiempo.
Well, other than that, I did not know like what it was for, why I was going through it, all that. And but the not swimming really hurt me because I was a good swimmer, but I understood that it would just make the water dirty.
Y aparte de eso, no entendí otras razones. Es decir, bueno, si me dijeron no nadar, entendería que haría que el agua se volviera sucia, a pesar de que me afectó mucho porque me encanta nadar.
Because we swam in pools. We didn't have any lakes around us.
porque nadábamos en piscinas, no teníamos lagos.
So anyway, when I got older and I started being put into the Indian world, the thing about the Lakotas, one thing that I learned was not to go into sweat lodge on the moon.
Y cuando envejecí y ya estaba más con los Lakota, con ellos aprendí que no había que ir a un temazcal estando en su luna.
And I would say that that's probably one of the few things that makes sense to me, because it's a time when your body is getting rid of, you know, unused matter. You know, it's and it is a powerful time, you know, and not only that, people in today's world, people could have blood diseases, you know. So for a woman a woman to go into sweat lodge on my moon, I would not do that. Although there's women who said they don't care and they would do that.
Y eso para mí tenía un sentido, en el sentido de que hay cosas que, por ejemplo, puede haber gente hoy que tenga infecciones en la sangre y bueno, hay gente que lo puede hacer, pero yo personalmente no entraría a un temazcal estando en mi luna.
And I don't know too much about, you know, the culture of Ganyankehaga or Lakota. I only know what I've experienced, which isn't a lot. So I'm just trying to reiterate on what I've gone through and what my personal observations are.
Y no he experimentado o no conozco mucho acerca de la cultura ni Lakota ni Ganyankehaga, entonces más bien aquí estoy hablando de mis propias experiencias.
But I do believe in consensus, and I do believe that the male and female balance each other out.
Pero sí creo en el consenso y creo que el poder femenino y masculino se equilibran.
You know, that they should anyway. And I believe in a lot of what the Guyana Rasa Goa teaches.
Y eso es lo que se debería en todo caso, y creo mucho en lo que la Guyana Zaragoza enseña.
But again, I don't know a lot. I'm still trying to learn, keep an open mind. And yeah, yeah.
Pero de nuevo, no conozco mucho y trato de aprender y guardar una mente abierta. Gracias.
I apologize for getting up and moving around. Well, you can't see me moving around, but I'm getting sore behind sitting down.
Y disculpa que me haya parado, pero es que estando sentado estoy empezando a tener un trasero que me duele.
So I'm still here with you. I'm in the room. I can hear you. So I'm just stretching. But yeah, what you just said, we got to think of other societies that have taken these measures.
Entonces sí, tenemos que pensar en otras sociedades que han tomado estas medidas.
To isolate from the people one of the most sacred human functions.
De aislar de la gente una de las funciones más sagradas.
There couldn't be anything more sacred than that.
No podría haber algo más sagrado que eso.
And so it should be the thing that is the most known to people.
Y debería de ser lo que es más conocido para la gente.
No, we think just on this one level in the non-native world, to know that there is lies told to children. Hey, where do babies come from? Oh, a stork.
Si pensamos que hay mentiras que se les dice a los niños, ¿de dónde vienen los niños? Ay, de un pelícano,
You know,
una cigüeña.
this is a common thing known by people today because it is in fact a lie that was been told to people.
Y eso es una mentira que se le ha dicho a la gente.
Now that's about the birthing process.
Y eso es con respecto al proceso de nacimiento.
So you look at the people who have lied about the birthing process. You look at their societies.
Y si se ve a la gente que ha mentido con respecto al proceso de nacimiento y se ve en sus sociedades,
And not just lie, but who don't tell the truth about it. That's worse than lying.
y no solamente mentir, sino no decir la verdad, que es todavía peor.
You can see that in different cultures, different societies who have taken these steps, they end up following on that path, which is going further and further away from women's freedom.
Hay algunas sociedades que van a ir más profundo en ese camino, lo cual aleja a las mujeres más de la libertad.
In some countries, this has relegated women to being outside of their house in a little tin shack on their own, isolated from their families.
En algunos países ha obligado a que las mujeres vivan en un lugarcito aisladas de su familia.
And the resulting perception that forms in the minds of those little kids who observe this,
Y la percepción que resulta en los pequeños niños que observan eso,
it becomes solidified in their minds, the corruption, the evil of women
en su mente se vuelve sólida la corrupción de las mujeres,
that originates from within their religions in the first place.
que se origina a partir de las religiones, para empezar.
So we got to consider that today, one tiny little false perception
Entonces hay que considerar hoy que una pequeñita percepción falsa
will 100 years from now lead to a woman being isolated out of her house, having to go into a mud house when she's on her moon, isolated from everything that is her family, what she is, what she owns, what she has the right to, but yet the males relegate her out of it and into this little shotgun shack.
en 100 años va a ser que esas mujeres sean relegadas a una casa de lodo, como le llaman, en la que la mujer no va a poder tener acceso a nada de lo que le pertenece.
Yeah, so sweat lodge for women on their moon. Well, yeah, that's when they're supposed to do it.
Entonces, un temazcal para las mujeres en su luna, pues sí, es en ese momento en donde deberían de tomarlo.
They're supposed to put their blood into the ground through ceremony.
Deberían de poner su luna en la tierra mediante la ceremonia.
Now, as far as that sweat goes, well, then at that time, yes, men and women do not participate in the same sweat. We're not supposed to be in the same sweat anyways.
Y por supuesto, cuando hablamos de temazcales de mujeres para lunas, pues son ellas solas, los hombres no tendrían por qué participar ahí.
So anyways, we see a lot of these tiny little conditionings that on their own, they seem kind of harmless, you know, there might even be some legitimacy to them, it might seem like.
Entonces podemos ver todos estos ajustes que han sido hechos a la psique colectiva para que las mujeres acepten la dominación masculina.
If it leads to the oppression of a woman in any way, then that's oppression of my mother.
Y si esto lleva a la opresión de una mujer de cualquier forma, esto es la opresión de mi madre.
And it's just because it's not in the here and now, we can see what our actions are, and we can see it in the future, that there is going to be a woman who's going to be oppressed by these actions. We will consciously be oppressing our own mother if we continue on that path.
Y porque no es en el aquí y ahora, no significa que no sea en 100 años. Quiere decir que si no hacemos algo, vamos a ser parte de una corrupción que va a seguir siendo impuesta en las mujeres de aquí a 100 años.
And that we cannot and will not be a part of.
Y no podemos hacer parte de eso.
We have been given a brain,
Se nos ha dado un cerebro
and it's not men who control this brain.
y no son los hombres los que controlan este cerebro.
So women should not allow that corrupted male dominant thinking to control their lives.
Entonces las mujeres no deberían de permitir que este control de pensamiento de dominación masculina les manipule.
So ultimately, in the big picture, this is what you're going to come to conclude. The men have been proven to be not worthy.
Y últimamente eso es lo que van a acabar concluyendo, que los hombres no valen la pena.
The women want freedom. They want these rights that they know is theirs. You're never going to have it. As long as you have things like democracy and religion, you're always going to have male dominance.
Y las mujeres quieren libertad y todas estas cosas, pues eso nunca lo van a tener mientras haya democracia y religión.
So you are going to conclude in this world, this is what women are going to end up doing. You're going to separate from men.
Y en este mundo las mujeres van a concluir que se tienen que separar de los hombres.
You are going to go back into communal living just for women. You are going to create your own longhouses.
Y van a volver a la vida comunal de las mujeres, van a crear sus casas largas.
And it's from within those longhouses that there will be no women, no woman will ever be homeless again.
Y es gracias a esas casas que las mujeres nunca se van a encontrar sin casa.
There should never be a woman on the street anywhere.
Nunca debería de haber una mujer en la calle en ningún lado.
We live in their world.
Vivimos en su mundo.
They had a house until the men destroyed it.
Y ellas tenían una casa hasta que el hombre la destruyó.
And the men started building their individual castles where they are the king and they rule over all their subjects. And they corruptedly, through religion, married women brought them into their castle to rule over them.
Y el hombre creó estas religiones para poder sacar a las mujeres de su hogar y llevárselas en sus castillos y dirigirlas.
So women, there's only one logical path for you to, but what's going to happen.
Entonces las mujeres nada más les queda un solo camino lógico.
And once you have attained your own longhouses,
Y cuando hayan obtenido sus propias casas largas,
then not only will there not be any homeless woman,
entonces ya no va a haber ninguna mujer sin casa,
but then you will be able to eliminate homeless, parentless children.
sino que también van a ser capaces de eliminar a los niños sin casa.
Only together in a place such as this will you be able to absorb those marginalized children.
Va a ser solamente en un lugar así que se va a poder aislar a estos niños marginalizados.
Because right now, if they can give a baby to two homosexuals, to two men who have no right to a child,
Porque por ahora, si se le puede dar a un bebecito a dos homosexuales que no tienen el derecho a hacer eso,
then women coming together in communal living have the complete right to absorb all the homeless children, all the parentless children on the streets.
entonces estas mujeres en sus casas largas tienen el derecho de absorber a todos los niños y todas las mujeres sin casa que se encuentran en la calle.
Anybody who would have a child and put that child up for adoption would first, the woman in that house would first have the right to adopting, bringing in that child.
Y si un niño fuese puesto en adopción de esa casa, sería una mujer de esa casa quien tendría el derecho de poder demandar la adopción.
Any woman here, anybody present, woman, men, tell me if this is a lie.
Cualquier mujer, cualquier hombre aquí presente, díganme si es una mentira.
The problems this world has created goes right down to the family unit. It has cracked that nut in half, broken the mother and father apart from each other, leaving the child exposed in the world.
El problema ha sido que la corrupción llegó hasta la unidad familiar en el que la madre y el padre se separan y dejan al niño solo.
That child is then subjected to the corruption of the system that is designed to break up the nuclear family and give them access to that child.
Y ese niño va a ser expuesto a todas las corrupciones del mundo porque ese sistema ha diseñado la ruptura de la familia nuclear para ir a atacar al niño directamente.
That child is bounced around through social services, bounced around through things like they call the Children's Aid Society, bounced around through foster homes. That child becomes a person who is relegated out of humanity.
Y a ese niño se le hace rebotar en los servicios sociales, en la ayuda infantil, en todos estos mecanismos que le van a quitar más humanidad.
They will become male dominant.
se van a volver de dominación masculina.
Or if they are girls, they will be subjected to the sex industry.
O si son mujeres, niñas, van a ser sujetas a la industria del sexo.
This is what's happening to society. Society is destroying the family, taking the kids away, raising them to be monsters.
Y eso es lo que le está pasando a la sociedad. La sociedad va a sacar a los niños de la casa para criarlos para ser monstruos.
There's only one thing that's going to counteract that.
Y solamente hay algo que va a contrarrestar eso.
That's the women coming to their senses, pulling together, stopping and saying to the men, no more of your garbage.
Son las mujeres que van a decirle al hombre finalmente nada más de tu basura.
The women kept creating safety zones together of where they acquire land, build communal housing for themselves together, and be able to then provide safety and lodging for every woman and every homeless child.
Son las mujeres las que tienen que crear esta casa común para poder dar la seguridad necesaria a los niños.
It's the only way.
La única forma.
Anything else is the path that we're on, and it leads to worse than where we are now.
Porque todo el resto no es el camino en el que nos encontramos y nos lleva a una dirección peor.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
Vamos a continuar.
Okay,
So
so,
there's Celine that said I wanted to talk, and there's France that had raised her hand.
okay. So it's coming in here now? All right. You there, or are you coming over here? You can come over here if you want, if that's,
Whatever. Whatever's easier. Hi, my name is Céline. I'm the daughter of Fleurette. I'm the granddaughter of Cécile and the great-granddaughter of Rosanna and Olivia. And I'm also a temporary member in the Wolf Clan of the Life Givers Nation.
Celine se presenta de forma matrilineal mencionando a su mami, a su abuelita, y también es miembro del clan del lobo en la Nación de Dadoras de Vida.
I wanted to share just 2 weeks ago, I found out that when I was 24, there was a vision quest I part with. And I found out that the man that was conducting that vision quest just passed away a few years ago, but I didn't notice till just last 2 weeks ago that he had passed away 2 years ago.
Quería compartir que cuando tenía 24 años fui una Vision Quest y la persona con la que la hice hace un par de semanas me enteré que había fallecido hace un par de años.
And what I experienced then is that just as I was going for my vision quest, I started my moon.
Y cuando iba para esta búsqueda de la visión, Vision Quest, empezó mi luna.
And because of that, of course, I found out that I was to participate into the Moon Lodge.
Y debido a eso se me dijo que tenía que participar en la tienda de la luna.
And all the explanation I was given then
Y la explicación que se me dio
was that the woman in the native community, they are put out as being very special.
era que las mujeres en la comunidad eran puestas como muy especiales.
Because they are at a state that they are as highly as they could be to be connecting with the spirit world.
Porque se les reconoce como en su energía máxima para conectar con el mundo espiritual.
And of course, the creator by them. The creator.
Y la creación.
So they are given the responsibility of teaching the children during that period. So it's a constant rotation of who's teaching the children, but it's always women that are in their moon.
Y entonces van a educar a los niños, las mujeres que están en sus lunas.
And during that time, the woman in their moon has no chores, or all the other women are serving them the food.
Y en el tiempo de su luna, las mujeres no tienen tareas que hacer y van a ser las otras mujeres quienes les van a ayudar.
So she concentrates her energy only towards the children.
para que concentre su energía hacia los niños.
So when I experienced that, it was really a very special experience. I would wake up every night at around 2 p.m. at night to become a firekeeper.
Y cuando viví esa experiencia fue muy linda. A las 2 de la tarde me volvía la guardiana del fuego.
And at the same time, the one conducting, his name was Rick Shawnee, would be teaching another woman to become a conductor of vision quests like that.
Y al mismo tiempo el que guiaba estaba entrenando a otra mujer para poder hacer búsquedas de la visión.
And during that time, about the third day, when I came out of the tent to go and replace them, there was a man teaching this woman.
Y en el tercer día había un hombre que le estaba enseñando a esta mujer.
And because I was too asleep, I only noticed in the morning when the conductor came back from the woods. He would stay there from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock at night to visit all the 25 people in the woods.
Y porque me di cuenta solamente el día siguiente.
So when I asked him in the morning, so who was the man with this woman teaching her? Anyway, he talked to me and asked me if I needed a flashlight at the time that I came out of the tent.
Él me había preguntado si necesitaba una luz cuando salí de la tienda.
And he was very surprised because he says, that's my brother that's been in the spirit world that comes and helped me to teach her.
Y me dijo que era mi hermano que ya se había ido al mundo de los espíritus, que venía a ayudarle para enseñarle.
So I wanted to share that because to me, that's the way I continue to raise my daughter as to how important it is to be on our moon, because that's really our center or the core of our connection.
Y quería hablar de esto para hacer el énfasis de qué tan importante es nuestra luna y su conexión.
And to finish the sweat lodge ceremony, everybody was to go in the sweat lodge, and he was telling me, I really want to find a way for you to be able to come in, although you're in your moon.
Y para terminar la ceremonia había un temazcal y me dijo que iba a hacer todo lo posible para que yo pudiese entrar a pesar de que estaba en mi luna.
And one day he was so excited, he came and he says, I finally found how the others are coming in the clockwise, but you're going to come in first, and you're going to come in counterclockwise.
Y después me dijo que había encontrado cómo lograrlo, que los demás iban a entrar en los sentidos de las manecillas del reloj y yo iba a entrar en contra de las manecillas.
So just to bring clarity into and share my way of how I was taught. But as far as the solar rays, I was having a fast at the same time. And when I came out, of course, I had slept many hours during my fast. So I was very, very energetic.
Con respecto a la tempestad solar, yo estaba en ayuno, entonces sentí una energía muy distinta.
So at 4 o'clock in the morning, on Thursday night, I couldn't sleep anymore.
Y a las 4 yo ya no podía dormir.
And Friday morning, it was like all day coming here. And so I didn't sleep till the next day at 2 o'clock. So I almost did 24 hours straight. My energy level was so high.
Y el viernes no pude dormir, tenía un montón de energía.
And very, of course, sensitive because I was just come out of a fast. But to experience that ceremony we had for the closing of the maple, it was very nice because I felt like I was attuned to comprehend what I was being told.
Y estaba muy sensible por el ayuno, pero ayer en la ceremonia del cierre de los maples pude estar en esa sensibilidad para absorber mucho de lo que se dijo.
And because I'm in the turnout of my career right now, I feel like it's I've come to my center and feel very grounded and at peace.
Y porque estoy en un cambio de carrera, me siento muy enraizada y en paz.
that's what I wanted to share.
Y eso es lo que quería compartir.
Okay, just want to emphasize this. Don't like talking about what the women can or can't do.
Nada más para darle el énfasis que a mí no me gusta hablar de lo que las mujeres pueden o no pueden hacer.
We all know that there is specific roles, specific things that the women are supposed to do, same thing as men.
Todo el mundo sabe que hay un papel que las mujeres deberían de hacer, así como los hombres tienen.
No, you don't hear that, well, a man at this time can't do these things.
Y no van a escuchar que un hombre no puede hacer estas cosas.
So you don't hear of any kind of restrictions on men.
Entonces no se oyen ninguna restricciones sobre los hombres.
But when we look at the world, who screwed the world up?
Pero cuando vemos el mundo, ¿quién lo jodió?
Men.
Los hombres.
And who has put these restrictions upon women?
¿Y quiénes han puesto las restricciones sobre las mujeres?
Men.
Los hombres.
The same men that screwed the world up.
Los mismos hombres que jodieron al mundo.
So how much can you women trust in these men that have created these parameters for you to abide by?
Entonces, ¿qué tanto pueden confiar las mujeres en estos hombres que crearon estos parámetros para que ustedes los obedezcan?
But this is where it's merely just religion that keeps the women under the control of specific men.
Pero es ahí entonces en donde se ve que es la religión la que va a guardar a las mujeres bajo el control de un hombre.
Now, if the women knew law, if they had law, then they wouldn't be under the control of any man.
Y si las mujeres conocieran la ley, no estarían bajo el control de ningún hombre,
We would have that Gayandawana, the equilibrium.
sino que tendríamos el equilibrio.
And so this is the thing, the reason why I don't like talking about it, because it gets into the realm of us telling our mothers what they can and cannot do.
Y es por eso que no me gusta hablar de eso, porque es como si fuéramos nosotros que le vamos a decir a nuestras madres qué es lo que pueden y no hacer.
Again, we will acknowledge the only thing that is the only restriction upon women is that they are not to cook during the ceremony.
Y vamos a reconocer que lo único que es delicado es que nuestras madres no deberían de cocinar cuando están en su luna.
There is no other restriction.
No hay ninguna otra restricción.
But
Pero
a woman is power, no matter what.
una mujer es poder sin importar.
Now, on her moon,
Y en su luna,
is that all of a sudden, is her power corrupted?
de repente su poder está corrupto.
What has happened with her moon? What's the science of it?
¿Qué ocurre con su luna? ¿Cuál es la ciencia?
It's basically just the removal of bad blood, if we want to call it bad blood. We can't even call it that. We could call it the used blood, the used up blood, the excess blood.
Es la limpieza de la sangre, que ni siquiera le podemos llamar mala sangre, sino de la sangre no utilizada.
But what is it then that all of a sudden, at any other time, this woman is all powerful, but at this time, we got to basically lock her away?
¿Qué significa que en un momento la mujer va a estar en todo su poder y que por eso hay que encerrarla?
No, but it does identify to you a fact. Men are afraid of your power.
Lo que sí hay que identificar es que los hombres tienen miedo de su poder,
They don't try to understand it.
que no lo quieren entender.
And think of that. Why not? Why wouldn't men try to understand your power?
¿Y por qué los hombres no intentarían entender su poder?
How long have we been in this world together?
¿Cuánto hemos estado en este mundo juntos?
Now, I'm not talking about women in the form of humans,
Y no hablo de las mujeres en la forma de humanos,
but how long have we been in this world together as these two complementary forces of life giver and life protector?
sino como estas dos fuerzas complementarias de la dadora de vida y el protector de vida.
Well, those two forces go way back further than just the history of humans.
Estas dos fuerzas van mucho más allá que la historia de los humanos.
So you would think, right, after so long, we can say at least 3,700 years, at the very least.
Entonces pensarían al menos en los últimos, how much?
3,700. Every time I say that, you say this thing, how much? The other night too, you said that.
3,700 años.
That you would figure that after this long, the men would have tried to understand the only other thing that exists in this world other than men.
Y es en ese entonces que uno pensaría que los hombres habrían tratado de comprender lo otro que existe aparte de ellos en este mundo.
But what the women of this world have to face the fact of is that the men don't give a shit to learn about you. They do not care.
Pero lo que las mujeres tienen que entender es que a los hombres les vale un comino entenderlas, no les importa.
Prove it to be otherwise.
Demuestren que es de otra forma.
Yeah, you will have the few exceptions to the rule.
Van a tener unas cuantas excepciones a la regla,
But the status quo is what you have all been living, what you've all been experiencing your whole life.
pero el statu quo es lo que ustedes han vivido en toda su vida.
When you happen to find, if you do happen to find that one guy,
Y cuando encuentran, si encuentran a ese hombre,
then that's good for you.
es bueno para ustedes.
But it doesn't change the status quo of what every other woman is living.
Pero eso no cambia el statu quo de lo que las otras mujeres viven.
So I'll point out something that you women have been living.
Entonces voy a señalar algo que ustedes mujeres han vivido
You have been living a corruption
en una corrupción
that you have been participating in
en la cual han estado participando,
because you have done the opposite of what the men do,
porque han hecho lo opuesto de lo que hacen los hombres,
but with the same negative outcome.
pero con el mismo resultado negativo.
Is that men are out there trying to hoard to get at everything as much as they can.
Es que los hombres están ahí tratando de acaparar lo más que puedan
You're trying to find this guy.
y ustedes están tratando de encontrar a este tipo,
And when you find him, if you're lucky enough to find him,
y cuando lo encuentran, sí tienen la suerte de hacerlo,
you hoard him to yourself. And I'm not saying to like you got to share him in the sense of like you share your personal boyfriend or something like that.
lo van a querer acaparar para ustedes, y no estoy diciendo que lo tengan que compartir como novio,
But it's that once you find that freedom, instead of finding that freedom and extrapolating it to the rest of the women, it's just there for you.
y es que si encuentran esa libertad y en lugar de extrapolarla al resto de las mujeres, nada más la quieren para ustedes.
You don't work to free your sisters.
No trabajan para liberar a sus hermanas.
So you are always all alone,
Entonces siempre están todo el tiempo solas,
by yourself, experiencing the same thing that your mothers, your grandmothers, your great grandmothers, that every woman has experienced for at least 3,700 years now.
por ustedes mismas, experimentando lo mismo que su mamá, su abuela y todas las mujeres han experimentado por estos últimos años.
Just something for us to look at, to consider. If not just to say, have you been oppressed? But at what point have you become compliant with that oppression?
Entonces la pregunta es decir, han sido oprimidas, pero ¿hasta qué punto se vuelven obedientes de esa opresión?
Now, because of the screwed up way of the world, the male dominant economics and all of that, that's part and parcel that once you get it, well, you have to keep it for yourself.
Y esa es la forma de la dominación masculina, que una vez que lo encuentran, pues lo tienen que quedar para ustedes.
How would anybody ever become free under those circumstances?
¿Cómo puede alguien volverse libre bajo esas circunstancias?
Because when the woman finds it and hoards it for herself, she's not becoming free.
Porque cuando la mujer lo encuentra y lo va a acaparar para ella, no se está volviendo libre,
Because her sister that's right next to her and the one next to her and her, they're all still experiencing the same thing. So she isolates herself in a false sense of security.
porque su hermana que está al lado de ella y la hermana de ella están todavía viviendo esa misma opresión, entonces ella se encierra en un sentimiento falso de seguridad.
And all of this stuff is easy to detect. This is basic psychology.
Y todo esto se detecta fácilmente, es la psicología de base.
So we're talking about basic psychology of humans. So then how come humans cannot detect when the psychology is being utilized upon?
Y si hablamos de psicología de base de los humanos, ¿cómo es posible que no la detecten?
Well, after so long of being beaten down and your master is no longer there, but every day at 5 o'clock, you expect to get beaten over the head with a club after so long, you'll be the one picking up that club and hitting yourself over the head at 5 o'clock.
Después de tantos años de condicionamiento, aunque tu maestro ya no esté ahí para darte un golpe en la cabeza, pues tú mismo a las 5 de la mañana, cada mañana vas a agarrarte y darte un golpe en la cabeza.
So something to consider here about women in their struggle to attain freedom.
Y entonces hay algo que identificar aquí con respecto a las mujeres que quieren libertad.
Okay, so one last person now. Okay, it's France. Let's get to her and then we close
Entonces
up.
queda una persona que es Franz y después vamos a cerrar.
What?
Go ahead, Franz.
Yeah. Hi, my name is France. I'm the great granddaughter of Hermeline, the granddaughter of Angelina, the daughter of Giselle. I'm also the mother of Remiago and Jean-Sébastien, and the grandmother of Jacob and Michael. In the Life Givers Nation, I'm temporary Turtle Clan member.
Se presenta de forma matrilineal y también es miembro temporal de la Tortuga en la Nación de Dadoras de Vida.
I have a lot of things to say, so it just like bombarded in my head. First, I want to say that it's been 16 or 17 years that I don't have Grandma Moons visiting me. And, you know, like they say, when you menopause, you have this hot flash. I hadn't had much hot flash myself. Well, for the last week or so, I've been having so much. It's like I had to start the fan constantly because, and even my husband feel the same. So
Como ya no tengo mi luna desde hace unos 16, 17 años y yo nunca tuve calores, pero en esta última semana tuve un montón e inclusive mi esposo también los tuvo.
And also, as I was listening to you, I was in the thread of the email and I wrote some things, but something I didn't write is that I've been having difficulties to see the light.
Y escribí algunas cosas en el correo, pero algo de lo que no escribí es que tengo dificultad a ver la luz.
So I've been closing the curtains because specifically when the sun is there, it just hurts my head like very deeply in the middle.
Entonces he estado cerrando las cortinas porque cuando el sol me afecta inclusive mucho en el centro de mi vista.
So as I was listening to everybody, I was trying to figure it out. Do I feel the same? Because the curtains were closed. So I got up and I opened the curtains. And since there's no sunny day today, it still hurts me, but not as much.
Y hoy acabo de abrir las cortinas, vi que no hay tanto sol y todavía me duele, pero no tanto.
This is to talk about the solar flare, obviously. And also, one other thing is some of you know that I've been inclined to follow the Tibetan Book of the Dead when people are passing away. And some of the people that I know that pass away, and even some people that I don't know sometimes reach to me because I've been like doing these meditation process just to accompany them. I started that process in watching the movie, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And since I was familiar with meditation, I just conveyed the Buddhist monk yogist in spirit to just guide me through the process of accompanying different people.
Hay gente que sabe que he estado estudiando el libro de la muerte y he estado invocando inclusive un monje budista para que me ayude a encontrar la forma de acompañar a la gente que va a fallecer o que está falleciendo.
So there was one person that actually I brought to the Longhouse like 4 years ago. His name was Serge, and he passed away. And the Bardo, the 49 days of the Buddhist rituals, just ended yesterday.
Y hay una persona que incluso traje a la casa larga que me enseñó parte de estos rituales.
And also, I don't want to speak about it, but I just, some of you know that I kind of accompanying this little girl that committed suicide. And I don't know how come she came to me, but I know she did. And this is particular because I've never accompanied somebody that committed suicide.
Y también estuve acompañando a esta niña que cometió suicidio y nunca había hecho esto antes.
So our bardo will end on my father's birthday on the 27th of April.
Y falleció en el cumpleaños de mi papá.
It just makes my head very foggy, you know, because I feel like if I was her kind of thing.
Y hace que esté muy confundida, que sienta que soy ella.
But aside from that, I mean, I'm used to doing these things, so I kept my my brain functioning. Like I did a whole bunch of stuff. I had energy, and I can relate to everybody's mentioning the love and everything, because I know that aside from these things that seems to be like very awkward or difficult, I've received a lot of help from so many loving energy.
Y aparte sentí esta energía del amor también, que era muy curativa, como muchos lo mencionaron.
What I wanted to say also is that, you know, my mom, she had 13 pregnancy, and she had 10 girls and 3 boys, but we're like 9 left now. But her mother, she also had almost the same, she had 13 pregnancy. She had the same amount of girls and boys, but not all the, like my mom, she had a miscarriage of a boy. So there was 2 boys, but my grandmother, she had 3 boys, and she lost a baby that we don't know if it was a girl or a boy.
Y mi mamá tuvo 13 embarazos, así como mi abuelita también tuvo 13 embarazos, pero mi mamá tuvo algunos abortos espontáneos.
So you can imagine when we had parties, there was a lot of women there.
Y puedes imaginar que cuando teníamos fiestas había muchas mujeres.
So much so that when we answered the phone, we used to say, yeah, this is the women's jail phone. La prison des femmes, bonjour.
Respondíamos el teléfono, decíamos que éramos el refugio de mujeres.
When we had parties, the men were in the living room because it was the smallest room, and we were all over the place.
Y cuando teníamos fiestas, los hombres estaban en la sala porque nosotras estábamos por todos lados.
I never thought that the world belonged to men, because we were more numerous than they were.
Y nunca pensé que el mundo le pertenecía a los hombres porque éramos más que ellos.
And my father was always gone to work to make money to feed us.
Y mi papá siempre estaba afuera trabajando para hacer dinero para darnos de comer.
My 2 brothers, there was one that was so quiet, and the other was always in trouble and just bugging us.
Y mis 2 hermanos, uno era muy callado, el otro siempre nos molestaba.
So I realized that I was wrong, that the men had hijacked the world when I was 25.
Y me di cuenta de que me había equivocado y que los hombres habían secuestrado el mundo cuando tenía 25 años.
And as I was listening to you, Stuart, when you said that the women, their religion, when you're talking about non-native women that are into the religion. You're saying their religion. I could say that for my sisters and for my aunt, it was a religion that was imposed to them, because you should have heard everything they were talking about related to how the men were so stupid and how they were just imposing these rules of the religion that they never followed.
Y cuando hablabas, Stuart, de la religión en las mujeres, bueno, pues le podrías preguntar a las mujeres en mi familia, eso fue algo impuesto en ellas, porque siempre hablaban de la estupidez de los hombres y de estas leyes que ellos decían, pero que ellos mismos nunca aplicaban.
And to refer to everybody that talked about their moons and how men, saying that, like women's are disgusting and they're like contaminating and all this stuff. That I found it very funny that they're all going to war, killing everybody and making blood spill all over the place, and just not to be too crude, but just like fucking each other. And, they don't want the women to bleed once a month, but, they're killing everybody and they're spilling the blood all over the place. So that makes it, I realize as you were all talking about this, this is really paradoxical.
Y es una gran paradoja que haya hombres que no quieren dejar a las mujeres participar en ceremonias cuando están en su luna, pero ellos sí tienen el derecho de ir matando a todo el mundo y ir derramando sangre por todos lados porque es su mundo.
France, if I heard you correctly, you can't talk like that. There's other ways that you can express yourself to say the same thing other than saying it like that.
I know, I shouldn't.
De forma correcta, podrías haber dicho lo mismo que dijiste, pero con otras palabras.
Anyway, so, for me, this experience of feeling that men despise us as we were having our moons, always, when I had like different phases, like when I was young, I thought I shouldn't have been born a woman because men had the right to speak and talk and do all kinds of stuff. And we were always had to shut up and just be pretty.
Cuando era joven pensé que debí de haber no nacido mujer porque siempre querían nada más que nos calláramos y que fuéramos lindas.
Of course, that was when I was outside of my house.
Por supuesto que eso era cuando estaba fuera de mi casa.
Because in my house, we were mostly women, so we were just like feeling at home together.
Porque en mi casa éramos más mujeres.
And we all did everything together. We cooked together, we cleaned together, but the men, they always like skip out of the door so they wouldn't do anything.
Y siempre lo hacíamos todo y los hombres se salían para no hacer nada.
For a long time when I was like a young adult, of course, I encountered all kind of very bad relationship with men that just basically raped me up all the time, like, although I comply to it because, when you get raped all the time and you never participate in the encounter, then you just say, well, let's get it over with, and but at the same time, I met a few of those guys that were pretty wounded by their own path in life, and I realized that the whole world was screwed.
Y bueno, cuando avancé en edad, también me violaron muchos hombres en el sentido de que yo no participaba en el acto, pero ellos pensaban que así era. Y bueno, me di cuenta con el tiempo que este mundo estaba completamente jodido.
So I had 5 pregnancies and I got 3 abortions because I didn't want to be caught up with some of the men that impregnated me.
Y tuve 5 embarazos y 3 abortos porque no quise ser atrapada por esos hombres que me habían embarazado.
I kept looking for somebody that I could be safe with, and I found my husband.
Y seguí buscando a alguien con quien pudiese estar segura y encontré a mi esposo.
we didn't always agree. I mean, it's been 24 years that we're together, so we didn't always agree on different things. But now that we've been following the Longhouse, he's come to realization a whole bunch of things about matrilinearity and you know, even like recently he's been telling me all kinds of things that confirms that and that reassures me, and he understand more and more what great law of peace is and all kinds of things like that. So I want to thank the Longhouse and everybody here that participate in that process that I benefit from, although I can never really go to the Longhouse as I wish I could go.
Y no siempre mi esposo y yo hemos estado de acuerdo y al mismo tiempo estoy muy contenta de haber encontrado la casa larga porque mi esposo es cada vez más abierto.
So now I understand so much more about what it is to be a woman, and it's about time because I'm going to be 65 this year and I don't know how long I have left, but I'm very recognition about all these knowledge that I got from all this experience with you.
Y ahora entiendo más lo que es ser una mujer y agradezco esto porque ya voy a tener 65 años este año.
And
Well,
since
I gotta tell you that I'm understanding a little bit about being a woman, understanding what you women go through, because right now the Longhouse is having hot flashes. We must be going through our menopause right now.
Y puedo decir que entendemos lo que pasa en las mujeres porque acá tenemos unos momentos muy calurosos.
Okay, Franz, we can continue on and on, but we have to end now. We have to close up. So if you have any final closing statement, wrap it all up if you don't mind. And then,
I just want to say a few words in Ganyangeha because I know that you put me on the spot once a few weeks ago because I couldn't really speak Ganyangeha. Like it's not like a natural reflex, but one of the things that I found that I like to say is Nahodan, what's that song? What was your dream about? And de wakwego die gunsaze yunkiatezu ago detsan. We are all sky woman yunkiatezu's dream. So
Nada más quería decir esas palabras en Gañangueja que pregunta cuál es tu sueño y somos todos sueños de la mujer fiel.
thank you, Anna.
all righty, yeah, we'll go. There was different things that you were identifying about the male dominance as you were going along. There was something that you had said that first you identified about 10 women in your family, and you said that you didn't see that the world belonged to men because in your world there it was all women.
Primero, cuando hablaste de 13 embarazos y que eran 10 mujeres y 3 hombres, entonces no viste la dominación masculina en tu casa.
But then a few minutes ago, you went on to say that when you started to see it at a young age, the male dominance.
Pero luego dijiste que empezaste a ver la dominación masculina a una temprana edad.
This identifies that within the person, the individual,
Esto identifica que en la persona, el individuo,
that when the person is violated,
cuando la persona es violada,
there's almost like a dual identity that lives within that person.
va a haber como una entidad dual que va a vivir en la persona.
And I would say, I would use like an extreme case of being violated, like rape.
Y utilizaría un caso extremo de haber sido violada, como eso, la
No.
violación.
I can't talk from knowledge in this area, so I can only assume or extrapolate from the things that I've heard of from different people.
Y no lo puedo hablar por experiencia, entonces voy a hablar de lo que he visto de la experiencia de otras.
Is that when a person is raped, violated, yes, they have to continue living in this world.
Cuando una persona es violada, sí, tiene que seguir viviendo en el mundo.
But there's a part of them that dies, that stays behind at that point in their journey where that violation happened.
Pero hay una parte de ellos que va a morir y se va a quedar atrás en el momento en el que esa violación ocurre.
And that woman, in the case of extreme rape, that woman cannot continue,
Y en caso extremo de violación, la mujer no puede continuar.
which is part of the reason why the provision within law that when a woman is raped, that the male that does such a thing is put to death immediately.
Y por eso existe la provisión en la ley que cuando una mujer es violada, el hombre que lo hace tiene que ser puesto a muerte inmediatamente.
Because he is violated in a way that is not comprehended in this world.
Porque ha violado de una forma que no es comprendida en el mundo.
To know truly what rape is, to understand it.
Para comprender lo que es verdaderamente la violación.
Now, a male in this world, they're never going to understand it because they're the ones that are doing the raping.
Y el hombre nunca lo va a entender porque son ellos los que violan.
They come from a mentality of that everything is owed to them.
Vienen de una mentalidad como que todo se les debe.
So they will never see the truth, the male dominance. It will never come to its senses. It will never stop being male dominant.
Y nunca van a ver la verdad, nunca van a dejar de ser de la dominación.
The only thing that will stop male dominance is the women.
Lo único que lo puede parar son las mujeres.
But you have to be consistent. You have to be a continuum. It can't be just a woman in this day and age all of a sudden standing up, yeah, women's rights. And then her next generation will forget all about it. And a few generations down the road, because they're getting oppressed again, all of a sudden it will come up again in their bloodline.
Tiene que ser consistente, no puede ser como que hay una mujer emerge por ahí, después vuelve a bajarse, tiene que ser consistente en la línea de sangre.
But like we said earlier, this is what happens is that once one woman feels that she's on top, while she stays there for herself, she forgets about all of her sisters. She doesn't try to rise all of her sisters together.
Pero es como ya lo dijimos, cuando una mujer encuentra eso, va a querer encontrarse en la cúspide y no querer levantarse con sus hermanos.
So kind of a dual identity is created within that person, the victim,
Y es una identidad dual la que es creada en la víctima.
of, to some degree, yes, wanting to address it, but from, I'll just say the little bit of knowledge that I know, seeing different cases and stuff like that, they want to pursue justice, but at the same time, it's like they don't want that part, the ugly part of their life to come out.
Y es como si quieren justicia, pero no quieren que la parte fea de su vida emerja.
And as long as the guy who has raped her continues to be free in this world, she will be relegated to an internal jail that she locks herself into.
Y mientras el tipo que la violó siga libre y vivo, ella va a estar encerrada en una prisión interna por el resto de su vida.
Now, why should the victim be relegated to that?
¿Y por qué debería de ser la mujer, la víctima, la relegada a eso?
Why should the rapist be allowed to walk free?
Porque el violador debería de poder salir libre caminando.
We got to understand right now, there's two worlds talking to each other.
Tenemos que entender que son dos mundos que se hablan el uno al otro.
There's my world of the original people where law and justice exists.
El mío, de los pueblos originarios, en donde la ley y la justicia existe.
And then there's your world of the European male dominance, where it's all corruption. It's thievery, murder, rape.
Y el tuyo, de Europa, que todo es dominación masculina, violación, asesinato.
This is what is having the conversation right now. And look at what is representing on the native side. It's me, a male. And look what's representing on your side. It's you, a female.
Y mira quién representa de este lado, un hombre, y quién representa del tuyo, es una mujer.
We have to come to realize as to what the bigness is of this understanding that we're coming to here.
Tenemos que comprender verdaderamente qué es lo que estamos entendiendo aquí.
This is not an understanding just for you to try to comprehend in your lifetime what has happened.
No se trata de algo que tú tengas que entender que pasó en tu vida.
This is an understanding arising out of the continuum of the woman's line coming out of Europe.
sino una comprensión de la línea continua que viene de Europa.
You all scream out in pain,
Todos gritan con dolor,
in fear, in terror.
con miedo, con terror,
But then you go right back to having babies with the people that you are screaming out in fear and terror from.
pero luego vuelven a tener bebés con quienes están teniendo miedo y terror.
It's crazy behavior. But really, what can you do when you don't have anything else swimming around in the gene pool?
Es un comportamiento loco, pero ¿qué más se puede esperar si no hay nada más en la opción genética?
It's like saying, hey, we're all just a bunch of monkeys. Let's just keep mating with monkeys.
Es como decir, somos un paquete de changos, sigamos haciendo eso.
No evolution takes place within the European.
Y no ocurre ninguna evolución.
Hasn't happened again for, like we said, at least 3,700 years.
Como ya pasó por al menos 3,700 años.
So the conversation of what we're having, the things of which we're addressing, we are butting heads with something. It's not a light conversation between you and I.
Entonces, de lo que hablamos no se trata de una conversación ligera, sino de asuntos profundos.
We are addressing long-running disputes.
Estamos hablando de disputas de largo plazo.
And so in long-running disputes, this means that a person who's alive for only 60, 70 years within a dispute that spans 500 years, that person isn't going to have a clue of what they're observing in the little time that they're alive in that big frame of time.
Y eso significa que alguien de 60, 70 años no va a poder comprender lo que ha ocurrido en 500.
So this is where our interaction together is necessary.
Y es ahí que nuestra interacción es necesaria,
It's not necessary for me.
no para mí,
It's necessary for the non-native people, for the European.
sino para el europeo.
I don't need to have these conversations. All I got to do is continue in my ceremony.
No necesito tener estas conversaciones, lo único que necesito es seguir en mi ceremonia.
But it's you and it is the rest of the world that is closing in with their war upon me through all the corruptions of male dominance.
Pero eres tú y el resto de la guerra del mundo europeo que me impone a mí.
Male dominance comes to me through you,
Esta dominación masculina
through the things that you've identified what has been done to you.
mediante las cosas que tú identificaste que te fueron hechas.
And so when we are able to see a bigger picture,
Y cuando somos capaces de ver una imagen más amplia,
then we can see that none of us can ever be resting on our laurels.
podemos ver que nadie puede estar nada más en sus laureles.
None of us have the time to say, oh, I got this, now I can rest for a week.
Nadie tiene el tiempo de decir, ay, ahora tengo esto, puedo descansar por una semana.
No, we never have that time.
Nunca tenemos ese tiempo.
We must keep in motion,
Tenemos que seguir en movimiento.
and we must keep this thing moving to overturn the corruptions that have infected you,
Para que esto logre quitar las corrupciones que te han infectado
of which by extension permeates into the world around you.
y que por extensión van a permear en el mundo alrededor tuyo.
So together, we have to rid this world of all of these male dominant corruptions.
Y juntos tenemos que deshacernos de estas corrupciones de dominación masculina.
Now, on your side, the non-native women, if they are not aware, and we are identifying something and you just don't believe it, and we have to do something together, but you not believing it prevents us from doing this, then we'll have a hurdle that, not that I have to get over, that the non-native people have to get over.
Y de tu lado, si las mujeres no indígenas no pueden salir de este problema, bueno, es algo que realmente ustedes tienen que hacer.
Okay, anyways, just this is to identify that these are things that we are confronting, that we are dealing with it, and what the direction of us collectively is supposed to be.
Todo para decir que estamos haciendo frente a todo esto y esa es la dirección que tenemos que tomar.
So right here today, we can say, we can challenge anybody else on earth to see if they are addressing the corruptions that we have addressed here today.
Y hoy le podemos decir a todo mundo si ha abordado las corrupciones que hemos abordado aquí el día de hoy.
And I'll bet you anything that if we can gauge the whole world, we will find that there is nobody having this conversation.
Y te apuesto que nadie la tiene.
Okay, anyways, we're gonna move on. I see that Merrick is there and he put his hand up. Now, we did say we were closing a while ago, ending with the two final speakers, and France was the final speaker.
Veo que Merrick levantó su manita y que habíamos dicho que la última era Franz.
So if I say, hurry up and say what you gotta say, am I gonna be perceived as being male dominant?
Entonces, si digo, ándale, apúrate para decir lo que tienes que decir, voy a ser percibido como de la dominación masculina.
So,
I'll make it quick.
hurry up.
Se va a apurar.
Yeah, so scanning go Merrick Paula So my name is Merrick. I am the son of Paula, and I am under the temporary protection of the Bear Clan with the Ganyagahaga through this 5-nation-long house confederacy 2-row wampum relationship.
Merrick se presenta de forma matrilineal y mencionando que está bajo la protección del oso gracias al wampum de 2 días y la relación con las 5 naciones.
Thanks for letting me come in at the end. I did not hear when you made that announcement. I had to be off because I was driving my mom home from, yeah.
Gracias por el tiempo. No había escuchado que nadie más podía hablar porque tuve que acompañar a mi mamá a hacer algo.
I've been driving her back and forth to the hospital about an hour away because my dad's been in the hospital. He's getting better though. He had a surgery and he's getting better and he's going to be good.
He estado llevándola al hospital que está a 1 hora de distancia porque mi papá está ahí, pero mi papá se está mejorando, entonces todo es bueno.
I had a lot I was going to say, but I will cut it short and kind of get to my point of what I kind of need to ask, I guess.
Voy a ir directo al punto de lo que quería preguntar.
And it's a question, I guess, for the Life Givers Nation, and maybe the Longhouse too. I don't know how it's going to be answered, but I'll just kind of go with my statement and question.
Y es más bien una pregunta para la Nación de Dadores de Vida o tal vez también para la Casa Larga, pero bueno, a ver quién me contesta, pero nada más quiero presentar mi pregunta.
So I think first of all, I'm grateful for this medicine of understanding like how the interaction is supposed to be in the world with having our mothers manage our nations. That just makes a lot of sense, and I'm grateful for that clarity.
Primero quiero decir que estoy muy contento de la comprensión de cómo nuestras madres podían haber manejado nuestras naciones y veo la visión y agradezco mucho esa claridad.
It makes explicit in English things that I've kind of thought and observed and have felt my whole life, but hearing it explicitly said makes a lot of sense and helps me understand and speak to others.
Y cuando escucho las palabras y resuena con cosas que yo había pensado o que había tenido ideas, bueno, escuchar las palabras realmente hace mucho bien y da una especie de tranquilidad de saber que voy por el buen camino.
Particularly in some of the work with this Stacks ecosystem technology project thing. For me, a lot of what I've done there has happened at the same time. My interaction with Stacks has happened a lot at the same time as my interaction with the Longhouse.
Al mismo tiempo hablo de esta interacción con la comunidad Stack, que básicamente ha sido durante el mismo periodo de tiempo con el que he interactuado con la Casa Larga.
And through this work, I've been meeting women, life givers from like around the world who are doing just incredible work with some of this technology. And like, you know, they're doing the work and it's convalescing. It's finding its way back home to the gardens where the women can raise the children and do science and those concepts, and they're bubbling up in self-similar ways around the world.
Y estas mujeres de la comunidad STAC son las que hacen todo el trabajo y han estado trabajando un montón. Y bien que mal, el camino es para llegar de vuelta a casa a estos jardines en los que las mujeres pueden educar a sus niños y pueden hacer la verdadera ciencia. Y esto se encuentra cada vez más presente en muchos lados del mundo.
And I feel close to being able to offer something that, not offer, but yes, I'm close to being able to offer like a hand through the internet to help make solid people with what they're working on the.
Y me siento como si estoy a punto de poder ofrecer la posibilidad de, mediante el internet, manifestar y hacer sólido este trabajo que las dadoras de vida han estado haciendo.
It's something I've wanted to give but haven't had the words for a long time, I think.
Algo que he querido decir, pero que no he tenido las palabras para hacerlo por un buen tiempo, yo diría.
I've had troubles in relationships where I want to say I love you, right? But I don't want the limitations that can come with that. It's like, I love you, but I also want to be able to spread my love and like be able to hold up really all the women of the world.
Y me he retenido en el pasado en relaciones de decir te amo, porque si digo te amo no quiero que vaya con nosotros, digamos, amarres, en el sentido de que puedo amar a alguien, pero eso no significa que no puedo esparcir mi amor hacia todas las mujeres del mundo.
And it's just creating systems where our mothers can manage us. That's the answer.
Y crear sistemas mediante los cuales nuestras madres nos puedan manejar. Esa es la respuesta.
When I was in engineering school, I lived with like a couple of engineering school guys in a house.
Cuando estaba en la escuela de la ingeniería, vivía con un par de chicos.
And we all agreed that no matter what level of academia you're at, especially in engineering, if you have a guy and a girl at the same level, that woman will be way smarter because of all the bullshit, that she has to put up with in that system. You know that she is like way smarter. We agreed on that.
Hablábamos, los chicos estuvimos de acuerdo en que si había, no importa en qué nivel de ingeniería, una chica y un chico, la chica siempre iba a ser mucho más inteligente debido a toda esta mierda, disculpen la expresión, a la cual tenía que aguantar.
And it's confirmed in some of the women that I've met who live in, even more like actively male dominant countries where like violence against women in the streets is acceptable and the norm.
Y aparte el hecho de que la violencia contra las mujeres se aceptara como la norma en todo el país.
And she explained it really well, that because the guys are held up by that system, any guy who gets up in the system is going to be stupid because he's been, am I coming through? I'll wait. I assume they are disconnected. I will wait until they are reconnected.
It seems like it, but it's a sound or something. I don't know if Angèle is there. Her mic and cameras are off, but
We had new computers and still Stuart's computer is the one that is having the problem again. So this is just like too much. Acabamos de tener nuevas computadoras y de nuevo la computadora de Stuart es la que está teniendo el problema. So sorry for that. We're coming back.
Are we?
Hopefully. Entonces, no es de nuestra intención, allá estamos tratando de regresar.
Okay. Well, the hell.
Yeah, there's no explanation to that.
Should I close it and try?
Yes, they are. It's internet. I told you that you don't want to leave it. It's too much stuff at the same time. That's how it does.
I don't, if somebody's talking, we can barely hear.
It's me that I'm talking. You don't hear me?
Oh, now, yes.
Okay, it's probably the microphone on my computer. What I was saying, it's like it's the internet. It's not only a new computer. If too much people are on the same connection, that's the
Yeah, but what is funny is that we just got 3 new computers, so it could have been Marie-Claude's computer or it could have been mine, but it's his.
yeah, but maybe connect with the blue cable, make it more convenient.
And isn't mine supposed to be the better,
Yeah.
stronger computer? Ah.
It means that it can process more things at the same time. That doesn't mean that the internet.
How the hell come it's not coming back on?
I don't know. Just connect.
I want answers right now.
I told you an answer. You said I don't know.
Oh, man.
Powers that be wants you to upgrade to the 5G.
Okay, this isn't coming on at all. What do we do?
Just connect again.
And go back to.
I did close it and I went back again.
Because there's no one that has to answer. So
Rejoin.
How do we get out of this? I'm gonna get out.
Close it. You want to just go off of this one in the meantime, just to finish?
Oh my goodness, what the hell here?
You can close at the bottom right. It says close that don't.
Where? That's
Devalues.
Well, I'm gonna go off and I'll be back.
I put the where it starts from this page. Sure, I didn't offer you that orange or.
Look at that, they didn't even respond. There's nothing happening there.
Maybe you'll have to restart it
How do I restart the computer?
there and then.
There's the thing. It's being really slow. So
Yeah, that one. Join.
Okay, we're trying to rejoin right now.
Bueno, estamos probando de conectarnos de nuevo.
Boy,
Are you on there?
I don't know. Why? Do I have to be on the internet?
well, yeah.
But Zoom, isn't that automatically?
Internet.
Have a look at the
Is your internet connection connected?
How do I know?
I don't know where the internet
Your bar
connection
right
is.
now on that big TV, but
I'll check on my
one,
computer.
two, third one down, that should be your connection, that should be it right
It
there.
says I'm connected.
Okay, well, restart it then.
Restart what? The whole computer?
Yeah, yeah. Option.
Oh, there you go.
How do I restart then?
Right there.
I'll go there.
And then.
Shut down. Well, what happens if you shut down?
That's what he's trying to do.
Where is it?
It should be little on the side. You're going through your program. There you go. Now go power,
Where?
bottom, last one. Gonna give you a shutdown.
Restart.
Restart.
No,
Big endeavor.
I have to complain to our computer.
We have to send Stuart to computer school.
He's probably targeted by these antenna, you know, they figured they blocked him on Facebook and they figured that if they blocked him, like we all gonna be lost there. I don't know.
Well, and it could be too, because so many computers. Yeah, we got four.
We know now with satellite, they can target people directly.
Like mine has that.
They wouldn't need all that. He's running, I think if you're on Windows, Microsoft can just turn you off. So
But how can we have a computer without Google and Microsoft?
an operating system called Linux, which we'll get to eventually.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, Merrick.
How do
Well,
you
I-
get Linux on your computer?
It's a bit of a process, but basically you make a fancy USB stick. You like turn off your computer, put the USB in, and then you turn it back on. You hold down a button, and then it runs through a whole thing and gets rid of all your windows, and then you get Linux, basically.
Ah, so you can import Linux through a thumb drive.
Yeah, pretty much. You install it is the word, but yeah.
Ah, okay. Got me thinking now.
Well, it's always a good sign if they're cutting you off.
There we go.
They restricted me on Facebook.
Can you hear us, Longhouse?
Yeah, we're here now. Okay. Let's see if we can get back to where we were.
Yeah, Mary, you were in the middle of saying all of this.
A whole bunch of things. I'm pretty close to my end where I have my question. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you want to translate that part?
Yeah, I already did. Go ahead.
Oh, still fast. You're so good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I guess my question is, with these different life givers that I'm meeting through this internet stacks thing all around the world, how can I bring them to you? How can I what is the pathway to help, like, because like if I just say, yeah, join the Life Givers Nation, right? It's like I want to be able to offer that, but like what can that pathway look like? How can I offer that? What should that whole thing look like? And is it something that can be spread all around the world? Is the other part of my question, I guess. Thank you.
Mi pregunta es entonces, estas mujeres que he estado encontrando por todos lados, es como les puedo decir, vengan y únanse a la Nación de Dadoras de Vida, y si es así, ¿cómo sería el camino? Y si esto aplica para las mujeres en todo el mundo.
Yeah.
Before any of the Women's Nation addresses that, address that, because that is a pathway of the two-row wampum that you're speaking of.
Y antes de cualquiera de las mujeres hable de esto, voy a hablar al respecto de cómo integrar esto en el wampum de 2 vías, porque ese es el camino justamente.
So always, no matter what, the two-row wampum, knowing that it is structured on the Great Law of Peace.
Y como el wampum de 2 vías está estructurado bajo la Gran Ley de la Paz,
That the pathway of anybody or any group of people must be compliant with the two-row wampum, with the Great Law of Peace.
el camino para cualquier grupo debe de estar de acuerdo con el wampum de 2 vías, que depende de la Gran Ley de la Paz.
So what the Women's Nation addresses is not just stuff about the Women's Nation.
Y lo que la Nación de Dadoras de Vida habla no es nada más cosas con relación a las mujeres,
It is a worldwide correction
sino que es una corrección mundial
focused on healing the women
focalizada en sanar a las mujeres
and empowering them to address the corruptions that the non-native men have spread.
y darles el poder de abordar las corrupciones que los hombres han esparcido.
So the Women's Nation isn't solely about women.
Entonces, la Nación de Dadoras de Vida no es solamente para y por las mujeres,
It's about the negative confronting women and the negative that has confronted them, how it has permeated into every part of our existence.
sino lo negativo que ha permeado en todos los ámbitos de nuestra existencia
And addresses those things.
y que aborda esas cosas.
So myself, I would say the best pathway to introduce anybody is to show them the YouTube of the Women's Declaration.
Y yo diría que la mejor forma de presentárselo a quien sea es que puedan ver el video de la Declaración de Mujeres,
Because that The declaration explains everything.
Porque la declaración explica todo.
No. No.
And just regarding, let's say, the protocolary ways as to how we have established in the nation, y nada más con respecto a los protocolos que hemos establecido en la nación. Before that, the digits is the, I already introduced myself, that's true. If there's any life giver that you know that would be interested, you can just let us know, the heads, Marie-Claude, Angel, myself. And it is the responsibility to actually be able to send the information out to that woman that would be interested. So if it is one to the males, you can give us an email and we will send them an informational letter so they know all of the different procedures that we already know, how they can get in touch with the work that we do, and if they would be interested in to becoming part of the Life Givers Nation, what is the steps that they would need to be taken. So everything is explained in there, and they can receive it. And once that's done, they have already the contact with us, and we'll see how that evolves. And obviously, it's like it will be you, like the ambassador of telling them, and it will be more how you are explaining what we are doing that will, of course, like get them or connect them. So that's the great ambassadorial work that you would be doing. Y es mucho, una vez que hayas establecido contacto con la dadora de vida, le puedes dar nuestros correos de Angel, de Marie-Claude, el mío es el trabajo de el pozo de la dadora de la Nación de Dadoras de Vida, de enviar la carta de información. Ahí se les explica todo, y también si hay alguien que quiera hacer parte de la nación, puede enviar una carta y ahí se les explica todo lo que es. Entonces más bien sería tu trabajo de embajador, de cómo hablar de todas estas del trabajo que estamos haciendo básicamente.
And also anyone, any life giver from anywhere around the world is welcome. So it's not limited. We already have like life givers across the great water. So it's not limited to, say, around the Longhouse.
Y también decir que no está limitado para las mujeres, digamos, que estuvieran en el territorio cerca a la Casa Larga, sino que es a nivel mundial. Ya tenemos mujeres de otros lugares, del otro lado del océano, que forman parte de la nación ya.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much, Nyawagoa.
Gracias.
Was an angel there? No.
Here she is.
There.
I want to address something about what you brought up too, also.
Y quiero decir algo con respecto a lo que mencionaste también.
The part about love.
La parte con respecto al amor.
Now, as you know, in this day and age, every guy has a mixed understanding or perception of love, of what it is and how we're supposed to act, all of that.
Como sabes, hoy los hombres tienen una cierta percepción de cómo deberíamos de actuar, cómo deberíamos comportarnos.
And one of the biggest problems that we don't comprehend is that as a result of the last couple of thousand years of male dominance, that it's put us in a bad circumstance in relation to personal relationships with women.
Y uno de los problemas que no entendemos es que debido a los últimos 500 años nos ha puesto en una relación no favorable con respecto a las mujeres.
And the fact that love has been relegated to like a second-hand experience now.
Y el hecho es que el amor ha sido relegado a ser como una experiencia de segunda mano ahora.
Because seemingly the primary experience of life, the primary purpose of life is seemingly to engage in war. So it's overpowered the primary experience of life of love.
Porque aparentemente el ímpetu de todo lo que se encuentra hoy es la guerra. Entonces el poder de la dadora de vida, de la maternidad, que es el amor, es relegado.
So it changes the whole gene pool.
Entonces cambia todo la opción genética.
Not only those physical things, but other physical realities of the science of how we are altering present day women and men in their sexuality.
Y eso tiene resultado hasta el día de hoy en cómo estamos alterando a la mujer y al hombre en su sexualidad.
No one can deny that just poultry, dairy products, meats, all things of this nature, pumped full of hormones, pumped full of steroids, all kind of different things that affects our sexual identity.
Y nadie puede negar que la carne, el pollo, tienen un montón de hormonas inyectadas que va a afectar nuestra identidad sexual.
Now that is just in the few things that I mentioned, poultry, meats, that kind of stuff.
Y eso es en lo único que acabo de mencionar, carne y pollo.
But we know that those things, those chemicals, those
Hormones.
those things are in many other aspects of our life than just the foods that we eat.
Pero sabemos que todas esas hormonas o aditamentos se encuentran en muchas otras cosas más.
So at the same time that we're dealing with the backlash of a couple of thousand years of male dominance that's changed the women that we want to have relations with,
Y al mismo tiempo que ha cambiado a las mujeres con quienes queremos entrar en relación,
we've altered their current state through all the stuff that we said and our current state. So even from our own perspective, we're not coming from a completely male or our true male identity perspective.
hemos alterado la identidad de ellas y por lo mismo hemos alterado la nuestra también. Entonces ni siquiera venimos de una perspectiva masculina tampoco.
And then on top of all of that stuff, you throw into the mix political correctness.
Y aparte de todo eso, se le agrega la correctitud política.
When you consider all these things as guys who want to have relations with women, it's almost like we're totally screwed.
Si piensas en eso, cuando los hombres quieren entrar en relación con una mujer, es como si, bueno, está todo jodido.
So that ideal relationship,
Y esa relación ideal,
if you want it in the first place,
si lo quieren para empezar,
it has to be not just two people coming together and see what happens.
tiene que ser nada más no solo dos personas que van a decir, bueno, vamos a juntarnos y a ver qué pasa,
It's got to be two people engaged in a corrective process.
sino tienen que ser dos personas comprometidas en un proceso de corrección,
Knowing all the things they got to deal with together, what they're confronting together.
sabiendo todo lo que le tienen que hacer frente juntos.
Now, this might mean that in the initial instance of you coming together,
Y esto puede significar que en el momento en el que ustedes se juntan,
it may look like love, it may just be lust,
puede parecer amor, puede que sea nada más lujuria,
and it may also be another desire outside of those two things,
y puede que también sea otro deseo afuera de esas dos cosas,
the desire of correction.
el deseo de corrección.
So we got to balance a whole bunch of things here.
Entonces tenemos que manejar un paquete de cosas aquí.
It's much worse than like a snail crawling upon a razor's edge.
Es mucho peor que un caracol sobre una navaja.
So when you are involved in anything, of course, but in particular what you ask about, what you state about, you didn't ask about this, but what you state about, it's hard. Like, how do you say I love you or to this person or on that level?
Y lo que dijiste de cómo decirle te amo a una persona a ese nivel,
First off, don't lie.
para empezar, nunca mientas.
Don't say I love you just because it's a heat of the moment thing.
No digas te amo porque es algo del momento.
Let the person know that you are with her, that you are both coming together in your journey, that you're with her out of respect, that you respect her, but don't put yourself on the line to say love if you are not ready to comply with what you are implying to the other person.
Deja que la persona sepa que están juntos, que están entrando en relación, pero no te sientas forzado a decir nada por complacer o respetar a la otra persona.
Even to the, now, I'm not gonna promote this, but there's realities that we're all facing.
Y no voy a promover esto, pero hay realidades a las que le hacemos frente.
So let's say you meet somebody who maybe isn't looking for a relationship, and maybe the both of you don't want a relationship. Maybe yous are exclusive to each other, but yous don't want that relationship, or yous aren't ready for that relationship that includes saying, I love you, and then the commitments on whatever level that follow after that.
Entonces puede que estén juntos, que inclusive sean exclusivos el uno al otro, pero no están listos para decir que están en una relación, para poder decirse te amo y todo el compromiso que esto conlleva.
Now take this with a grain of rice.
Y toma eso con un grano de sal, de arroz.
I'll say, don't even ever use this
Te diría ni siquiera lo utilices,
unless it applies.
a menos que aplique.
So maybe you're somewhere and you meet this person.
Puede que estés en algún lado, conoces a esta persona.
Do you have to be in love with them to spend 6 months or a year with them?
¿Tendrías que estar enamorados de ellos para pasar 6 meses o un año con ellos?
Or who knows how long it will lead into?
O quién sabe cuánto tiempo llegaría.
The thing is that at your pace, never be pushed into love, saying I love you, or even receiving when somebody says I love you to you. Don't feel compelled to say it back.
La cosa es que al estado en el que te encuentras no te sientas forzado a decir te amo, o si alguien te lo dice, pues tampoco sientas que tienes que corresponder.
Truth and honesty to yourself first.
La verdad y la honestidad ante ti primero.
That will guarantee that you won't lie or imply something you don't want to the other person.
Lo que va a garantizar que no mientas o no impliques algo a la otra persona que no es cierto.
So maybe this is what I'm saying. Don't use this unless it applies.
Por eso digo, no lo uses a menos de que aplique.
Maybe even to the point of you saying, be brave enough to say, I am not looking for a relationship.
Incluso al punto de decir, ser lo suficientemente valiente para decir que no estás buscando una relación.
But if the two of you agree to do stuff, spend time together, if you are both two adults, then you should have no problem living the truth. If you're not in love, of not being forced or compelled to say it.
Pero si ambos aceptan estar juntos y no están necesariamente enamorados, pues no hay por qué decirlo.
And I know all of us have been in love.
Y yo sé que hemos todas y todos estado en amor.
We've been in
enamorados.
love. You were probably in love first when you were maybe 13 or 14. I know. I loved girls, specific ones, when I was that age, when I was that young.
Probablemente cuando tenía 13 o 14 años, yo amaba a niñas a esa edad.
I was still afraid of them.
Todavía les tenía miedo.
I wouldn't go near them or touch them. I was still too afraid, but I still loved them.
No habría ido cerca de ellas, pero les amaba.
But I wouldn't say it.
Pero no lo diría.
Even as I got older, my mother taught me, that just don't say that if you're not ready for it, if you don't mean it.
Y mi mamá me lo enseñó. Si no estás listo o no lo quieres decir realmente, no lo digas.
And if you are with the person, then the other person should know also not to pressure you.
Y si estás con la persona también tendría que saber no presionarte.
If the other person wants to hear, I love you, then let them hear it out of the impetus of love itself, not out of pressure.
Si la persona quiere escucharlo, que lo escuche del verdadero vínculo de amor y no de la presión.
And also, there's other certain realities of that. You could love, like you said, all women. You could love all women. I love all women.
Y la realidad es como tú dijiste, puedes amar a todas las mujeres, yo las amo a todas.
And not be ready for an individual love relationship with just one person.
Y no estar listo para una relación individual de amor con una sola persona.
Not meaning that you're spread out amongst a whole bunch of girls.
Sin querer decir que vas a estar con un montón de mujeres al mismo tiempo.
But that just to live the truth. Live your own truth.
Pero vivir tu propia verdad.
I'll say love to somebody when I want to, when I am ready.
Yo le diré, te amo a alguien cuando estoy listo.
If it isn't there, then just, if it's not being said and two people are together, then just be happy that the two are together.
Y si no se dice, pero dos personas están juntas, pues estén contentos de eso.
Yeah, so, yeah, just don't ever say something like that unless you're ready to follow through with the commitments that are implied from that word.
Entonces nunca digas algo de lo cual no estás listo a las consecuencias.
I don't know if that helps you any, or if it gives you anything to reflect upon.
No sé si esto te ayuda.
But yeah, okay, unless you have anything to say on anything what Edith said, I said, a final thing, then we're gonna close up.
Al menos que tengas algo más que decir, si no, vamos a cerrar.
I could, but I think in the interest of closing up, that is good. Thank you.
Podría decir algo, pero parece que ya mejor cerré.
All right. Okay, then. Well, gee, we don't want to close now. Say now we want to stay. Okay. Well, like we said, then, anybody, let's see what's going on this week. The Wednesday Zoom, of course. This coming Friday, we have teachings, moon teachings that we're going to be doing with Ayun, who is from the, what nation was she?
I don't know if she's from our nation, but she's living in so-called Argentina.
Okay, well, beautiful life givers living in Argentina had requested of us to do some teachings with children in the South and other people. So this is going to be taking place. The second one is taking place this Friday. It's going to be a moon teachings.
Entonces, este miércoles tenemos el Zoom como siempre y el viernes tenemos enseñanzas con Ayun, que está en la silla llamada Argentina, con otras mamis que querían tener enseñanzas para sus niños y va a ser enseñanzas de la luna este viernes a las 4.
It's going to happen 4 o'clock our time. Oh, you said it? Okay. All right. Other than that, there's nothing else.
There's George Vito too. I don't know if you want to announce it at 12 Friday too.
Okay, 12 o'clock Friday, high noon. This is the thing we're gonna be talking about the racism in the English Montreal School Board.
Y también está el viernes a las 12 la cuestión de racismo que nuestro amigo George Buteau ha vivido en la Comisión Escolar Anglófona de Montreal.
He forwarded us a package, the history of it, and this complaint encompasses, I think, 6 different people, minimum, 6 different people spread out since 2012.
Y son al menos 6 quejas desde el 2012.
So it's a big issue.
Entonces es un gran asunto.
No, you may be somewhere else in the world and you may think, well, it doesn't really affect you. It's not interesting for you.
Y puede que sea en otro lado del mundo y piensen que no les afecta y no les interesa realmente.
But you have to think of this. Non-native people are bringing to the Ganyangahaga about racism that is happening within their systems.
Pero son los no indígenas que están trayendo a los Ganyangahaga asuntos de racismo en su sistema.
This is, I'll say it's very important, and you may think, well, I'm Ganyangahaga, so it's very important. Well, it's not important for us. It's important for you, for all non-native people, because this is something that is right across the board behavior. even if you can claim that you don't know about it.
Yo diría que es importante y va a afectarle a todo mundo a pesar de que digan que no saben nada.
Okay, so anyways, if anybody wants to join us or even maybe just sit in or just so that you know, maybe afterwards you'd want to come and watch the video just to see if there's anything that you could utilize.
Entonces todo el mundo está bienvenido o si nada más quieren ver el video también.
Okay, so we're gonna close.
Y vamos a cerrar. Bakansaluni, agwego gonungwe, dano runungwe skatne, a Condor, dano agwex gatanhaya. We are happy that the life givers and the life protectors could come together for this council between the Condor and the Eagle. Estamos contentas y contentos que las dadoras de vida, los protectores de vida pudieron juntarse para este consejo de el Cóndor y el Águila. What did the Watsanhaya? We had a good council. Tuvimos un buen consejo. Tenichi no Murato, Karen Wagarayak Gesso, Yankisata, Santana Kagarakwa, Yankinista, Nihon Saget, Kondon Hatsarat Gawat. We give thanks to Sky Woman, our Grandma Moon, our Mama Earth, and all of the life givers in all of their shapes and forms. Le agradecemos a la Mujer Cielo, Abuelita Luna, Mami Tierra y a todas las dadoras de vida de todas las formas que se manifiestan. Tarañowago, Sawiskara, Tsinikanya Tarageru, Aguego Ununkwasu-a, Obiresu-a, Otsinuwasu-a, Gatsansu-a, Otsidanagu-a, Danuaguekuntirio. We give thanks to the twins, to all of the medicines, all of the waters. We give thanks to the little insects, to all of the trees, to all of the sea life, to all of the animals, and to all of their shapes and forms. Agradecemos a los gemelos, a todas las aguas, a todas las medicinas, a los árboles, a los insectos, a los animales que vuelan, que tienen 4 patas, o los que nos sostienen. Wahta, Chaniyuhundesas, Kanawatarana. We give thanks to the beautiful medicine of the maple, for the strawberries and the raspberries that are going to be showing up soon, not soon, but coming. Damos las gracias a la gran medicina del agua de maple, a la fresa y la frambuesa que van a aparecerse en este verano. Asa ni katara que ne kanyangahaga ya diñato ya natayuni lo discarewage yakunse se te ganawida huego diane rodiane ne yohagillo gani gujillo no gayandawana en arasaragoa tengan de yohade. We also give thanks to the true spirit of the clans, the turtle, wolf, and bear, and we give thanks to all of the life givers and life protectors that carry the peace, that work for it, and that gave us the gift of the great love, peace, and the turtle wampum. Agradecemos al verdadero espíritu de los clanes universales, la tortuga, el lobo y el oso. Le damos las gracias a las dadoras de vida y protectores de vida que trabajaron por la paz, que nos regalaron la gran ley de la paz y el wampum de todos los días. Hay un kiatagenja dandawa ranjetsera ne gatsastansera ne gunungwe dano gayandawana gatsastansera runungwe dano ganaron kwatseruana orihuyo skana gatsastansera dano gariwa warishonsera dano aweka watsire dano aweka tsanhaya. And we ask the ancestors of the good spirit that they help us to bring back the balance between the power of the female and the male, and that we can bring back the true love, peace, power, and righteousness to the people, so that we can bring back our councils in our hearts, in our families, in our nations. Y agradecemos también a nuestros ancestros del buen espíritu y les pedimos que nos ayuden a traer el equilibrio entre los poderes femeninos y masculinos para que pueda volver el amor, la verdad, la paz, el poder de nuestros ancestros y el buen camino, y que podamos traer de vuelta nuestros consejos de corazón, de familia y de nación. Y si hay algo que sea un obstáculo a esto, lo empujamos en los 3 niveles de la existencia. And if there's anything that is an obstacle to that, we push it away on the 3 levels of the existence. Danonogatena yodaxa, eres awet,